The teenage boy watched the man standing before him with unwavering focus, his expression unusually serious. At this moment, only this formidable old man possessed the strength to save him from the dire crisis he had been thrown into. Just a few hours earlier, before he even had time to process what was happening, he had been hurled into this game world, ambushed, and nearly killed. His current mission was simple in theory yet impossibly difficult in practice. He had to convince the man in front of him, had to pull him over to his side. And to understand how things had come to this point, the story had to be traced back to an earlier time, back to a life that had nothing remarkable about it. He had been born into an ordinary family, lived an ordinary life, and trudged through dull, uneventful days. He once believed his life would end without anything special ever happening to him. But that was not how things turned out. Everything changed the moment he encountered his so-called destiny, an encounter that eventually led him to become the one who ruled the world. The scene shifted to a random apartment complex, where a small, slender teenager had just returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, he tossed his backpack aside and dove straight toward his computer. Finally, I can be alone. He neither liked nor hated school. So long as he could come home and play games alone, that was enough. Here, in this digital world, he was the protagonist. Cracking his knuckles, he let out a small, satisfied smile. The game he played was the one thing that exhilarated him the most. In single-player mode, he could save, reload, and retry as many times as he wanted. With the right cheats, he could even push past the system's limitations and rise as an unstoppable force, an entire world crafted solely for one player. Or at least, that is what I used to think. He chuckled. Alright, let us do this again today. With that, he opened his livestream channel. Almost instantly, viewers flooded into the broadcast, firing off comments as they arrived. Streaming at this hour on a weekday, does not this guy have school? He has gotta be a middle school or high school student, one of those kids who runs home right after class just to play games. Right, haha. Another viewer chimed in, definitely. Makes me wonder if he even studies. I bet he makes enough from streaming to get by. This is a turn-based strategy game. Honestly, it is boring to watch, but he is pretty good at it. Yeah, but his hands are way too slow for pro play. He just seems like an average smart kid. One comment after another popped up, leaving the brown-haired boy smiling awkwardly at the screen. These people. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? He muttered under his breath. And just as he said that, a cheerful notification sound suddenly chimed. Someone had sent him $10. The teen's eyes went wide with joy. The donation practically brought tears to his eyes. Oh, this is more than enough. I have to thank them quickly. And then, before he even had the chance to say a single word, a user named Dia suddenly donated a staggering $1,000 to him. The teen's tears stopped instantly, cut off as if someone had flipped a switch. He immediately shoved his face close to the screen, squinting hard to make sure he was not suffering from some sudden, severe case of nearsightedness. What is this? He muttered, eyes glued to the notification. And it was not just him. Every viewer watching the stream was just as stunned. No way. They sent a whole $1,000 without saying anything. At the very least they should have asked him to do a handstand, or show his face, or something. They are definitely going to refund it. Just wait. Someone joked right before the donor's message appeared in the chat. I have sent you an email. Please check it. Seeing that, the boy's eyes widened, and he quickly clicked over to his inbox. The email was titled From the Game Master. I am a long-time viewer of your channel. I also work as an independent game developer. I spent a great deal of time creating a game, but it turned out to be too difficult. No one was able to clear it during the closed beta test. I would be grateful if you could play the game and provide feedback so I can adjust the difficulty. However, please do not stream any in-game footage during your broadcasts. Dia. As he read this, his eyes locked onto the line. The game is too difficult, and no one was able to clear it during the closed beta test. A single thought flickered through his mind: what would happen if I actually managed to beat this game? Even someone as ordinary as him might be able to become someone special. The idea alone sent his blood boiling with excitement, and he could not help himself. He had to jump into it right away. Alright, I will give it a try, he said, already downloading the game onto his computer. Installing Hero is Destiny. Launching game. The screen faded into the game's introduction. Year 294 of the imperial calendar. The entire kingdom of Roke has been swallowed by fire under the invasion of the Jade Pool Alliance. This marks the beginning of a new age of chaos. You are born with a tiny, insignificant soul. Survive this chaotic world, become the hero who defeats the fallen god, resurrect, and ascend the divine throne. When you do, any wish you make will be granted. He skipped the intro with a faint sigh. So the title really is Hero is Destiny. Huh, the graphics are worse than I expected. Well, I guess it makes sense. It was developed by just one person. A prompt appeared on screen, please enter your character name. He did not even have to think. His fingers flew across the keyboard almost automatically. Of course it has to be this, he murmured, typing the words Game Master into the field before hitting enter. Welcome to the continent of Ellen, Game Master. As soon as the welcome message disappeared, he realized his character had been dropped into a deserted forest. Pretty normal. No tutorial, he clicked his tongue. Well, the controls seem simple enough, so I guess it does not need one. Muttering to himself, he hurriedly guided his character forward, wandering around until he came across an old man. This, apparently, was the village chief. You are a stranger. What business do you have in this village? The old man asked. Seeing that, the boy squinted in confusion. Huh, what is this? There is no dialogue option. He then noticed the blinking cursor next to the name Game Master, and everything clicked. Wait. You mean I have to type it out manually? No way. No way. But even as he protested, his fingers were already typing at full speed. Hand over your gold, or I will wipe out the entire village. The moment he hit enter, even he felt second-hand embarrassment. Why did I type something that stupid, and the punishment for his idiocy came immediately. The frail-looking village chief suddenly lunged at him like a beast, swinging his wooden staff straight into the side of his character's head. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? The old man snarled. His character collapsed to the ground in a single hit. Your eyelids feel heavy. You have died. Game Master has perished. Would you like to retry? Staring at his character's instant death, the boy's eyes bulged in shock. It seemed he still lacked some essential real-world survival knowledge. When you are out wandering, you absolutely do not provoke women, children, the elderly, Taoist priests, or monks. His face broke out in a cold sweat. Is this really happening? Am I seriously talking to NPCs? Would you like to retry? The prompt appeared again. And for some reason, just looking at that line made him angry enough to see red. Damn it, of course I am retrying, this is driving me insane. And so, he tried again. Once more, the village chief raised the same question. You are a stranger. What business do you have in this village? This time, having learned at least a tiny bit of common sense, the boy's eyes softened. He typed, I am lost. And I have not eaten or drunk anything for a long time. Please, take pity on this miserable soul. The chief turned away with a sigh. How pitiful. Follow me. He led the boy's character into a small house and poured him a cup of water. Here. Drink this and calm yourself. Thank you, the boy typed quickly, and without a shred of caution, chugged the entire cup. The result was immediate. His character's eyes glazed over as if drunk. You have been poisoned by slow death. Your eyelids feel heavy. You have died. Game Master has been poisoned and has perished. Watching his character die in such a ridiculous way, he completely lost his temper. Seriously, I died again, he gritted his teeth. Fine then. What happens if I do this? Without hesitating, he reached behind his PC and yanked the Ethernet cable out. Even without internet, they won't be able to control the NPCs, right? What an incredible scam, he said with a satisfied grin. In his mind, since the village chief had responded to his typed dialogue, surely the game needed an online connection to analyze it. So, on his third attempt, facing the same familiar question from the old man, he typed a long string of nonsense into the dialog box. And the result was immediate, you have died. Game Master rambled nonsense, had his tongue cut off, and bled out. Would you like to retry? That was the final straw. He threw his mouse aside and flopped back in his chair, stunned. It works even without an internet connection, he whispered, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. They sent that email. And developed this game. Dia. It sounds like a person's name. Or is it the name of the development team? He wondered, glancing at the clock on his monitor. It read 1:38 a.m., making him jolt upright. It is that late already. I guess that is enough for today. He quickly hit the save button and collapsed onto his bed. Even as sleep began to take him, he could not stop thinking about that game from Dia, about the fact that he could actually converse with the NPCs. It almost made the world of Hero is Destiny feel real. No wonder no one ever reached the ending during the beta test. This was on a completely different level. From that day on, he was driven by a growing desire to become someone extraordinary. The game consumed him until he lost all sense of time, completely absorbed every time he played it. And in the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. One evening, inside a certain company, the now adult protagonist Oshiro was working through a stack of paperwork when a woman's voice called out, "Oshiro-san, I have placed the documents you asked for on your desk." He turned his head. "Ah, thank you." She smiled. "Are you done for the day? You have worked really hard." "You too, Suzuhara." "Nice job," he replied with an easy smile. But then Suzuhara hesitated, her cheeks growing slightly pink as she gathered her courage. Would you maybe like to grab dinner together before heading home?" she asked, staring at him with hopeful eyes. Unfortunately, the dense fool had absolutely no idea what she meant. "Sorry, I had to go home. Today's an important day." "Maybe next time," he said quickly before turning away and heading for the exit. The short-haired woman slumped in defeat, her expression falling flat. Good grief. Rejected again. Cut to Oshiro's home. As always, the moment he returned, he threw himself straight in front of his computer. And just like he would said earlier, today truly was a special day. This is it. Today, I am definitely going to beat it. Hero is Destiny. With that declaration, he quickly launched the game. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he knew it, dawn had arrived. Finally, after 10 long years, Oshiro's efforts were rewarded. Congratulations, Game Master. You are the first to ascend to godhood. Your name has been inscribed in the Hall of Honor. Seeing that notification, his eyes lit up with pure joy. I did it. I finally beat it, he shouted, unable to hold back his excitement. But the thrill only lasted a moment before a strange emptiness washed over him. 10 years. At the very least, inside that game, he had felt like someone special. Yet his real life remained just as ordinary as ever. The contrast left him hollow inside, as if he had lived an entire second life running parallel to his own. He thought of the characters he had grown so attached to: Gale Crack, the Black Prince; Cesare Labaro, the Crimson Cardinal; Christina Urin, the mastermind witch who secretly pulled the strings behind the scenes. They were all charismatic, vivid, and unmistakably unique. Their reactions felt so real that he could not even distinguish them from actual people. It was almost as if they really existed somewhere out there in the world. With a quiet sigh, Oshiro rubbed his eyes. So. That is really the end, huh? He murmured tiredly, exhausted from an entire night of gaming. But then, another notification popped up, snapping him out of his fatigue. Would you like to begin a new adventure? Selecting yes will transport you to the continent of Ellen. Warning, once selected, you cannot return until you complete the game. Please choose carefully. The moment he read it, the sleepiness vanished from his face. What? What is this, a hidden route, or maybe a sequel? His pulse quickened. If I can feel that excitement one more time. There really is not any choice. Is there? Overflowing with anticipation, he clicked yes. Transporting to the continent of Ellen. Welcome, Game Master, my apostle. The scene shifted to an unfamiliar room. As Oshiro's vision slowly brightened, panic surged through him. What is happening? My chest. It is burning. I can't breathe. Where am I? I was just in my room. Was not I? Questions screamed through his mind until a man's voice cut through the haze. I am relieved to see you awake. If it had not been for the top-grade potion I prepared, you would not have lived long enough to witness the light of today. Calyx. The moment the name was spoken, Oshiro's Calyx's eyes flew open, revealing that his body had completely changed. Who? Who are you? Calyx asked, dazed and disoriented. But the old man standing across from him did not answer right away. Instead, he turned aside, stroking his beard in deep thought. The physician never mentioned anything about memory loss, did he? The old man wondered silently before turning back to Calix. You truly do not recognize me, my lord. My name is Russell, he said, bowing respectfully. Calix's mind was a complete mess. What is even going on? This definitely was not Japanese, and the way the man spoke did not resemble Japanese at all, yet Calix could understand every strange word as clearly as if it were his native tongue. But what disturbed him even more was the searing pain burning in his chest. The moment he thought about it, his body curled up instinctively like a shrimp, trembling from the agony. Russell panicked at the sight. My lord, I deeply apologize. This is my fault for rushing you. But please do not worry, the pain is merely a side effect of the medicine. It will fade soon. Your recovery will take some time, so I shall return to check on you tomorrow. If you will excuse me, my lord. With that, he hurried out of the room, leaving Calix alone to gather his thoughts. Time passed quickly, and by the next day the pain had vanished completely just as Russell had promised. Calix's mind also felt clearer, even though confusion still clouded his thoughts. Wanting answers, he walked over to the mirror in the room. He stared at the reflection at the unfamiliar face, studying every detail. Just as I thought. This does not feel like my body at all. And then a more terrifying realization hit him. But who am I, exactly? I remember clearly the 30 years of my life. Yet I can't remember my own name. How is that possible? Who am I supposed to be? As he muttered to himself, he reached out and touched the mirror. The moment his fingertips brushed the cold surface, a translucent window abruptly materialized before his eyes. Player information. Name, Calix Shiken. Age, 15. Status, noble. Family affiliation, Shiken. Occupation, none. Alignment, undetermined. Condition, injured. Recovering chest wound. Combat power, rank 1. Level, 837. Reputation, 3 stars, 7 stars. Support rate, 14%. Governance finance, unstable. Governance military, unstable. Governance development, unstable. Staring at the lines of text, a flicker of memory surged through him. This status screen. It is from Hero is Destiny. His breath caught. Then being transported to the Ellen continent. Does that mean I have actually been brought into the game world? His heart thumped violently. This is the main interface of Hero is Destiny. This is Ellen. He yelped in shock and clutched his chest, trying desperately to calm the frantic beating in his ribcage. No, calm down, calm down. He repeated anxiously, patting his chest a bit too hard. Unfortunately, his body was not ready for that level of enthusiasm, and with a sharp jab of pain he immediately collapsed onto the floor. Ow, why does it hurt so much? How am I not waking up from this? The pain was far too vivid, far too real. This is not a dream. This has to be reality. He exhaled shakily. All right. I guess I need to get used to the name Calix Shiken. He placed a hand over his chest, steadying himself. I am Calix Shiken. Calix muttered under his breath, as if finally accepting reality, and began crawling back toward the bed. At that moment, the status screen appeared again right in front of him, startling him for a second time. Oh. So all I need to do is think about it, and it pops up immediately. That meant this was probably a feature only he could see. Perfect. First thing I need is information. If I am careless, I will die fast in this world. With that grim thought, he focused on the descriptions related to this body, this person named Calix. So I am Calix Shiken of the Shiken family. Both the territory and the family name are Shiken. That means I am part of the direct bloodline of the Count. I hit the jackpot. His pulse quickened as excitement bubbled up. But before he could continue reading, a sudden knock at the door made him jolt. He immediately dismissed the status window, panicked. Wait, who is that? What am I supposed to say? Calm down. Calm down. If they realize I am someone else, I am dead. I am Calix Shiken. Direct heir of the Shiken Count's family. I am Calix Shiken. That is who I am. He repeated the words like a mantra, trying to hypnotize himself into fully becoming the character. Once he steadied his breathing, he finally spoke up. Housekeeper. What is it? Outside, a girl's voice answered politely, My lord, I have brought your medicine. She sounded like a maid. Hearing that, a wave of relief washed over him. A maid. Okay. As long as I act natural, I will be fine. You may enter, he said. Then please excuse me, she replied before quickly stepping inside. She knelt before him with practiced grace, lifting a tray toward him. Here is your medicine, my lord. Please drink it while it is still warm. You are. The words slipped out before he could stop himself. The maid blinked, confused, and Calix immediately snapped his mouth shut. What are you doing? Why would you ask her name? That is the fastest way to expose yourself. Seeing his flustered expression, the maid grew anxious. Is something wrong, my lord? And no, nothing at all, Calix said quickly, shaking his head. Right. I do not need to ask. I already know. He directed his focus at her, pulling up her information screen. Character information. Name, Lila. Age, 23. Status, commoner. Affiliation, territory of Viscount Hoshiran. Occupation, maid. Disposition, self-protective. Condition, normal. Combat power, rank 3. Level, 3351st. Notoriety, 1 star. Reputation, 3. Governance, finance, F. Governance, military, E. Governance, diplomacy, F. Governance, development, F. After reading everything, he now knew her name Lila. But then something else caught his eye, something so unexpected that his eyes flew wide open. Wait. She is not affiliated with the Shikin family at all. She belongs to the Viscount Hoshiran household. And more than anything else, what the hell was with her combat power being that insanely high? Rank 3, she could not use mana at all, yet she would been trained like a member of an elite special forces unit. She was one of the best, and yet she was just a maid. Even if he was a wounded noble of the Shikin family, a maid from another household coming in to give him medicine, there was absolutely no way he should drink that. Calix clamped a hand over his mouth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Unaware of everything running through his mind, Lila spoke again. My lord, now then. She pushed the tray forward, clearly urging him to drink. All right. Just leave it over there, Calix replied as calmly as he could. Unfortunately for him, this infuriating woman had no intention of letting him off so easily. Please drink it, my lord, she insisted with a radiant smile that only made Calix's irritation spike. This woman. Is she planning to force it down my throat, at this rate? But then an idea flashed across his mind, an elegant, foolproof way to avoid drinking the medicine. He suddenly coughed, loud and painful, and with a perfectly timed gesture he flung his arm outward, knocking the bowl aside as if by accident. To sell the act, he even let out a pained groan and clutched his chest dramatically. My chest. Yes, that is it. Perfect, he snickered inwardly, convinced of his own flawless acting. Unfortunately, he had severely underestimated Lila. With a reaction so fast it seemed inhuman, she darted forward and caught the falling bowl midair without spilling a single drop. What, seriously? Calix stared, stunned, practically slack-jawed. Did this maid get bitten by some kind of mutant spider or something? How else does a person have reflexes like that? How was her reaction that fast? This was bad. If their eyes met, she would definitely realize he had knocked it over on purpose. With that thought, Calix squeezed his eyes shut, hoping to avoid giving anything away. But he was overthinking it. Lila cared only about the medicine. Fortunately, it is still intact, she murmured softly, relieved. Meanwhile, Calix kept clutching his stomach, acting out his supposed pain as he imagined the worst-case scenario. And in this world, the worst-case scenario always came true. It has to be poison. There is no way I am drinking that. He told himself, panic starting to coil in his gut. He needed to do something, anything to survive this. So he made his next move. With a perfectly natural stumble, he let himself collapse sideways, trying to fake a fainting spell. But no matter how quick he was, he could not outrun Lila's mutant spider reflexes. She blurred across the room like a ghost, catching him before he hit the floor. My lord, are you all right? She asked, concern in her voice. She ran over that fast. Did I manage to hide it? Calix wondered. And then a realization struck him. Now's my chance. He began piecing together everything he knew. House Hoshiran. What kind of twisted place produces a maid like this? I am the son of the count's first wife, who passed away. I have a stepmother. And a half-sibling a year older than me, 16. Her family name is Hoshiran. So that means Hoshiran is. Understanding dawned. Right. She is a maid sent by my stepmother. One who has been trained as an assassin. If I die, her son becomes the next count. Fascinating. Everything's starting to make sense. Just like the predictions in Hero's Fate. The game is real. Calix steadied himself, then nodded and said aloud, I feel better now. Thank you. By the way, how is my stepmother doing? The question caught Lila off guard. For a moment her eyes widened briefly, but she quickly hid the reaction and answered. The Countess was very upset when she heard you attempted suicide, my lord. She instructed me to make absolutely sure you never attempt such a thing again. That single sentence gave Calix more information about his body's former owner. So this body belonged to someone who had suicidal tendencies. Based on the pain in the system interface he would seen, he must have stabbed himself with a knife. I understand, Calix said calmly. Tell her I won't worry her again. I am sure the Countess will be relieved to hear that, my lord. Good. You may leave now, he dismissed her. But the moment he spoke those words, Lila's expression darkened instantly. I am sorry, my lord, she said quietly, but you still have not taken your medicine. Her gaze made it clear, unless she personally witnessed him drink it, she was not going anywhere. And that was a problem. Wait, she won't leave until I drink it, this is bad. I can't refuse. She is an assassin. Even though I am a healthy 30-year-old on the inside, this body is a weak teenage boy. Should I scream? No. Worse idea. If I scream and she kills me on the spot to silence me, I am done for. He was cornered. He really had no choice but to drink it. The more he thought about it, the colder his sweat became until a sudden realization saved him. Hold on. Why poison me with medicine? Stabbing me and escaping would be easier. I get it now. She is avoiding attention. If that is the case, then this must be poison disguised as a suicide attempt. I know this kind. It is called the horrifying slow death. Back when I played Hero's Fate, I learned one thing: expect the worst, because it always comes true. If you want to survive, doubt everything and prepare for anything. My God. This is nerve-wracking. Hero's Fate really never gives you a moment to breathe. But despite the dread, Calix felt a strange thrill rising in him, his face heating with excitement. Maybe I am not completely normal either, he admitted to himself. No wonder I was able to endure that damn game for 10 years. Returning to the story, once Calix decided what he had to do next, he did not hesitate. The very next moment, he snatched up the bowl of medicine and downed it in one go under Lila's sharp, scrutinizing gaze. And just as he had predicted, the instant he swallowed the last drop, a translucent screen flashed before his eyes. Poison detected. Horrifying slow death has taken effect. Exactly as expected. Think. How do I get out of this? Find something, anything. A person, an item, whatever. Hurry, Calix mentally screamed at himself, forcing his brain to work at full capacity to search for a way to save his own life. And as if responding to its master's desperate command, a memory resurfaced, Russell's voice echoing in his mind. Without the first-grade medicine I stocked for you, you would not have lived to see the sun today. I am Russell. The moment that line replayed, Calix's eyes flew wide open. He had found the answer. He immediately turned to Lila. Lila. Go outside and call Russell in here. Why, my lord? She asked, confused. Calix's expression hardened, his voice sharpening like a blade. Why, do I owe an explanation to a maid? I am sorry, my lord. I spoke out of turn, she said hurriedly. If you understand, he snapped, raising his voice, then go. Lila bowed deeply and hurried out of the room. Now alone, Calix let the thoughts racing through his mind settle into something clearer. The first-grade potion Russell used on him before, something so valuable it could be traded for an entire manor. And Russell, of all people, was the type who did not hesitate to use such an expensive item on him. At the very least, Calix thought, he does not seem like someone trying to kill me. Once he was absolutely sure Lila had left, he acted immediately. He shoved his fingers deep into his throat, trying to force himself to vomit the poison back out. Unfortunately, nothing came up. No good, he muttered through clenched teeth. I have to find it. Hero's fate may be a brutal game, but every problem has an answer. It has to be somewhere. Without wasting another second, Calyx tore through the room, rummaging through every corner, drawer, and cabinet he could reach. Time passed, and the effects of the poison began to weigh on him. His eyelids grew heavier, his limbs weaker. A familiar chime echoed in his ears, the cold notification sound that might as well have been death itself brushing a hand against him. Damn it, he hissed, accelerating his frantic search. At this point, he did not care how many items he knocked over or broke. Everything was scattered across the floor in utter chaos. Where is it? Where the hell is it? He shouted, nearly losing his mind as the poison overtook him. His body finally gave out, collapsing onto the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Is it really this easy to die? If I die, do I respawn, or do I actually die in real life? The questions drifted through his fading consciousness. Just as the world was turning into a blur, something entered his line of sight, something small wedged between two shelves. A bottle. What? It was the potion. The first-grade medicine Russell had hidden so thoroughly that Calyx had not been able to find it no matter how desperately he searched. Of course he could not. The old bastard hid it so well not even a dog could sniff it out. Seeing the bottle, Calyx began to drag his frail body toward it, every movement slow and deliberate. What the hell is this? He muttered, trembling hands closing around the container as he unscrewed the cap to peer inside. Instantly, a putrid stench hit him, stabbing straight up his nostrils and making him stick out his tongue in disgust. What is this? It smells like spoiled milk. And just as he feared, it was indeed spoiled goat's milk. No healing potion at all. Still, not all hope was lost. From playing the game, he knew that yogurt could counteract the effects of the horrifying slow death. But would spoiled goat's milk count as yogurt? Calyx questioned himself, though there was not time to ponder. His eyelids were growing heavy, warnings and alerts popping up relentlessly. Damn it, the alert has appeared 3 times already. I can't hold on much longer. Resolved, he cursed Lila silently under his breath, shaking with both fear and determination as he brought the foul-smelling bottle to his lips. Damn you, Lila. I will make you pay for this. Harnessing that surge of hatred as courage, he suppressed the revulsion at the stench and forced the spoiled goat milk down his throat. The taste was revolting, each swallow a struggle, but he pushed through, clinging to the hope it might save him. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Calyx woke up once more to the familiar voice of old Russell calling out. You are awake, my lord. Calyx blinked, confusion flickering across his face. What, déjà vu, was I reset? Russell, noticing his disheveled appearance as if he would just played in a storm, raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? And more importantly, what happened to this room, young master? Please mind your manners. He gestured to the chaos, furniture overturned, books scattered across the floor. Relief washed over Calyx. Thank heavens, I have been saved. But Russell did not know just how close his young master had come to death. His stern tone only intensified, chiding him further. And why are you lying on the floor? Why did not you wake up? Even after I called for you multiple times, I nearly had to fetch the physician myself. The constant scolding darkened Calyx's mood like soot settling over his mind. Yet he forced himself to focus. No matter what, I have to survive. That is decided. First thing, check his status. Turning his attention to the old man, Calyx examined the system-like information appearing before him. Name, Russell Nizelli. Age, 58. Rank, Viscount. Territory, lands of Count Shikan. Position, baronial authority. Personality, military officer. Strict. Status, normal. Combat power, credibility 72. Financial management, F. Military, E. Diplomacy, E. Development, E. After reading through the information, Calyx's eyes flickered with thought. Acting Viscount, so the previous count had passed without naming an heir, and this man had temporarily assumed the role. He looked like a strict soldier, which meant maybe he could be trusted. After all, he was the one who had saved his life with that priceless potion. With that in mind, Calix resolved to bring the old man onto his side and began to speak. Russell. No, I mean, your lordship. Actually. He started to recount everything he had endured, along with his own theories about the assassination attempt, laying it all out for the old man. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Russell only stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, I am very sorry, but there is no concrete evidence. Calix's expression stiffened. Damn it. He used a priceless potion to save me, yet he does not treat me any differently. He is only following the law, saving me because he must, not because I am special. Russell, unaware of Calix's inner thoughts, continued calmly. To me, you, the young lady, the other heirs, even Grunbein, are all the same. I am obligated to serve everyone equally. No one is an exception, no one more important than another. Calix's eyes hardened as he shot back. So you are telling me I should continue taking medicine sent by my rival in this inheritance battle? Have you really lost a portion of your memory? He paused, letting the words sink in. Our family finances are in serious trouble. Our budget is extremely tight. Actually, it is fortunate that Lila has been assisting the family's business. Have you forgotten, or are you pretending not to remember? Russell shook his head, and Calix instinctively gripped the edge of the blanket. I have no choice. I had to prove myself. That woman tried to poison me. I almost died. He exhaled and said, Fine. Let it go. But I have one request. It is not difficult. Calix smiled confidently, and for the first time, Russell's expression faltered slightly. Just as I thought. He is acting unusually. Time passed quickly. 4 hours later, within the Shikin family castle, a shadow moved swiftly across the rooftops. It was none other than the assassin, Lila. She pressed herself against a wall, eyes scanning the guards stationed throughout the estate. Security was tight, as expected. Satisfied, she shifted her gaze toward a nearby drainpipe, using it as her path into the castle. With her agility, she landed silently in the hallway outside Calix's room. She was slightly surprised. No guards inside the room, she thought, frowning briefly but not dwelling on it. She tiptoed quietly toward the bed. Inside, the blanket puffed up as if someone lay beneath it. A special poison, then. He is probably dead without feeling a thing, Lila mused, retrieving a piece of paper she had prepared earlier. She placed it carefully on the table, then took out a seal from the drawer and stamped it onto the paper. It appeared to be a document for transferring or confirming inheritance rights. She let out a small sigh of relief. All right, now I just need to leave safely. Before she could react further, a shadow shot up behind her, pressing a blade to her neck. Do not move, a cold voice commanded, freezing her in place. Wait. That voice. It is already too late. Lord Calix is dead. The Shikin family has only Grunbein left now, Lord Russell, she shouted. But the old man said nothing. Seeing that, Lila tried again, her voice sharp and urgent. You are just a minor noble. Is not it your duty to serve the Shikin family? She barely finished speaking when Calix's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Just as I predicted. Exactly like that. Delayed fatality, it really is a bit thrilling. In noble power struggles, poisonings are not rare, of course I know that. But being caught, now that is the real trouble. As he spoke, Calix picked up the forged document and turned toward Lila. Realizing that persuading Russell was pointless, Lila immediately reached for the dagger at her waist and slashed at the old man's arm, forcing him to release her. She spun around, gripping her weapon tightly, aiming straight for Russell's side. Unfortunately for her, those clumsy attacks meant nothing to Russell. Before the blade could even reach his massive frame, he calmly caught her wrist mid-swing. Lila let out a sharp cry of pain, and without a hint of mercy, Russell drove his left fist straight into her ribs. The impact made her eyes go wide, breath ripping from her lungs. Watching from the side, Calix was just as stunned. I thought I understood the difference. But this is what a gap of 3 whole tears looks like, this overwhelming power. He cleared his throat and continued, anyway. Even if poisoning is common, nobody leaves behind physical evidence or witnesses. Anyone who attempts to assassinate a noble is executed. Even if they themselves are nobles, the law still applies. And here, we have both evidence and witnesses. He leaned in close, bringing his face right up to Lila's. Whether from pain or fear, her eyes suddenly rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. She fainted. Calyx blinked, surprised. He would been ready to keep acting but froze when the situation unexpectedly shifted. Russell inspected her briefly. Then he placed a hand on her body and sent a bit of his energy into her to revive her. Calyx watched, fascinated. This was something he had never seen in the modern world. So that is an energy channel. Now I can roughly understand their levels. When Russell was done, he stood up. It seems she can't use energy breathing techniques. She is probably at the level of an elite soldier, well trained, capable of functioning without high-level energy control. He glanced at Calyx with suspicion. That expression. Young master, did you already know? Something felt wrong when you insisted I lie inside there. Just how much did you know? Calyx only nodded slightly. For now, tie her up. I have a lot of questions. In no time, Lila was bound tightly to a chair, one arm swollen heavily from Russell's strike. Calyx then pulled out a vial of red liquid and dropped some onto her wound to force her awake. As Lila slowly regained consciousness, Calyx's cold voice cut through the air. Long-delayed fatality causes death in 3 to 6 hours. It is the ideal poison for suicide. Painless. Quiet. I know because I once attempted to kill myself. If I had died from it, everyone would assume it was suicide. He grabbed her face roughly and continued, Lila, if you had used a fast-acting poison, and if you were truly determined to die with me, you would not have failed. So tell me, why did not you? Lila stared at him blankly, still dazed. What are you talking about, my lord? At that moment, Calyx decided to lay all his cards on the table. You do not want to die, do you? In other words, you do not have enough loyalty to sacrifice your life for Lady Stella, is not that right? Across from him. Lila clenched her jaw and refused to answer, her silence only proving his point. With no other choice, Calyx turned to the old man beside him. Russell, make her talk. Yes, young master, Russell replied with a nod. What kind of nonsense is this? Lila shouted, but the words barely left her mouth before Russell's rough, calloused hands clamped down on both sides of her face, forcing her jaw open. Staying perfectly calm, Calyx pulled out a small pill of unknown purpose and flicked it straight into her mouth. Then he grabbed a cup and poured a whole mouthful of water down her throat. Russell, make her swallow it. Hearing the order, the old man did not waste a second. He immediately covered both her mouth and nose, cutting off any chance for her to spit or breathe, forcing her body to reflexively swallow the pill just to stay alive. Once Russell finished, he finally released his grip, allowing Lila to gasp desperately for air. What did you just force me to swallow? She demanded, her face pale. Calyx did not waste the opportunity. I just gave you a small amount of poison. You have heard of a toxin called Teddy Puppetbane, have not you? The moment she heard the name of the poison now sitting inside her stomach, Lila's composure shattered. And she screamed, impossible, this is a lie. How could a young master from a ducal family like you possibly obtain something like that? Calyx shrugged. As long as you have enough gold, you can buy as many as you want. If I had to mention a main ingredient, there is even something called white radish. I can't believe this, she stammered, though the terror spreading across her face said she believed every word. Her reaction made Calyx smirk inwardly. In this world, as long as you confidently throw around specialized terminology, no one will ever suspect you are from a different world. With that thought, he continued, today, I will let you go. Go meet your master and report that the assassination was successful. And you think I will just obey you? She shot back. Her defiance made Calyx's smile vanish. His voice dropped cold. You do not want to die, correct? Teddy Puppetbane has over 3,000 antidote formulas depending on how it is brewed. And the perfect antidote for what is in your body. He tapped a finger against his temple. Is right here. So forget the idea of researching an antidote yourself. If you do not want to die pointlessly, stop being stubborn and listen to me. Now what is your answer? Lila's body began trembling uncontrollably as the fear settled in. At last, overwhelmed by the pressure Calyx radiated, she gave in. Fine. Just untie me first. What kind of tone is that? I am the one holding your life in my hands, Calyx snapped, making her flinch and hurriedly correct herself. Please. Please untie me. I am begging you." The more she spoke, the more violently she shook, so much so that Russell blinked in surprise. "What is going on?" She suddenly became suspiciously obedient. "Is she planning something?" "Please," Lila cried, tears spilling down her cheeks, "show mercy." "The rotten goat's milk is kicking in," Calix thought, fighting back the urge to laugh. He then turned to Russell. "Russell, untie her." Hearing that, the old man did not move immediately. Instead, he asked, "Are you certain she did try to kill you?" Calix forced a gentle smile, holding back his amusement as he replied, "She is still an important witness. At the very least, treat her with the basic dignity of a human being." "Dignity?" Russell repeated, staring at him as if he had just heard something unbelievable coming from the young master. Meanwhile, Lila, who had clearly reached her breaking point, snapped at Russell with wide, frantic eyes, "You old man, come over here and untie me, now." Time passed quickly. After handing over the necessary reports to Lila, Calix summarized everything in his mind. "Then go and report that the assassination was successful." "Understood," she nodded and swiftly retreated from the room. Watching her cautious figure slip through the doorway, Calix thought silently, to perfectly deceive whoever is following Lila, we will need someone who can manipulate the night squad, and that person is. He glanced at the old man Russell beside him. Surely, he must have many questions or things he wants to know, Calix mused silently. Just as he suspected, Russell turned to him and asked, "Young master, where did you acquire all this knowledge?" Calix put on an innocent expression. "If I told you I read it in a book, would you believe me? Publishing a book like that would be a death sentence. And it is even more likely that a banned book like that would somehow be in the castle." Russell's cold stare froze Calix momentarily. "They will never believe me if I say I am from another world," he thought. Then, thinking quickly, he decided to bluff. "Do you remember the dagger I stabbed into my own chest?" he said. Russell paused, recalling the moment, and nodded. "Yes. But why are you bringing this up now? That dagger is a family heirloom passed down from my mother. It is said to hold a mysterious power. And now, I have obtained that power," Calix said calmly, without even blinking. Of course, a seasoned man like Russell did not easily believe such claims. "Really?" he asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "He does not trust me," Calix thought, and replied smoothly, "Who would have known that the way to unlock the dagger's secret was to stab it into one's own heart?" Russell's doubtful gaze did not waver. "That is strange. But if it truly is a rare artifact, one would assume its existence is known worldwide." The persistent scrutiny of the old man made Calix sweat slightly as he tried to fabricate a reasonable story. "Could it be? Are you familiar with Claire's dagger?" he asked, carefully planting the question. Russell's eyes widened in surprise. "The old dagger that the eldest miss gave me. Could it be Claire's dagger? If it is one of the rarest treasures. Now I understand where your extensive knowledge comes from, young master," he said, a note of admiration in his voice. Calix exhaled quietly in relief. Thank goodness, he thought. Even though he had never actually seen it. He sat down in the chair beside him, but before he could settle in, Russell's tone changed. "But does anyone else know about this?" he asked, leaning close to Calix, making the young man shiver. "No. You are the first person," Calix stammered, flustered. Russell was about to ask another question, but before he could get a word out, Calix cut him off. "By the way, what do you think about Lila's story?" "What do you mean, young master?" Russell narrowed his eyes, but Calix went straight to the point. "All of my father's movements, every single one, were leaked. A knight on the verge of promotion conveniently dies to a common monster attack, and every knight guarding him dies along with him. Do you really believe such a ridiculous tale?" At those words, Russell immediately understood what Calix was implying. Perhaps the young master wants my strength. In a struggle for the title, I cannot afford to take sides. But when it comes to the Duke's death, there is a reasonable suspicion. No solid evidence, only circumstantial hints. No. As a soldier, I refuse to be dragged into politics. That is my principle. Resolving himself, Russell gripped the hilt of his sword and prepared to refuse. "Young master," he began, but before the words could fully leave his mouth, Calix shouted over him with burning intensity. Why did my father have to die? If it was an assassination, then who was behind it? And once we find the one responsible, how will we take revenge? His voice rose with a fierce, almost reckless excitement that filled the entire room. My father the Lord was assassinated. The ones behind it are the Hoshiran family, and from that family, Grun Bine. If Grun Bine becomes Duke, all hope for revenge will vanish. But we cannot give up just because the situation seems difficult, Calix declared with heroic fervor, his expression gradually hardening into something cold and sharp, like a killer. To side with a family plotting such an assassination. Is that still the true spirit of a knight? He added, staring intently at Russell. Faced with the young master's words, the old man made his decision. Immediately, he knelt, placing both hands on the hilt of his sword, and spoke with solemnity, I swear to always be loyal to you, young master. But please do not forget that I am abandoning beliefs I have held for over 50 years. He kept his gaze locked on Calix, reminding him of the gravity of his own intentions. For Calix, having Russell on his side was a thrill beyond measure. Russell, a 6th-rank warrior and the strongest figure in the Duke's territory, was now his ally, a tiger walking quietly along his path. Bound by the reins of vengeance, this alliance marked a significant turning point. Yet, a hint of concern flickered in Calix's mind, and he said cautiously, lift your head. You do not need to swear loyalty to someone who does not even hold a proper knightly title. Rest assured, I will make sure of it. Become strong, sir. Russell's eyes gleamed with a fierce, almost godlike light, enough to make even Calix slightly uneasy. Before the situation escalated further, Calix quickly shifted the topic, thinking fast. Then, the Duchess resorted to a cowardly method, poisoning, leaving both evidence and witnesses. That is more than enough to dismantle the faction she relies on. Consider this the overture of my revenge, he said, smiling as though he already held everything firmly in his grasp. Russell nodded thoughtfully. Then what should this old man do? He asked. For now, just Calix began, but the conversation faded as the narrative skipped ahead. Time moved swiftly, and the scene shifted to a large meeting room. A few people had already gathered inside, and seated at the head of the table was a strikingly beautiful lady. Her eyes scanned the room, taking in everyone present. Before she spoke, it seems everyone is assembled here. Those present glanced at each other and murmured among themselves. Why is the Duchess presiding? For some reason, the entire knight contingent had remained on alert throughout the night, whispering quietly among themselves. Seeing this, the lady squinted and smiled, then announced a piece of news. Some of you may already know, but yesterday, the young master Calix attempted suicide by ingesting a poison known as Hon Man Tu Vong. Is not that the infamous poison used for suicide? An old bearded man questioned. The others in the room, however, did not seem overly surprised. It seemed that Calix's death was inevitable. With the young master gone, does not that make the factions meaningless? We must build our alliances correctly, they murmured among themselves. The lady, noticing that no one doubted Calix's supposed death, exchanged a knowing glance and smiled subtly at the old man in the green hat. Now that troublesome brat Calix is out of the way, Grun Bine will certainly assume the Duke's seat, she whispered. At that moment, a voice asked, then who will be the next heir? That has already been decided, she replied. The Duchess will act as representative of the house. The situation was growing more intriguing. Are you ready for this, Russell? Calix Lambang, still only a boy, was mentioned. Of course. I will follow you to the end, young master, Russell responded. Suddenly, the doors of the meeting room burst open. Calix strode in boldly, causing the lady at the head of the table to pale. Calix. But how her mouth fell open in sheer shock, wide enough to fit an egg. Everyone else in the room was equally astonished. The young master was alive, and why was Russell, the acting duke, here? And what about the poison? Was it ineffective? Ignoring the murmurs, Calix moved straight toward the lady. Your position as chairwoman is not meant for you, he stated firmly. The lady, regaining her composure, smiled slightly. Oh, young master, you look so dignified. How are you feeling? Thanks to someone, I am still alive. I did take the poison, but luckily I survived. Though I accidentally threw it away, Calix replied, his tone teasing. The lady's face tightened with annoyance. You can't just lead the story astray like that, she snapped. Even if you have never considered me your mother, treating me like a murderer is unforgivable. Never forget, this is the grand hall, you must choose your words carefully." Her audacity made Calyx chuckle inwardly. Even when the truth was revealed, she still maintained her composure so fiercely that he could not help but admire it. "What are you plotting now?" the lady thought, grinding her teeth and demanding, "What are you saying?" At this point, Calyx decided to go all in. "Well then, let the witness speak," he said, clapping his hands to signal. Moments later, Lila, her hands tied behind her back, was brought into the room by a soldier. The eyes of everyone present shifted with curiosity. "Who is that woman?" they whispered. Unlike the others, the lady immediately recognized Lila, and her face drained of color. "No. It can't be her," she murmured, clenching her teeth in anger. Calyx, unfazed, turned toward the restrained woman. "What is your name?" he asked. "My name is Lila," she replied, her gaze flicking briefly toward the Duchess. "Why? Why is that woman here?" the lady thought, her jaw clenched tightly with fury. Ignoring the Duchess's reaction, Lila spoke up, introducing herself. "I am the top operative of the Dark Legion of the Hoshiran family." "The Dark Legion?" Calyx asked, intrigued. Lila, catching his curiosity, elaborated. "It is a special force composed of gifted orphans, trained brutally at the Goda Highland camp. Only those who survive the training with the highest marks are chosen and sent to various places under different false identities." Calyx leaned forward, asking, "And what is your cover identity in Shikan territory?" "I pose as the maid of Countess Stella," Lila replied. At this, Stella trembled with anger, rendered speechless. Calyx turned to press further. "Does Countess Stella know her true identity?" "She does," Lila confirmed with a nod. Stella immediately stood up, protesting, "No, this is her scheme." Everyone in the room gaped at this revelation. Lila had been working here for 5 years and now it turned out she was a spy. Such deception violated the kingdom's laws. The Hoshiran family should be prosecuted. Murmurs rose around the room. The old man in the green hat, a colleague of Countess Stella, scowled and turned to Russell. "Viscount Russell, why are you silent? Are you really going to believe the words of a lowly maid?" Russell's expression was icy as he replied, "She is not a lowly maid. She is a criminal caught red-handed. She admitted she is a spy of the Hoshiran family. Whether this is a conspiracy will become clear once we hear her testimony." The old man in the green hat trembled with shock. "Viscount Russell. You, he stammered, speechless. Others in the room, sensing something amiss, challenged him. "Treasurer, stop this nonsense, let the criminal speak, hear what she has to say." Their unified voices forced the old man to fall silent. Calyx turned to Lila next. "What tasks did you carry out while pretending to be a maid?" "Once a month, I report the information I collect back to the Legion," Lila explained. "What kind of information?" Calyx asked coldly. "Mainly financial records, the income and expenditures of this territory, kept by the treasurer. The schedules and routes of the late Count Korin, and the internal political movements of the vassals," she answered. As she spoke, the faces around the room grew increasingly horrified. Whispers of disbelief spread. "Impossible. This can't be real." Turning back to Calyx, his next question was the decisive one. "What was the last mission you carried out nearby?" "I tricked Lord Calyx into drinking a poison called delayed death, then sneaked into his bedroom and planted a forged suicide note to stage his death as a self-inflicted act," Lila explained calmly. "And the result?" Calyx asked, his tone icy. "I successfully poisoned him. But when I entered his bedroom, Count Russell caught me and apprehended me," Lila said. Stella, hearing this, could no longer contain herself. She leapt to her feet, shouting, "Silence, what proof? What evidence? This is clearly a conspiracy." She seemed ready to jump across the table and confront Lila directly. But 2 people beside her held her back. "Countess, please calm down," one man urged. Meanwhile, Calyx, seeing her demand for proof, smirked. "Evidence, you say?" Count Russell, standing nearby, immediately understood the cue. He pulled out the forged suicide note Lila had prepared earlier. "This is the suicide note of Lord Calyx. Last night, I caught Lila sneaking into his bedroom and placing this letter. And this," he continued, producing a scroll, "is the memory paper of the world familiar to all of you here." It has been enhanced with magic that reveals the malicious intentions of anyone who touches it. This magic will show us who ordered Lila to act. The truth will be laid bare. Russell's voice boomed, leaving the old man in the green hat looking as if he would swallow a rock. He realized he had to prevent this evidence from being exposed, even if it meant silencing everyone in the room. His glance swept toward a nearby noble, but his movements did not escape Calix's sharp eyes. "We have seen through all of you," Calix shouted, and immediately a group of knights entered the hall, taking positions carefully behind everyone. "This is not a place for people like you. This guard unit answers to the Knight Escort Corps." "Viscount Russell, what is the meaning of this?" the old man in the green hat demanded. Russell tightened his grip on the scroll and replied, "I have seen its contents, and they shocked me." "Shocked is an understatement," Calix added. "To prevent chaos, I had no choice but to call in the knights. I expect your cooperation." This is a coup," someone stammered. Grunbein, fat and trembling, turned to Stella, his voice barely above a whisper. "Mother." Beside him, Countess Stella's face contorted as if she had just bitten into a chili pepper, utterly unsure how to handle the situation. The Knight Escort Corps had already acted, meaning they now held irrefutable evidence. If the knights are acting in support of Calix, then we are powerless, she bitterly thought to herself. Meanwhile, Calix smiled and turned to Russell. "Count Russell, what is the punishment for a noble who deliberately assassinates someone of the same bloodline?" Russell slightly bowed his head and replied, "According to the kingdom's noble law, it is execution by hanging." At that moment, Stella realized she had no chance to deny anything. She clutched her son tightly and shouted, "Grunbein had nothing to do with this, I did everything alone, Calix, although I am not his birth mother, I am still his mother. Please, my son, trust me," her voice trembled with desperation. Calix could not help but laugh quietly to himself. "Oh, really, you expect me to just trust you now, Lila, is that true?" Lila's voice was cold and unwavering. "When I received the mission from the Countess, Lord Grunbein was present. Everything else is a lie." "Lies," Stella screamed in despair. Her words were indeed false, but so what? Attempting an assassination in the first place was already cowardly. Now, the secret had been exposed. Calix chuckled silently, while the Knight Escort Corps began restraining her, ensuring she could not act further. At that moment, Grunbein, unable to bear watching any longer, shouted out, "Calix!" Before he could hesitate, he ran up to Calix, dropped to one knee, and pleaded, "Calix, please. I will accept any punishment, but I beg you spare my mother." Hearing her son speak like that, Countess Stella shouted in panic, "Grunbein, get back to your seat this instant." Everyone around, witnessing the scene, began murmuring to each other, "This is going too far." Forcing the second young master to kneel. "Calix will hear this. He is doing all this to save his mother. This is too much." The murmurs echoed in Calix's ears, causing a subtle shift in his expression. The wind had changed, and it felt as if he had just become the villain in someone else's story. Could this have been his brother's plan all along? Calix narrowed his eyes at his half-brother and gritted his teeth. But quickly, he softened, clapping Grunbein on the shoulder. "Well done," he said, his voice calm. "You really do care about your mother, do not you? Well, there is nothing to be done now." Grunbein's face brightened slightly at Calix's words. "So, that means," he began, a note of hopeful anticipation in his voice. Calix cut him off with a cold, decisive tone. "If you admit your wrongdoing, I will reduce your punishment. I will even speak to the Count to plead for your life. But remember, whatever you say, you must take full responsibility. Speak carefully." "No. Impossible." Grunbein's face contorted with despair. Behind him, Countess Stella shouted again, "Grunbein, what are you doing? Do not act recklessly," and Calix. "What are you saying to your own brother?" Those present in the room, seeing Stella trying to pressure Calix with emotional manipulation, grew angry. "He is your brother, yet you let her talk to him like that, and you dared to attempt the assassination of the first young master Calix, and now you act so shamelessly." Across the room, the older man in green shook his head. "The tide has turned. No matter what she does now, it is useless." Countess Stella continued to scream, "Calix, are you listening to me? Calyx, irritated by her commotion, gave Russell a signal to take control. Russell immediately turned to two knights and commanded them, "Seize the criminal immediately." "Yes, my lord," the knights replied, startled, and quickly moved toward Stella. Panic flashed across her face. "Stop, do you know who I am?" she shouted, attempting to intimidate them, but it was futile. A rope suddenly gagged her mouth. Grunbein watched in distress, his heart aching for his mother. Calyx, having silenced Stella, turned back to Grunbein and spoke firmly, "Now, I will ask one more time, do you admit to attempting to assassinate me?" I do," Grunbein said, defeated. But there was no other choice for him. He had to protect his mother. Of course, this outcome was entirely predictable to Calyx. Naturally. If he had dared to say no, even the gods could not have saved him. Calyx thought to himself. "So you planned everything in advance, Grunbein." Then, speaking to everyone present, Calyx declared, "I understand. Since Grunbein has admitted to all his crimes, the records of the land, the evidence that could tarnish his family's honor, will be sealed forever. Moreover, because he confessed before any proof was presented, he will be shown mercy. To ensure he does not repeat these actions, the criminal must seal his own mana hall." "No. Impossible." Grunbein's voice trembled as if the sky itself were falling. In the strict hierarchical society of the Night Kingdom, Thatch Quoc, people were divided into nobles, knights, commoners, and slaves. The only way to become a knight, the ruling class, was to enhance one's body with mana. To seal one's mana hall in this society was tantamount to a death sentence. "Mother, what must I do?" he cried, panic flooding his voice as he looked back at her, seeing her tears streaming down her face. But seeing her condition, Grunbein calmed himself. If he did not seal his mana hall, not only would his mother's crimes be exposed, but a hanging sentence would await him. "I cannot let that happen." Countess Stella, seeing what he was about to do, understood the significance of sealing mana and struggled desperately. "No, Grunbein, sealing your mana hall is like a death sentence for a noble," she thought, screaming inside. Yet, maternal love is a force beyond reason. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Grunbein finally nodded. "Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond." "Of course," old Russell replied, and Grunbein calmly added, "Hand me the scroll." Russell immediately tossed him a scroll, and Grunbein bit down hard on it with his teeth. Slowly, a golden energy began to gather around him, radiating from within. Countess Stella, witnessing this, nearly fainted. "No. Stop, Grunbein, once it is sealed, not even a Grand Master could restore it. Your future hangs by a thread," she thought desperately. But it was too late. Her son had already resolved to save her. With a grim determination, he tore the scroll apart in his mouth. When the act was completed, his face had turned pale, drained from the immense effort and the weight of what he had just done. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the golden energy gathered before Grunbein slowly shrank and collapsed inward. The mana hall of the second young master had been sealed. A quiet, collective sigh rose in the hearts of the onlookers, a faint sense of pity, the kind one feels when watching a rabbit cornered by a tiger. As for Grunbein, once the process was complete, he realized that the experience was not nearly as terrifying as he had expected. In fact, there was even a hint of relief in his heart. It feels better than I imagined. This way I can save Mother. It is over, Stella thought helplessly. My own son, too naive, too soft. And perhaps sensing her gaze, Grunbein turned to her with a hopeful smile. Mother, do not be too discouraged. Actually, I have always wanted to become a painter. Instead of comforting her, those words ignited something monstrous inside Stella. Her fury spiked so high that she snapped the gag Calyx himself had ordered placed on her. I fed you, I raised you, I kept you safe all your life, and this is what you do. I will tear you apart. Her eyes blazed like a wild beast lunging at prey. But rage alone could not intimidate the protagonist. Without mana, no matter how hard one trained, an ordinary person could only reach the level of a third-rate knight, far beneath the realm of people like Lila. Still, stripping a school-aged boy of his entire future, Calyx felt a faint sting of guilt creep into his chest. But he immediately shook his head and shoved the thought aside. No. This is just an NPC in a game. Even a little misplaced sympathy could ruin everything. He physically shook the doubt out of his head hard enough that old Russell glanced at him, puzzled. "What is wrong?" the old man asked. The look was enough to snap Calix back into focus. "I have already made the decision. There is no turning back now," he reminded himself. Clearing his throat, he nodded firmly. "Proceed." "Yes, young Master Calix," Russell replied. He turned to address the chamber, voice ringing with authority. "Until the full investigation into the assassination attempt is completed, Lady Stella and Sir Grunbein are hereby forbidden from all external contact. They will be confined to the annex. From this moment forward, neither is permitted any communication with the outside world." And with that, soldiers stepped forward. Under heavy escort, mother and son were led out of the chamber. Calix watched their slumped figures retreat down the corridor, a quiet heaviness settling in his chest. Then Russell turned back to the remaining conspirators. "Next," he announced, shifting his cold gaze to the elderly man in blue. "The Minister of Finance, Gidros, suspected of leaking confidential documents. He is stripped of his current position and is to be detained for investigation. Remove the criminal." "Yes, sir," the guards responded in unison. They surged forward, grabbed Gidros by the arms, and dragged him out of the room. Seeing this, the old man's face broke out in sweat, and he screamed like a child, thrashing and shouting, "Stop, let me go immediately, you lowly guard, do not touch me with your filthy hands." His constant insults only fueled the guard's anger. Without hesitation, the soldier thrust his fist straight into the old man's stomach, forcing him to vomit and collapse unconscious on the spot. In this swift, decisive action, they dragged him out like tearing a rag. "Well done," Calix thought with quiet approval, appreciating the efficiency. Meanwhile, the remaining onlookers paled, fear flashing in their eyes. "Could we be next?" they worried. Murmurs spread quickly as they exchanged glances. And yet, young Master Calix without any official title or backing still requires confirmation from someone like Count Russell. That can only mean that the entire knightly corps now stands with him. The succession struggle is practically over. Count Russell is deliberately showing his allegiance. This is young Master Calix's warning to us. Calix, indifferent to their whispers, let his gaze settle on a man in the room with a piercing look that carried subtle meaning. Russell's voice rang out again, calm but authoritative. "Minister of Security, you are suspended from your current duties and will be placed under stricter supervision. Avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings when interacting with others." "I understand," the minister stammered, panic-stricken. Nearby, a bearded man who had been standing beside Lady Stella bowed deeply, speaking with humility, "I apologize. Everything is due to my poor management. Please approve my resignation." Calix's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he studied the man. Garrod was not only competent but also respected and trusted by his subordinates. Having him now aligned with Russell posed a risk of significant backlash. Russell, however, was unyielding. "Overseer, your resignation request is denied." He then signaled a soldier and continued, "Here is the list of officials suspected of being involved in this incident. Suspend them and restrict their activities. Ensure that expanding personnel does not disrupt the administration." Calix stepped forward as Garrod scanned the list. His voice was cold and precise. "Count Russell, all but 4 of the officials in the Ministry of Finance must be investigated. You may need to supplement the ministry with new personnel." His eyes locked on Garrod with a look that seemed to pierce through, as if he had uncovered something vital. Hearing this, Garrod's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly tried to reason with him. "Excuse me, young master, please show the mercy of an heir toward those who have committed lesser offenses. If all senior officials are removed, the administration could face serious issues," he urged anxiously. But Calix's mind worked in a completely different way. "No. We must place in the Ministry of Finance only those we can trust without question." With that thought, he responded coldly, his tone sharp and unwavering. "So you are saying it is acceptable to leave the investigation unfinished, to avoid disrupting administration?" His voice carried a hint of mockery. "Do you think they will be grateful for my leniency, or will they simply overestimate their own worth?" Garrod hastily tried to explain, "No, it is just that they made some errors in organization." Before he could finish, Calix cut him off. "Enough. I have made my decision. The conviction in his voice left no room for argument. Garrett fell silent, unwilling to counter him further. You are no longer the weak, indecisive young master you once were, Calyx thought to himself, a faint trace of satisfaction flickering in his mind. Meanwhile, the others in the room exchanged glances. If Russell represents brute force, then Garrett represents scholarship. And now Garrett hesitates before the young master. Is this really happening? They whispered to one another in astonishment. Exactly as Calyx had anticipated. Now, the power of Count Russell's territory was practically under his control. But there was still one more step. His eyes swept deliberately across the room, observing every detail about the people present, especially Garrett. He silently noted, name, Garrett Olson. Age, 61. Title, Minor Viscount. Affiliation, Sheikhan Count's territory. Position, Overseer. Personality, Strict Advisor. Status, Normal. Combat Strength, Rank 1. Level, 8/33. Reputation, Unknown. Rating, 49. Administrative Ability, S. Finance, B. Military, E. Diplomacy, F. Development, D. Interesting, Calyx murmured under his breath, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Garrett warned that it would take time, but that was another story. These people were far too easy to read. The opposition would be eliminated soon enough, even the suspicious ones, especially the useless. He would only need those who passed the loyalty test. The more Calyx thought about it, the more a soft, almost mischievous chuckle escaped his lips, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. What? What kind of smile is that? That is terrifying, someone whispered, shivering. If young Master Calyx does not favor you, it means your head's on the line, they thought, and scrambled to prove their loyalty. Please, young Master Calyx, let me speak first, one of them called out, buzzing around him like flies. Calyx responded with a smile almost divine in its calmness, projecting serenity. Everyone, stay calm. There is still plenty of time. Old Russell watched the scene, shaking his head in exasperation. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. Calyx finally retreated to his private chamber, the day's work behind him. He collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. Finally. What a day, he muttered, though his mind continued to race. Average grades, average looks. I am just average. But if I can beat the game, something no one else has done, then I will be special. Images flashed in his mind. Congratulations, Game Master. You are the first to be anointed a god. Your name has been inscribed in the Hall of Fame. You are the first to ascend as a god. It is all over now. If only I could be reborn on Ellen Continent. Then I would truly become special. Suddenly, Calyx's eyes widened. Wait. Ascend as a god, I completed the game and was made a god, did not it say at the beginning? That you would be reborn as a small, insignificant soul, overcome trials, become a hero, pass judgment on the fallen dark gods, and evolve into a god, granting any wish you desire. It seemed everything was beginning to make sense. No way. So it already recognizes my conditions, and it treats that as my wish, Calyx thought, before collapsing onto his bed like a dead hog. Well, there is no turning back now. If I complete this game and become a god again, will I get another wish? I have to finish this game, no matter what. Morning came quickly. After a few yawns and stretching to shake off the sleep, Calyx nodded to himself. All right. Where should I start? I know the Count's territory, but I have never heard of Russell's lands. Where is this place? I will have to check the map. As if responding to his thoughts, the system immediately displayed a full map before him. Along with a series of notifications, you have pacified the Ellen Continent. Bonus rewards unlocked, all landmarks revealed. Calyx's eyes practically watered at the sight. It was like a treasure map, every dungeon, ruin, terrain feature, and hero's destiny trait laid out before him. The bonus rewards were unprecedented. No one had ever completed the game to reveal everything. Every hidden mark on the map was now visible, even things he had never known existed. Heavens! This game is way too easy, he thought, rolling around in his chair with giddy excitement. Anyone watching might have assumed he was having a seizure. After enjoying a few moments of happiness, Calyx suddenly realized something. Wait. What year is it now? He muttered, glancing at the system screen. Imperial year 289. The hero's destiny begins in 294. And yet, I know nothing about Russell's territory. That meant this land would disappear within 5 years. Panic surged in his mind as he quickly re-evaluated the situation. But why? He recalled Russell mentioning economic deficits. Ah. That is why I nearly got killed without even a single maid to my name. He checked the financial status through the system, pulling up the Shikan territory's accounts. The moment he saw the results, sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. What? Why? No way. I can't believe it, he muttered in disbelief, his heart pounding. I should have taken the remaining money and run. But no, I can't take this land with me anyway. The financial charts were all blood red. Calyx rubbed his chin, deep in thought, calculating his next move. Money can be earned again, but the land? That belongs to my family. To give up the land I worked so hard to claim would be such a waste. He decided to systematically review all the Count's financial records in Shikan. Glancing at another system screen, he furrowed his brow, analyzing tax revenues. Income from farmland is not much different from other territories. The defense budget was only increased last year, so that is not an issue. But the family's debts. Calyx spent the entire day poring over the family's financial documents until late afternoon. This is exhausting. Reading 10 years of records is overkill, he complained. Yet, the effort gave him a clearer picture. The first problem became obvious. Trade with the desert kingdom of Madrosha, across the highland region, had been interrupted. Naturally, lower import taxes would follow, but where had such a huge loan even come from? 1 year's debt exceeded the annual tax revenue. The more I look at these numbers, the messier they become. I need more information, he muttered, tugging at his hair, brain firing at full capacity. Then an idea struck him. Of course. The pig locked in the underground prison Gidris. He is the finance chief, so he must have crucial information. Acting on the thought, Calyx headed down to the dungeon. If I interrogate him, I will probably uncover some useful leads, he reasoned as he descended the stairs. Not long after, he reached the bottom. A prison guard noticed him approaching and hurriedly saluted. Lord Calyx, what brings you here? The guard asked. Take me to Gidris's cell, Calyx said calmly. Right away, my lord, the guard responded, quickly leading the way. The moment Calyx set foot in the dungeon, a foul stench rushed straight into his nose, forcing him to clamp a hand over his face. God, that is disgusting. He muttered. The entire drainage system down here has been abandoned, he thought with a deep frown, then glanced at the guard walking ahead of him. The man was one of the subordinates under the captain of the Guardian Knights, someone who only bowed to authority and nothing else. If that is the kind of person he is. Calyx suddenly came to a stop, making the guard turn back in confusion. Lord Calyx, the guard asked. Calyx spoke gently, as if pondering some noble principle. The captain of the Guardian Knights is a man who strictly follows authority. If he arrested someone who is actually innocent, I believe they should be given a chance to clear their name. Do not you think so? The guard rubbed his hands together, obsequious and eager to please. You are absolutely right, my lord. And on the other hand, Calyx continued, if someone who is truly guilty ends up being released, they should be re-investigated thoroughly. Which is why I am assigning this task to you. Jailer. I understand, sir, the guard replied quickly. Hearing that response, Calyx could not help mulling over the situation. He serves under the captain, yet he betrays him this easily, so. Am I his new master now, ha? Fine, if that is the case, I will squeeze every bit of use out of him. Calyx spoke again, voice smooth. Also, I am not a count yet. You should watch how you address me. I apologize, young master, the guard stammered. Look at me, Calyx thought dryly. I am turning into one of those sleazy politicians I used to despise. He waved a hand. No need to apologize. Just bring me to Gidris. This way, young master, the guard said quickly. Before long, the two of them reached Gidris's cell, and even from a distance, the man's enraged screams echoed through the underground corridor. I can't swallow this disgusting slop. I will get out of here soon, just you wait. Hearing that, Calyx strode forward until he stood right in front of the cell bars. "Oh, so you have already figured out a way to escape your cell?" Calyx asked cheerfully. "Planning to break out, are you?" Inside, the old man Gidris was not even surprised. In fact, he looked like he would been expecting this moment. "I have been waiting for you, young master," Gidris said, glaring at him. "You still owe me a debt. Is not that right?" Calyx narrowed his eyes slightly, then sat down as if settling into a comfortable interrogation. "What nonsense are you babbling? What debt? The only thing I am obligated to do is make sure the rope used to hang you is sturdy. Your execution day should be approaching, should not it?" In response to those words, Gidris put on an absurdly sly expression. "I may look like this, but I have worked in the treasury department of the Shikan territory for over 20 years. As for why a noble young master like you would take time out of your precious day to visit me, the treasury minister, I think I can guess." "The former treasury minister," Calyx growled, correcting him. Then he turned his attention back to Gidris. Seeing Calyx's attitude, the old man did not grow angry. Instead, he maintained his cheerful smile. "You want to know about the Count's massive debt, do not you?" he said, hitting the mark so accurately that Calyx clicked his tongue in irritation. "This pig really does not know his place," Calyx thought, glaring straight at Gidris as the old man flashed a smug smile like he had already secured victory over the protagonist. Watching him act so pleased with himself only made Calyx more disgusted. He turned to the jailer and said coldly, "Jailer, is not there a torture specialist here?" "Yes, there is," the jailer answered. Though he did not understand what Calyx was planning, he added, "Should I bring him here right away?" Immediately, Calyx ordered. The jailer's voice trembled with confusion, which only made Calyx's blood boil. "Do I look like I am joking to you? I am asking you, do I look like I am joking?" Calyx snapped, his eyes blazing. The jailer's face turned purple with fear. "I will bring him here right away," he yelped, then bolted forward as fast as a gust of wind. "He thinks that just because I am young, he can talk his way out using polite words," Calyx thought. But that man is the real power behind this entire Count's estate. Even Gidris had not expected Calyx to react this way. Damn it. Is this brat really calling the torture specialist? This is bad. Cold sweat began dripping down the old man's back. Ignoring him completely, Calyx smiled and said, "I do not think someone like you can endure pain very well, but do try your best. If you last long enough and manage to impress me, maybe I will change your execution method. Instead of hanging, you can drink poison and enjoy a nice, slow death." No. No, this is bad. He is completely serious. Gidris thought, horrified. With no options left and faced with the threat of imminent torture, the old man immediately abandoned every trace of arrogance and dropped to his knees, begging. "Young master, please spare me. I have information of tremendous value. This is a chance to gain an enormous advantage," he blurted out in panic. Seeing Gidris in such a pathetic state, Calyx's expression finally eased a little, though irritation lingered. "This old man really wasted my time," he grumbled inwardly before asking coolly, "Oh, let us hear it, then." Opposite him, Gidris no longer dared hide anything. Cornered, he began spilling everything at once. All of the Count's territorial debt belongs to a merchant named Gerard Merces. Gerard is the manager of the Hoshiran family's secret treasury. The Hoshiran family used Gerard to divert the mining tax revenue that was originally meant for the royal family. "So what?" Calyx replied, flatly, an answer that made the old man's face go completely blank. "Huh, what do you mean?" "So what?" Gidris stammered, confused, then hurried to explain. "If we accuse him before the royal family, we won't have to pay that debt anymore." But before he could finish drawing his little fantasy scenario, Calyx cut him off with a single pointed weakness. "What if he sells the entire debt at a low price before he is arrested? Sells it to the Hoshiran family, for example? That. Gidris faltered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "I never even thought of that," he panicked internally. How someone with this level of foresight ever made it to the upper ranks of the territory's economic division was a mystery in itself. Right at that moment, the jailer from earlier returned with someone in tow. "I have brought him, the best interrogator in the entire Count's domain," he shouted. Behind him walked a massive man, wearing a mask and carrying a huge axe. The ominous aura of a final bot radiated from him with every step. Just seeing the man sent Calix's face lighting up with excitement and confidence in the interrogator's abilities. Meanwhile, Gidris was so terrified he looked ready to wet himself on the spot. "Young master, please show mercy. Just the Hoshiran family's secret slush fund alone is worth at least 1,000,000 gold, the old man cried, eyes shining desperately like car headlights. But Calix's only response was a cold, dismissive turn of the head. The cell door opened. The masked interrogator stepped inside without saying a single word, radiating a chilling professionalism as he prepared to administer some very direct physical therapy to the old man. Cornered to the absolute limit, with no hope of escape, Gidris finally blurted out the greatest secret he had. Wait, please wait, I know the location of Gerard's secret treasury." "A secret treasury, huh?" Calix muttered, though he did not tell the torturer to stop. The interrogator continued his work, and the jailer even rushed over to assist, stomping down on the old man's back and pinning him flat against the floor. The torturer's eyes were already glowing red with excitement, and he let out a few low, chilling laughs so ghastly that Gidris nearly died of fright. "Young master, it is true, I swear. I worked in the finance department for years, I am absolutely certain of it, there is no doubt at all," he pleaded desperately. Seeing the old man beg so pathetically, Calix's interest sharpened a little, and he rewarded the man by kicking him square in the face. "How do you know the location of the secret treasury?" Calix asked. "Well, that is..." Gidris stammered helplessly. Seeing that useless hesitation, Calix turned to the other two and gave a small gesture. "All right. Start." "Yes, sir," the torturer said coldly, then grabbed Gidris's index finger, preparing to snap it like a twig. "Let us begin by breaking each finger one at a time." Hearing that, the old man panicked and confessed instantly. "I once tried to rob the treasury myself, but I failed." "You did not go personally, did you?" Calix asked with a sidelong glance. "I hired some rogue thieves to steal the gold from the treasury," Gidris sputtered, eyes darting away, unable to look Calix in the face. "You hired thieves, and how much did you pay them?" "300 gold. 300, Calix froze, eyes widening. 300. No 3,000 gold. For a moment, Calix's entire mind short-circuited. Then he repeated slowly, as if confirming he had not misheard, 3,000 gold. Did you just say 3,000? Oh no. I am finished. Gidris wept internally as Calix began laughing so hard it was terrifying, the kind of laughter that meant something inside him had snapped. Even the jailer could feel the oppressive black aura pouring off him. He has gone mad. We should probably just execute the old man now, young master. End him, the jailer thought nervously. When Calix finally stopped laughing, his voice turned ice cold. 3,000 gold, that is half the entire annual tax revenue of the Count's territory. Where did you get that kind of money? You embezzled the Count's funds, did not you? Across from him, Gidris slammed his head against the floor, begging for mercy. I had no choice. If the key to that secret treasury was not a magic crystal orb, I would have succeeded. That made Calix pause. His expression shifted as if a memory had been triggered. A magic crystal orb. Sit up and explain. Now. Yes, I heard that crafting even a single duplicate crystal orb costs at least 2,500 gold, the old man said quickly. This might actually be useful, Calix thought to himself before speaking again. You were tricked. Chances are Gerard and the thieves were working together. Hearing Calix lay out that possibility, Gidris's face went blank for a moment before he hurriedly protested, Impossible. I personally confirmed the entrance to the secret treasury. I saw Gerard open it with the magic crystal orb myself. Where is this treasury located? On the Galdra Plateau. I was blindfolded, so I do not know the exact position, but I am certain it was the Galdra Plateau. Calix did not respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out his map and began examining it. This is the Galdra Plateau. Right, ruins, I think I am starting to get the picture. I will need to investigate this more thoroughly. If I can find someone familiar with Galdra Plateau. His mind drifted, and he remembered what Lila had mentioned earlier about a special forces unit made up of orphans who had undergone brutal combat training at a camp on the Goldragra Plateau. Those who survived were selected into the elite unit. Jailer. We are leaving. Calyx barked the order, turning on his heel and walking out without sparing even a glance at the screaming Gidris behind him. Gidris had embezzled 3,000 gold, and the jailer had taken bribes from that pig. The more Calyx thought about it, the more furious he became. I can't just leave that jailer alone. I should have kicked Gidris a few more times on the way out. Calyx muttered internally. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly stopped and called out, startling the jailer. Jailer Shua. Gidris admitted to embezzling 3,000 gold. Naturally, you did not know anything about this. Right. Of course not, young master, Shua replied immediately, silently praying for divine luck. There is no way he knows I took money from that pig. Right. I overheard the conversation while you were gone, Calyx continued calmly. I am a generous person. But I am not sure even I can overlook something like this. Quite a dilemma, is not it? Hearing that, Shua realized instantly that the young master knew everything. He collapsed to his knees and began begging desperately. Young master, please, please forgive me. I swear I will never do anything like that again. At the same time, he was cursing Gidris viciously in his heart. That damned pig, how dare he rat me out the moment I step away. He continued groveling, talking non-stop like a machine gun until he noticed Calyx was not replying. Slowly, he looked up. Calyx was gone. Vanished without a trace. Shua's expression darkened at once. Whatever. First I need to deal with Gidris. I will show that bastard what hell really looks like. With that vow, he stormed back toward the prison, ready to give the old man a very personal physical therapy session. And the entire thing was watched from a distance, Calyx observing silently from the shadows. Just then, he felt a dangerous presence behind him and turned around sharply. Who are you? Calyx barked as he caught sight of a completely unfamiliar face. Judging by the uniform, it seemed the man belonged to the Blue Lion Knights. Calyx mulled over this quietly before asking again, what do you want? Hearing the question, the brown-haired man placed a hand over his chest and introduced himself. I am Kraut Salim. I was ordered by the representative of Lord Russell to escort you. Young master. It is an honor to meet you. I see. Calyx nodded, silently scanning the man's information at the same time. The profile read, name, Kraut Salim, age, 26, knight under the Sheikhan Baron's domain, Legion, Blue Lion Knights, position, veteran knight, personality, stubborn and direct in challenging superiors, physical status, normal, combat ability, rank 5, level, 52/78, fame, unknown, popularity, 27, influence, E, finance, E, military, A, education, F, development potential, D. Reading through the data, Calyx raised an eyebrow. The man's abilities were impressive. In the hero's fate system, had someone like him existed before, his name did not ring any bells had he died young. With a potential and level cap around 70, he could easily rank among the top 100 strongest on the continent. A military skill rated A combined with such potential was extremely rare. Could it be? Calyx furrowed his brow, rummaging through his memory and recalling a certain figure. Though he appeared ordinary, he had been described as someone capable of slaughtering any enemy without mercy. Not even the Dark Prince, his own sovereign, had seen his face. The Grim Reaper. Calyx guessed silently. But then he shook his head. No. It could not be. The Grim Reaper was described as gaunt and gloomy. This muscular man did not match that description at all. Most importantly, his eyes were bright. Well, he thought, without more information, there is no reason to overthink. Based on potential alone, he is at least rank A. Keeping him by my side could be beneficial. Calyx's thoughts were interrupted by Kraut's worried voice. Young master, are you all right? I have called out to you several times. I am fine. What is the matter? Calyx waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Calyx respond, Kraut moved on to the subject at hand. A merchant named Gerard Miraz came to see you. Gerard Miraz. Calyx muttered under his breath, recalling the name. That was the merchant the family owed money to. So that is the merchant that idiot mentioned. Interesting. Calyx chuckled quietly to himself and moved off swiftly. Let us go, he said, observing Kraut's slightly flustered posture and thinking, that fool can't possibly be the Grim Reaper. Right, no way. Time passed quickly, and soon after, Kraut led Calix to the family's reception hall, where the merchant named Gerard was already waiting. The moment Calix stepped inside, the man's voice rang out, bright and eager, as if he had been rehearsing the greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Calix. My name is Gerard Miraz, and I am currently running a small trading company. Calix gave a polite nod in return. I have heard that while the Miraz trading company is not large, it is a very respected business. Talented merchants are always welcome. He spoke with a soft smile, prompting Gerard to wave his hands humbly and reply, you flatter me too much. Setting the pleasantries aside, Calix furrowed his brows and went straight to the point. Then why would a successful merchant want to meet me? I do not hold any official position or authority. If this is about business matters, would not it be better to speak directly with Count Shikin's representative, Russell? The moment those words left his mouth, Gerard suddenly burst into loud, hearty laughter as if he had just heard something unbelievably amusing. Although Shikin territory is currently being managed by Viscount Russell, in the end, it still belongs to you, young master. Who here would dare disregard your decisions? I am only one of the 2 people eligible to inherit, Calix replied coolly. Do not overestimate me. Gerard wagged his hand in an almost groveling manner. You are being far too modest. There has not been any official announcement yet, but I have heard the decision regarding the successor has already been made. That piqued Calix's interest. His expression brightened just slightly. Oh, you are well informed. There has not been any official notice to the public. Noticing that Calix's attitude was not exactly warm, Gerard could only force out an awkward laugh. Haha. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. But I am quite a talented merchant, after all. Without gathering information like that, I would not survive in this line of work. He smiled on the outside, but inwardly he was not smiling at all. In fact, after observing Calix firsthand, Gerard's only real desire was to smack the information-gathering idiots who had been feeding him intel. This kid was nothing like the rumors. Were not people always saying Calix was foolish and naive? Instead, he was sharp, cautious, and exceedingly hard to read. Had this boy who was not even 20 yet deceived the entire world for years? No, impossible. But the rumors about his beauty, the kind that could make any man's heart race, were definitely true. He was exactly Gerard's type. The more Gerard thought about it, the heavier his breathing became. His face flushed red, eyes unfocused and hungry. Seeing the man acting like someone high on drugs, Calix's instincts screamed danger. His internal alarm bells were practically blaring. He shot to his feet instantly, eyes turning ice cold as he said, I did not come here to waste my time. You requested a meeting. If you have nothing to say, I am leaving. The sheer chill in his voice made the merchant bow deeply in panic. I am sorry, my apologies. If Calix walked out now, every part of his plan would collapse. He had to keep him here, no matter what. Gerard took a deep breath, steadied himself, and forced out an explanation. I was simply enchanted by your appearance, young master. What is wrong with him, that face? It is terrifying, Calix wondered inwardly, sitting back in his chair with a hint of irritation. Enough circling around the topic, get straight to the point. Across from him, Gerard finally moved into the heart of the matter. I was asked how I could assist you, young master. I have come to inform you about the enormous debt tied to the late Countess Corin. Kraut, the escorting knight, flinched slightly, taken aback, because he had no prior knowledge of this matter. Meanwhile, Calix began to absent-mindedly pick at his nose, pretending not to care. An enormous debt, if you do not know. The financial officer is currently imprisoned on suspicion of illegal activity, he said casually, flicking a small glob forward. Kraut could only remain silent, startled, inwardly reeling at the gesture. Gerard continued without missing a beat, explaining gently, as if Calix's feigned ignorance did not surprise him at all. It has been 5 years, so perhaps you are unaware. According to the contract, 3 years after the loan was taken, I could demand repayment of both principal and interest at any time. And now, in 2 weeks' time, before Imperial Year 288's passing moon week, you will have to repay the full amount. A total of 60,000 gold coins. 60,000 gold coins. Kraut yelled, his voice cracking as if the building itself were on fire, utterly shocked. Gerard, meanwhile, kept his composure, secretly reveling in the mental image of Calix's expression upon hearing the staggering sum. In his mind, he imagined the young master's beautiful face contorted with despair, tears spilling, an image that Gerard thought of as the ultimate climax of witnessing hopelessness. His eyes momentarily glazed, as if intoxicated, before he swiftly regained his posture and continued speaking, calmly and deliberately, letting the weight of the debt settle over the room like a dark cloud. Turning back to Gerard, after finishing his explanation about the debt, his eyes narrowed and a sly, scheming smile spread across his face, as if anticipating a dramatic, tearful reaction from Calix. Only, the young master sat there, cool and composed, tossing the topic aside as if it were nothing. It was only Kraut, the escorting knight, who shifted uneasily, embarrassed, and cautiously asked, "Young master, might there be a possibility for an extension?" Gerard's gaze flicked to Kraut, and after a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he let out a small sigh. "I am sorry, but ever since Countess Corin passed, the credit of the Shikan domain has declined severely. We intended to demand repayment last year, but postponed until now, trusting in the relationship between the two parties. And now, the time has come for young Master Calix, the heir apparent, to settle this debt for us. What am I doing?" Kraut muttered to himself, his face turning purple with tension. Meanwhile, Calix narrowed his eyes slightly, feigning a generous demeanor, and said that no further extension would be possible. Just 2 weeks remained before the debt's due date. Standing up, Calix's voice was calm yet commanding. "Perhaps you do not realize this, but the annual revenue of the Count's domain exceeds 6,000 gold. Borrowing 60,000 will not be a problem, so you need not worry." "Really?" Kraut stared, wide-eyed, astonished at his young master's nonchalant tone. Inside, Gerard's mind raced with disbelief and admiration. "Ha. The boy is innocent, naive, yet clever beyond his years," he thought, though his face maintained a polite smile as he rubbed his hands together and stood. "Ah, what a relief. It seems we have nothing to worry about after all. I will return with a loan contract bearing the Shikan domain seal. 60,000 gold is not something one could borrow easily without connections. No one would lend this amount to just anyone." As Gerard pondered quietly to himself, he felt a surge of satisfaction. "Soon, the Count's domain will be mine. And since Calix has promised to repay fully, I need not linger any longer. Very well, I shall take my leave." He glanced once more at Calix's furrowed expression, already imagining in his mind the boy, still wet behind the ears, bowing and pleading before a merchant like himself. Such a pretty face. It might fetch a high price in the slave market. "No, I must play with him first. Thank you very much, young master. May your day be lucky," Gerard said formally, then left the room. Meanwhile, Kraut began quietly tallying with his fingers, mumbling, "So 60,000 gold. My weekly pay is 2 silver coins, so that is 5-6 weeks in a year. Blah blah." Calix, noticing Kraut fussing over unrelated calculations, sighed and snapped, "Stop calculating. You are distracting me. Sit down." Hearing those words, the knight practically threw himself forward, bawling and shouting right into Calix's ear, making the young master's head throb. "How can you stay so calm, young master? The domain is going to be taken from us," he wailed. Calix ignored Kraut's melodramatic panic. His mind was already working through the problem of locating enough money to repay the debt. He said that Gerard's secret vault is somewhere on the Galdra Plateau. Looking at the map, that ruin might be the place. On the continent of Ellen, the lands beyond a castle's walls were no place for casual strolls, and the Galdra Plateau was one of the most dangerous regions of all. It was crawling with deadly creatures like the Riskatch things he had always made a point of avoiding. Time passed quickly. Soon, Calix was dragging Kraut along with him, prompting the knight to ask, confused, "Young master, where exactly are we going? I need someone who knows the Galdra Plateau well. A killer who values their own life might actually be useful," Calix thought, eyes narrowing as he looked toward a certain house. From the distance, a guard stationed nearby saw Calix approaching and froze for a moment in surprise. Could that really be young Master Calix? A face like something out of a dream. Realizing who it was, he quickly bowed. "Wishing you a good day, sir." Calyx gave a brief nod. "Good work. I have business with the prisoner. I will be entering with Kraut. Pay us no mind." "This room used to belong to Gidris," Kraut added. The two entered, and what greeted them was a surprisingly tidy room, simple, warm, and far more orderly than Calyx expected. "It is cleaner and cozier than I thought," he remarked, genuinely surprised. "I tidied up a little." "This place is poor and does not have anything expensive or luxurious," Lila answered flatly. Calyx turned toward her. "You look well." "Oh, I am doing just fine, as you can see," Lila replied with a hint of careless sarcasm. Behind him, Kraut tightened his grip on his weapon and barked, "Watch your mouth, woman." Lila paid him no mind. Her eyes were fixed solely on Calyx. "You tricked me," she said. She was referring to the poison incident. Calyx did not even attempt to deny it. "You figured it out faster than I expected. So you came all the way here. Meaning you need something from me?" Lila asked, eyebrows quirking. "But what could I possibly do? I have no intention of obeying you anymore, young master." Then, leaning back with a smirk, she added, "Unless, of course, we share something heated together. Who knows, I might listen to you afterward. Though you would better make it very good." She licked her lips hungrily, making Kraut explode with fury behind them. "This crazy woman," he shouted, drawing his sword, ready to stab her on the spot. Calyx, needing her for what came next, raised a hand to stop him. "Enough." Then he looked straight at Lila. "I am here to offer you a chance to survive." "What? What do you mean by that?" Lila asked, frowning in confusion. The general finally spelled it out for her, making sure she understood the truth. "Even if I let you go right now, you would be killed the moment you step outside this place. You have realized it already, have not you? The Shikin family and the Hoshiran family are at odds. After turning the clan leader's daughter into a criminal and sealing her cousin's mana circuit, none of this should come as a surprise." Lila gave a casual shrug. "And I was the one who witnessed everything and carried out the orders. You still do not get it." Calyx let out a tired sigh at her clueless expression. Only then did Lila's face finally shift, and she hurriedly asked, "The Hoshiran family? They will eliminate me. Is not the proper thing for you to do right now to save me and make me retract my testimony? That is the only way to erase." She did not even finish her sentence before Calyx cut in. "Even if you did that, would Grunbein's mana circuit return to normal? The Hoshiran family's plan to seize the Shikin territory has already fallen apart. Nobles never tolerate obstacles to their ambitions, especially not servants." His voice turned cold as frost as he laid out her fate. Her face drained of color, as if the life had been pulled straight out of her. She had seen countless servants die like dogs for noble families, but she had never once imagined she would be the one standing at the edge of that same pit. Why does it have to be me? The more she thought about it, the more a furious heat surged inside her chest. And then, as if driven by nothing but a raw desire for revenge against the one she believed had ruined her life, she snatched the lamp wick lying nearby and hurled herself at Calyx. "Die!" she screamed, aiming the sharp metal tip straight at his chest as she launched forward. But there was no way Kraut could let his young master get hurt. The moment Lila lunged forward, he stepped in front of Calyx, coiling his body and driving a powerful kick straight into the assassin's abdomen. She flew backward through the air, crashing onto the ground. Without hesitation, Kraut clenched her weapon in his hands and bellowed, "Filthy assassin, how dare you challenge my master?" Seeing Kraut's ferocity, Calyx spoke up, his voice calm but firm. "I appreciate your protection, but do not humiliate her too much. After all, it is thanks to her that I can become the successor lord." Kraut paused, absorbing the words, and slowly stepped back, retracting his aggressive stance. "It is my fault," Sir Lila started, but Calyx waved it off. "It is nothing," he said, shaking his head, and he began to approach her slowly. He spoke with measured calm. "People often hate those who reveal the truth more than those who push them into despair. Do you know why?" He did not wait for her answer, continuing immediately. "Because it is easier that way. No matter who the opponent is, venting anger at them gives a temporary relief. But it never lasts. Judging by your determination to survive, you are not the type to give up easily. Are you?" He smiled faintly, observing her. Of course no one wants to die, Lila said firmly, her voice resolute. I won't die. I can't die, her yell rang out, and it was exactly the display of determination Calix had been hoping to see. He nodded slightly. Good. Then you will be useful. Help me with my work, and I will protect you from those who would prosecute you. If you have a family, I will protect them as well. Lila's expression instantly shifted, and she shouted, My family has nothing to do with this. Are you using them as hostages to threaten me? Calix laughed loudly before flipping the switch on his cold, unyielding demeanor. Do not misunderstand me. Even if you die, it would not matter to me one bit. Assassins like you are a dime a dozen. Hearing this, Lila's expression calmed slightly as she considered the truth in his words. Yes, as a grand noble like a baron, I am nothing but a disposable tool. Realizing that, she asked, Then why did not you find someone else? There must be a reason you went through all this, just to convince me, right? Calix responded with the same calm certainty. First, to save time looking for someone else. Second, do you remember what I told you before? I said I would give you 1 minute. If you refuse within that time, I will return your freedom. As he spoke, he raised a single finger, emphasizing the point. No other choice, Lila thought to herself, finally coming to a decision. Reflecting on it, what he said made sense. She had constantly been sent on missions to monitor and deal with traitors within the organization. Even if it seemed selfish, she had no other options. She did not particularly like this brat, who only had looks going for him, but she had to survive at all costs. Resolving herself, she finally nodded in agreement to Calix's proposal. Fine, understood, she said. The Shikin and Hoshiran families have crossed the line. They will soon disappear. I stand to gain if the Hoshiran clan falls. Finally thinking straight, Calix smirked, a sly, condescending curl of his lips, as if mocking her for only now reaching the correct conclusion. Seeing this expression, Lila ground her teeth and snapped, in return, you must treat me as a mercenary under a fair contract, not a subordinate. I won't be running around taking orders unrelated to my missions. Good, Calix thought with relief. He had been bluffing a bit just now, and her agreement made things easier. Behind them, Crowd, who had been listening to this conversation the whole time, trembled with rage, his body shaking as if having a seizure. How dare you speak to the Lord like that, you insolent woman, he spat, his eyes wide with fury. Seeing this, Lila immediately raised her hands in surrender. Calm down. I will remain polite with my client, she said, her tone teasing yet calm. After all, he is the one paying me. She glanced at Crowd. You are not going to attack my new ally, right? I thought you held chivalry in high regard. Her playful smile only fueled Crowd's rage further, but try as he might, her logic was airtight, and he could not do a thing. Ally, my ally. He muttered under his breath, glaring at her. Sparks of tension seemed to leap between them as they stared each other down. Ignoring the bickering, Calix turned back to business. Last time, you mentioned it, right? The Dark Legion training grounds for the Hoshiran clan are somewhere in the Galdra Highlands. Crowd, I need a map detailing the entire kingdom and all surrounding areas of Hoshiran territory. Calix's voice rang out sharply. Since only Crowd could access the map window, a physical map was necessary to guide the two of them ahead. There is a large map in the War Council room, sir, Crowd replied, still smiling, though he did not entirely understand what Calix had in mind. Let us go, Calix said. Behind him, Lila followed, rolling her eyes at the overly energetic knight. Useless ball of energy, she thought with quiet disdain. After you, sir, Crowd said, opening the door with a polite gesture. Yet, for some reason, Calix stepped back, positioning himself behind Crowd instead. The knight blinked in confusion. My lord, why are you behind me? He asked. Nothing. Just go ahead, Calix stammered, forcing out a vague reply. Crowd tilted his head, suspicion creeping in. Does he not know the way? I know the way, sir, but should not a knight follow behind the lord? Crowd ventured, slightly hesitant. Hurry up, just move, Calix said irritably, cutting the discussion short. The scene shifted to the war room. As Crowd had mentioned, a massive map dominated the wall, spread wide for full observation. This is the War Council room, Crowd explained, The most classified military secrets on the entire Ellen continent are kept here. Calix's eyes scanned the map intently. Galdra Highlands. Got it. He pointed to a specific region and asked, "What do you know about this place?" Kraut squinted at the map, recalling details. "It is a well-known area, sir. This is where the Hoshiran family, a baronial clan, and the Reborn family, another baronial house, have been contesting territory. There is a copper mine there, but operations have halted due to the conflict." Calix's gaze sharpened. "The Reborn Baron sides with us, correct?" "Yes, sir," Kraut replied. Then, uncertainly, he added, "By the way, how accurate is this map? When was it last surveyed?" "I am not sure," he admitted, shaking his head. Lila, who had been observing quietly, began to piece together why Calix had sought her out. Offering her insight, she said, "It is a bit outdated, but there should not be any major inaccuracies. It would be better to update it with recent changes." Calix looked at her, surprised. "You can read the map." "Of course," she said proudly. "I have been around there since I was a child. I know the area very well." Then, curiosity flickering in her eyes, she asked, "So, what is in the Galdra Highlands?" Calix did not hesitate to answer. "There is an ancient ruin. I want to explore it." "Ruins? There is nothing like that there," she frowned. "When I was a kid, did not the adults always say the area was completely uncharted?" Calix's gaze did not waver. "Exactly. That is why it is worth investigating." At the back, Lila paused, recalling fragments of her own memories, and finally nodded. "The place the adults told us we must never go. It really exists," she admitted. Calix turned to her, his eyes sharp. "Do you know when the Hoshiran family began secretly training their army?" Lila shook her head. She did not know the full details. "I am not entirely sure. But from when I graduated from the 6th cycle and was sent to camp for 5 years, I would estimate it has been around 15 years. Calix pressed further. "Then when did the territorial conflict between the Hoshiran family and the Gerard family begin?" This time, Kraut stepped in. "Around the same time. About 15 years ago," he replied, then fell into deep thought, causing Lila to frown in curiosity. "You have figured something out?" she asked. "No. Not yet," Kraut answered, his contemplative expression giving nothing away. But then he admitted he still did not know, which drew a sigh of frustration from Lila. "So that is it," she muttered, disappointed. Seeing her reaction, Kraut snapped. "What is with that tone? Are you mocking me?" Lila shot back, tugging at his face as if to straighten it, and yelled, "I am not doing anything, who do you think you are?" And just like that, the two of them began squabbling, teeth and tempers flaring. Until Calix interjected. "Training an army requires enormous funds. Without a solid source of income, it would be difficult to expand the forces." Hearing this, Lila paused her attack on Kraut and asked, "What do you mean?" Calix said nothing. Kraut answered instead, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "It means they must have gotten a lot of money from somewhere." "I was not asking you, fool," Lila snapped. Calix merely nodded in agreement with Kraut's assessment. As he said, the Hoshiran family must have found a new source of income during that time. They probably used it to secretly train their army, and then sent them on covert missions like you, Lila. Lila ground her teeth at the implication, struggling to calm her anger for a few moments before speaking again. "Then what exactly is this source of money, and how is it connected to the ruins?" Calix leaned in, explaining his reasoning. "First, copper mines are usually found near silver deposits. Often, silver can be extracted from the copper ore. I suspect the Hoshiran family has been secretly mining silver. That is a serious crime." Kraut frowned, concern flickering across his face. Calix understood this fully, but he could not grasp why the Hoshirans would risk so much. "True. But think about it, imagine discovering a silver deposit on your land. Yet the gold and silver mines are considered royal property. Do you really think any noble would honestly report that?" Hearing this, Kraut's eyes widened in realization. He turned to the next question. "And the ruins, what do we know about them?" Calix's lips curled into a knowing smile as he thought silently. "That place. It is perfect for hiding something. Whether they believe me or not does not matter, they will never leave the Baron's estate alone. Standing beside him, Lila finally spoke up. But what does any of that have to do with us? Are you planning to start a war just to seize their resources? I do not think the Shikan territory has enough supplies to support something like that. Damn it. But she is right, Kraut thought bitterly, though he kept his mouth shut. Unaware of what was going on in his head, Lila continued, in any case, failing to report the existence of a silver mine is illegal. Even if we managed to take it through war, if they reported it to the royal family, everything would be over for us. What if we report it first, she suggested. However, Calyx shook his head. We would not gain anything. Our territory is already on the brink of bankruptcy. That is why we need money. What exactly are you implying? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Calyx's lips curled into a sharp grin as he revealed his true idea. The money they have accumulated. It is probably stored right there. It is illegal wealth. Even if we steal it, they can't sue anyone. I see. Both Kraut and Lila's eyes lit up in understanding. Time passed quickly, and later that night Calyx gathered a group of people to prepare for his plan. Old man Russell was present as well. My lord, Russell said, voice steady with concern, is it really wise to put your trust in such an inexperienced young man? The Galdra Plateau is not a place for games. There is a saying charging blindly into danger and acting rashly only leads to trouble. Perhaps you should reconsider. The genuine worry in his tone made Calyx feel strangely touched. He sounds like an old grandfather fretting over his grandson, Calyx thought with a faint smile. If you came with me, things would be much easier, Calyx admitted. However, helping someone as talented as Kraut grow quickly is important. It brings us closer to our goals. And in times as unstable as these, both of us leaving the territory at once would be far too risky. Hearing how thoughtful Calyx's plan actually was, Russell bowed his head. You are right. My thinking was too shallow. Then please take care of yourself. With that, he spun toward Kraut and roared, make sure you protect the young lord properly. If anything happens to him, you are dead too, do you understand? Do not worry, leave it to me, Kraut replied, sticking out his tongue with confidence only to get punched hard on the head an instant later. Take this seriously. Ow, sorry. Leaving Kraut's antics aside, Russell turned to the rest of the group. Everyone, the young lord is still injured. Even so, he is pushing through the pain for the sake of this territory. Follow his commands without question. Understood. Yes, sir, the group answered in unison. Meanwhile, Calyx observed the carefree, relaxed expressions of the young men before him and thought, no warrior wants to follow a lord who is so weak he is practically suicidal. Raising their loyalty is part of my job too. Reminding himself of his responsibilities, he turned toward the exit. Since this was a covert mission, they used a hidden route to slip out of the territory of forgotten, abandoned well leading into an underground passage. First, Kraut began lowering a rope ladder down into the shaft. He then bit down on a portable lantern, securing it in his teeth, and carefully began descending. Be careful, young lord, Kraut called out, his voice echoing slightly in the narrow space. At the bottom of the well, a secret passage had already been opened long ago. From there, the tunnel led out beyond the castle, quite a distance away. Kraut shone the light ahead as he spoke. Let us go, Calyx nodded, signaling the group to move forward. The party proceeded quickly, navigating the dark, confined passage until they arrived at a solid iron door, tightly locked. By now, Calyx was exhausted from the long trek, panting heavily from the effort. Though they were only walking, the strain of the journey and the distance covered had clearly taken a toll. Grab onto me. Calyx took hold, and with Kraut's steady assistance, he was lifted up to the top of the tunnel. As soon as his head emerged, Calyx's eyes widened in astonishment. Where exactly are we? Calyx asked as he glanced around. From the look in his eyes, it seemed they had emerged inside some abandoned building. Behind him, after climbing out of the tunnel, Kraut spoke up to explain. This used to be a water reservoir. It has not been used in a long time. The exit is this way, sir. He pushed open a creaking door, and outside, several horse-drawn wagons loaded with cargo were already waiting. Oh, you really prepared everything, Calyx said, surprised. Kraut lit up instantly at the praise. Please, young lord, get on the wagon. Do not call me, young lord. Do you want everyone here to know I am the lord of an enemy territory? Calyx scolded. From now on, call me, young master. He then looked over the cargo stacked on the wagons and thought to himself, switching to a merchant's disguise feels weird. And it looks unnatural. I need to act more naturally. Calyx turned and called out, "Hey, Kraut." "Yes, I mean, young master." Kraut quickly corrected himself, still not used to the change in title. Ignoring that, Calyx continued, "You prepared everything I asked for, right?" Kraut became visibly awkward. "Why yes, but do I really have to wear this disgusting outfit?" He pinched a filthy cloak between two fingers, holding it at arm's length like it carried a disease. It looked like something stolen off a beggar. Seeing his expression, Calyx could not help but grin. "If you do not want that one, you can switch to the porter's outfit. I am already disguising myself as Shikin's newlywed husband, you know." "No, I will wear it," Kraut shouted immediately, horrified. "I can't let you sit next to that female assassin." His voice rang out so loudly that everyone nearby turned to stare. Calyx instantly felt a vein pop in his forehead. This idiot. Always saying the most ridiculous crap. He screamed internally. Realizing Calyx was about to explode, Kraut panicked and quickly changed the subject, even though he still pouted to himself. "I was not even lying." He reluctantly walked toward Lila, extended a hand, and said, "Shall we go, my lady?" Everyone around turned to watch, eager to see her reaction. Under all those probing stares, Lila casually slapped his hand aside. "My lady, what are you talking about? I can walk just fine." "Move. You are blocking my way." Calyx watched the exchange in silence, feeling a headache forming. This is exactly how subordinates end up acting. If they mesh well, it creates synergy. If not, they split into factions, punch each other, and in the end either die alone or all abandon their commander. Maybe the whole hero's destiny system is not just a game mechanic. Maybe it is something built by a god mimicking a real world. Lila could really prove herself to the others. Should I help her from the shadows? Calyx wondered. Before he could think further, Kraut called out, "Young master, everything is ready." His thoughts snapped, and Calyx replied, "Right. We need to get as far as possible before sunrise." "Yes, young master," Kraut saluted. And with that, once preparations were complete, the group set off, moving quickly along the predetermined route under the cover of night. Time passed quickly as they traveled through village after village, town after town, meeting all kinds of people along the way. And today, they were finally approaching their destination. "The village we passed earlier was the last rural settlement on this route," Kraut reminded him. Across from him, Calyx, who had been curling up inside the carriage to rest, nodded. "I understand. Tell everyone to take off their disguises and start preparing for real combat tomorrow." "Understood." Time slipped by, and the next morning arrived before they knew it. After breakfast, Calyx stood before his group. "This is where we begin the real operation. Let us move." Behind him, the knights, now dressed in proper armor instead of merchant garb, followed swiftly. They had not gone far when Kraut suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. "Our scout has returned," he said. "Good," Calyx replied, quickly hopping off the wagon. Up ahead, the scout rushed toward them, breathless. "Sir, knights, there is a group of Bigfoots ahead." At those words, Kraut's expression shifted. He knew very well how troublesome that species could be. "Bigfoots, huh, damn it. What is the size of their nest?" he asked. Notes: Bigfoots are large, heavily furred creatures resembling gorillas. 5, sir, the scout answered immediately. Calyx, however, seemed to have something else in mind. "Hey, Kraut," he said, turning toward him, "get me up into the trees. I want to see them myself." Misunderstanding, Kraut assumed the young master was just excited like a child discovering a new toy since he had never seen these monsters up close before. "Yes, sir," he said with a grin. He scooped Calyx up in a princess carry and leapt to a higher, elevated area, placing him where he had a clear view. Once Calyx focused his gaze, he spotted them almost instantly. "There they are," he muttered, narrowing his eyes. In the distance, on an open patch of land, several crude huts stood clustered together. It looked like the settlement of the Bigfoots. "Do not underestimate them," Kraut warned. "So, what is the plan?" Though still young, Kraut quickly outlined a strategy. First, we cut off their escape route using fire arrows. He did not get to finish. Hold on, Calyx shouted. Burn them. Are you out of your mind? Calyx's words struck hard, and Kraut turned to him with an expression far more serious than his usual playful smirk. Young master, I am sorry, but this is the life and death of our subordinates. We can't gamble on a method that has not been tested. Hearing that, Calyx began trembling with anger. No one on this continent knows more about monsters than I do. But I have no way to convince them. He thought, his hands shaking. After giving Calyx a moment to look around from the treetop, Kraut carried him back down, saying, I will stop there, charge myself and come up with a plan. Even if I agree with you, there is no guarantee the others will. Calyx frowned. He could see the truth in those words. Behind them, Kraut began barking orders. Knights of the Blue Lion, I will explain the strategy. First, we are going to and so on. One by one, the so-called plans were laid out. Listening from the side, Calyx almost went numb. What is this? This is not even a plan. This is just everyone dealing with things however they feel like, he screamed internally but could do nothing. Unless he proved his own competence and built real authority, he would remain nothing but a burden. Prove my strength. Calyx repeated to himself, trying to come up with an approach. While he was still struggling, Lila suddenly walked up to him. There is something I need to discuss with you, she said quietly. This plan is going to fail. Every one of them will be wiped out. Of course, I believe you will step in to save them even if it means risking your life. Calyx clenched his teeth. I understand that. Then why remain silent, she pressed. He let out a long breath. I am not staying silent. I am trying to figure out how to get through this and gain proper control over my subordinates. Hearing that, something clicked for Lila. She nodded slowly, eyes thoughtful. In that case, I have an idea. Bigfoots are extremely protective of their young. When a battle starts, the females will prioritize escaping with the little ones. The males will stay behind to buy time, no matter how dangerous things are. But once they have hidden the young somewhere safe, they will come back for revenge brutally. Yeah, I know, Calyx sighed inwardly. That is exactly why this is going to be difficult. Out loud, he asked, so what is your idea? She looked slightly surprised that he accepted her words so readily but continued, first, I need to confirm something. Our goal is not to wipe out the Bigfoots, right? We only need to pass through quietly. That is right, we just need to get past them, Calyx replied with a nod. In that case, there is a method. Lila leaned closer. We simply need to make them believe their hiding place is not safe. Right now, there are 5 groups of them blocking the route we have to take. After that idiot launches his attack, if we assign another team to create chaos near the females and cubs shelter just temporarily, then all the Bigfoots will retreat to protect the young. If we take advantage of that window, the main force can slip through safely. She delivered her idea in one breath, her tone urgent and precise. Hearing her proposal, Calyx was not particularly surprised. I have thought about that plan too. But still. He shifted uneasily, then let out a restless sigh. So that is your plan, huh? Then who is going to do it? Who is going to find their hiding place and launch the attack? The Bigfoots, those monsters will go insane the moment their young are threatened and chase us to the ends of the earth. That is basically a suicide mission, he shouted. I will do it. I intended to from the start, Lila said calmly, pointing at herself. Calyx narrowed his eyes. Could it be? She has Siren's potion, he wondered. She blinked in confusion. But Calyx knew her personality too well. There was only one reason she would volunteer for a mission guaranteed to get her killed. When he said it aloud, Lila nodded. I need that herbal extract to deceive the Bigfoots. Their sense of smell is sharper than a hound's. I have been observing them all day, but honestly, my impression of you has changed. You are like a completely different person. Are you alright? Why are you suddenly coughing so much? It is nothing, Calyx cut her off quickly. If it works, then this is not a bad plan at all. Lila, misreading his urgency as concern for her, puffed out her chest proudly. Do not worry about me. Ever since I was 8, this place has been my playground. Instead of being reassured, Calyx stared at her with a puzzled look. Why are you helping me? He asked. If the Shikin family collapses, I will be in danger too, she answered evenly. This is not something I can ignore. It is not like I have any reason to distrust her. But still, Calyx thought, letting out a faint, bitter laugh. Gaining the trust of others is supposed to be nearly impossible for me, yet she managed it, just like that. Opposite him, Lila gave a small, gentle nod. Seeing that, Calyx finally accepted her proposal. All right. Before we begin, I want to ask you something. What is it? Lila asked. Calyx pointed forward. Look over there. When dealing with Bigfoots, always assume there are at least two more than what you can see. Lila's eyes widened. There is a saying about them, the hunters circle back and attack from behind. Exactly, Calyx replied. That is how they fight. Over there. And over there. What do you think about those two positions? He pointed toward two separate spots, and Lila immediately responded, those are definitely some of them. That goblin cave is one of their favorite places. Thanks for the info. Seems like we will get through this without too much trouble after all, Calyx said, giving her a playful thumbs up. But the truth weighed heavily on him. Trying to block the Bigfoots with just hiding spots and caves won't work. I do not have the manpower, and convincing the knights will be nearly impossible. They probably won't want me going anywhere either. He thought grimly. It is fine, Lila said with a bow, already piecing the rest together in her head. You are going to have the knights guard those locations, right? And I have one more request. What followed was hidden by the author, some secret exchange between the two. No one knew what Calyx said, but after Lila listened, she burst into laughter, bright and delighted. That sounds fun, she said with a grin. Then, without warning, she lifted a hand and brushed her fingers lightly against Calyx's cheek before slowly leaning in. Calyx's vision swam. What? What are you doing? But contrary to whatever Calyx had expected or secretly hoped for, Lila simply smiled, reached up, and plucked a stray leaf from his hair. There was a leaf stuck on your head, she said lightly. Realizing he had completely misunderstood her intentions, Calyx felt his face burn with embarrassment. Why do I feel like some desperate otaku who almost risked his life just to get his idol's autograph? He thought, quickly whipping his head to the side. His reaction left the assassin girl somewhat puzzled. At that exact moment, as if terrified that leaving Calyx alone with Lila for even a second would lead to trouble, Crowd dashed over. Young master, is something wrong? Are you cold? He asked anxiously. No, it is nothing, Calyx stammered. Then, as though remembering something important, he steadied himself and continued. Right. Go prepare weapons for Lila. Also, she will be carrying out a task I assigned her. If she suddenly disappears, do not be surprised. Kraut's expression immediately darkened. He leaned in cautiously. Can you at least tell me what this task is? To be honest, I still do not fully trust her. Calyx answered with a calm smile. Then trust my judgment. We are all in the same boat. Fine. But just this once, Kraut muttered, clearly displeased. Seeing his grumpy, suspicious expression, Lila waved him off. No need. I will prepare myself. And with that, she casually removed her cloak, revealing a strikingly voluptuous figure that made every man in the group instantly snap to attention. To be fair, by modern standards her outfit was not anything outrageous. But in this era, it was more than enough to make blood boil. And at the very least, it made an emotionally underdeveloped chicken like Calyx practically emit steam from the top of his head. Even Kraut beside him froze like a startled rooster. What are you? What are you doing? He stammered. But Lila did not seem bothered at all. She continued adjusting her outfit, tweaking it for maximum mobility and comfort. Then she pulled out a small vial of cream and began rubbing the substance across her skin. Kraut's eyes widened as realization hit. She is trying to fool the Bigfoots by coating herself in that scent. God, it reeks. He quickly clamped a hand over his nose. She is brave, but this is overkill. When he looked back at Lila again, she was finishing her weapon check. Her movements were smooth and practiced. She nodded to herself in satisfaction. Just as I thought. My eye color changed. And nobody's panicking. Guess I worried for nothing. She slipped her cloak back on, then turned to Calyx with a sharp, focused expression. It is time. Shall we begin? Hearing her say that, Calyx nodded in agreement. All right. If necessary, you can take a few soldiers with you, he added. But the assassin simply shook her head. No need. They would not listen to me anyway. Seeing her firm refusal, Calyx did not press the matter. Understood. Then I will leave everything to you. With that, Lila sprang toward the branches and vanished into the forest. Kraut, noticing she had disappeared from sight, turned to the rest of the group. Let us move too. Before long, they pushed deeper into the woods, creeping toward the Bigfoots as silently and carefully as possible. End it in a single strike, Kraut told himself. The wind was blowing toward the Bigfoot village. Lila was heading in the opposite direction. I still have no idea what she is planning, Calyx thought uneasily. At the same time, a few of the hulking, gorilla-like Bigfoots inside the village sniffed the air and abruptly turned back. Kraut did not hesitate. He lunged straight at one of them, slashing his sword across its face. But the strike was not nearly as deep as he wanted. Too shallow, he cursed inwardly. From behind, Calyx watched Kraut charge in like a madman and felt the urge to swear. That idiot, if you were going for a surprise attack, hit the weak point. Why would you go for a face slash, you moron? He screamed internally. And just as Calyx feared, the Bigfoot Kraut struck flew into a rage, swinging its massive fist straight at him. The impact exploded like a cannon blast, throwing up a cloud of dust and dirt. From within that cloud, Kraut's small figure was hurled backward, though thankfully he seemed uninjured. Behind them, Calyx's eyes sparkled like stars. The chaotic, explosive clash unfolding before him looked just like a Hollywood action scene. Amazing. They're actually fighting for real. Nothing like watching it through a computer screen, he marveled. The enraged Bigfoot began pounding its chest with both enormous arms, bellowing a warning roar to summon the others. Almost instantly, more of them charged toward the sound. The ground shook under their heavy footsteps, and Calyx went pale. This is bad. Would fire magic even help here? He wondered nervously. Meanwhile, Kraut, absolutely terrified of nothing, saw the Bigfoots gathering and shouted to the knights behind him. Knights of the Blue Lion Order, advance. Hey, wait, Calyx cried anxiously. Lord Calyx, I am one of Thomas's escort knights. I am Albu. Please do not stray from our formation, one of the knights warned him. Yes, all right, Calyx replied quickly. Then the battle began in full force. To greet the charging monsters, Kraut sheathed his sword in a bright aura and rushed forward. Do not step out of formation, he roared, swinging downward with all his strength. His blade unleashed a glowing arc of energy that slammed into the ground below, triggering a deafening explosion that shook the forest. When the dust finally cleared, the rest of the squad saw that the Bigfoots caught in the blast could not withstand the power of Kraut's attack. They were sprawled helplessly across the ground. Seeing that, Kraut's face lit up with excitement. He turned to Calyx as if showing off a trophy. Look, I got one. Behind them, the young noble was trembling with so much anger that his whole body shook. What are you showing off for? Go help the others already, he fumed silently. He had no idea what animal Calyx might have been born under, but the moment that thought crossed his mind, a soldier in the distance suddenly cried out. His sword had been swatted clean out of his hand by one of the Bigfoot's giant palms. The soldier lurched backward, desperately trying to reach for his weapon, but it was already too late. The monster's massive hand was already sweeping down toward him. Fortunately, at the last possible second, Kraut shot forward and delivered a full-force kick straight into the creature's face. The Bigfoot's fangs flew out in a spray. Go, grab your sword, Kraut shouted. Thank you, Captain, the soldier gasped, still shaken from his brush with death. Kraut did not bother acknowledging the gratitude. He was already starting to feel the strain of dealing with these monsters. We can't keep taking them down one by one like this, he thought grimly, sprinting off to save another knight who was in danger. Watch out, Kraut barked when he spotted a Bigfoot lining up a spear thrust straight at a knight. With no other choice, he kicked his speed into overdrive, darted in, and slashed off the monster's arm in a single strike. The creature howled like a burning house collapsing, but Kraut had no time to breathe. He immediately bolted toward another crisis point. As he ran, he could not stop himself from cursing under his breath. Damn it. There is no end to these things. Even the old ones are way stronger than I expected. Gritting his teeth, he dove toward the heel of another Bigfoot, sliding across the grass as he swung his sword with all his strength. Blood sprayed in a violent gush, and the towering beast toppled forward. Seeing the giant fall, the remaining knights rushed in eagerly. "Now's our chance," they shouted, rallying together. Meanwhile, Kraut was already gasping for air. Something's off, he realized. When we first scouted them, there were only 8. Where's the last one? As the realization hit him, he whipped around and froze. A massive white Bigfoot, much larger than the others, was charging straight toward Calyx. No. Damn it. His face drained of color. That is the one, it is going for the young master. Get it, hurry, Kraut roared, pushing his body to its absolute limit as he sprinted after the creature. Meanwhile, the knight standing beside Calyx tightened his grip on his spear, then spoke calmly without taking his eyes off the monster. "Young master, please step back." As for Kraut, the moment he sensed that he would not make it back in time, he gathered every ounce of energy inside his body. A split second later, he unleashed a violent, concentrated strike straight at the white Bigfoot. His sword carved through the air, releasing a pillar of destructive light that roared forward and pierced into the creature before it even had the chance to react. The explosion that followed made the knight beside Calyx wince from the shockwave. Did we stop it?" Calyx asked quickly. But just as the question left his lips, a massive hand burst out of the fading smoke and backhanded the knight with terrifying force. The man's body shot through the air like a fired cannonball, crashing into the ground far behind them. The impact was so powerful it split the earth open in a jagged line. Calyx's face went pale. Meanwhile, Knight Thomas had no time to worry about his fallen comrade. He stepped in front of Calyx and said urgently, "Young master, this is too dangerous. You must not leave my side." Back to Kraut, watching a fellow knight get swatted aside like that sent a surge of fury through him. "You bastard," he roared. Lightning crackled across his entire body as he dashed toward the white monster, bolts snapping wildly in every direction. The display of electricity was so intense that even the Bigfoot recoiled, raising its arms to shield its face. Seeing the chance, Calyx clenched his fists and turned to Thomas. "Thomas, go help them and take that monster down. If we do not do something, all of us are going to die." Thomas tried to steady his voice. "Young master, I can't. Just hold on a little longer." "Hold on," Calyx cut him off sharply. "If we just defend, who is going to come save us? Think, Thomas, if the soldiers fall, you will be alone against 2 monsters. That puts us in even greater danger, does not it?" He grabbed Thomas's arm, staring directly into his eyes with desperate conviction. The conflict in Thomas's expression deepened. Kraut had strictly ordered him not to take his eyes off the young master, and as a knight, that order weighed heavily on him. But then Calyx delivered the final blow. "Thomas," he said, voice sharp with authority, "are you planning to defy your master's command?" The sheer force of the words slammed into Thomas like a hammer. His hesitation shattered. "I am a knight. A knight obeys his master. And I want to fight. I want to protect him," he thought, placing a hand to his chest. "Yes, young master," he answered firmly, giving a decisive nod before sprinting off to assist the others. Meanwhile, Calyx hurried toward Albu, the knight who had been sent flying earlier by the white Bigfoot to check on his condition. Back to Calyx when he heard the strange sound behind him, he immediately spun around, but it was already too late. In that split second of pure danger, Albu seemed to appear out of nowhere, shoving Calyx aside and taking the full force of the attack meant for him. The knight had already been seriously injured, and now, with another massive wound tearing across his back, he looked like he might very well be at death's door. Seeing Albu's body lying in a pool of blood, something inside Calyx snapped. A wave of uncontrollable fury surged through him. You bastard," he shouted, gripping his weapon tight as he charged at the sharp-eared green goblin. But for someone like him, nothing more than a pampered young master who had never fought a real battle, there was simply no way to overpower a goblin that had survived who knows how many brutal fights in the wilderness. The moment Calyx swung his first attack, the goblin tilted its body effortlessly out of the blade's path. Calyx tried 2 more times, slashing with all the strength he had, but the goblin skillfully parried each strike with its dagger. Then, in one fluid motion, it dipped low and slashed upward toward Calyx's stomach. Luckily, Calyx's reflexes were not completely hopeless. He managed to leap backward at the very last second, dodging the fatal blow. Even so, his clothes were left with a long, ugly tear. Staring at it, he felt a wave of chilling relief wash through him. That was close. If its arms were not so short, I would be done for. But even that small victory did not change the reality his body was weak. His hands were shaking so hard that he could barely keep hold of his sword. He forced himself to focus, staring at the goblin and analyzing it as fast as his mind could work. My reach is longer, he thought. Counting both the creature's arm length and its dagger, the goblin's range could not be more than 50 or 60 centimeters. Meanwhile, his own arm plus the sword easily extended twice that far. As long as it does not get close, I am fine. I still have a chance. Calyx tried to reassure himself, clinging to that one thin thread of logic. The goblin, noticing that Calyx was not rushing in again, decided to take the initiative. It crouched low, gathering strength in its legs, and then launched itself high into the air toward him. Calyx tightened his grip and swung upward with all the force he could muster. Since the goblin was airborne, it had no room to dodge. His blade landed, slicing a fresh cut along its ear. Unfortunately, the wound did not stop its attack. The goblin's dagger was already angling straight toward Calyx's chest. Nope, Calyx yelped, hurling himself sideways in a desperate dive. The dagger missed him by mere inches, sparing his life by the narrowest margin. Having pulled that off, Calyx felt as though his very soul had flown halfway to the heavens. He would truly believe the goblin was about to bring its blade straight down on his shoulder. That was so close. It almost sliced me in half, he thought, still shaken as he hurriedly raised his sword to brace for the next attack. The green-skinned creature was already charging at him again, giving him absolutely no time to regroup. It is coming again. Damn it, Calyx grit his teeth, panic and frustration mixing together as the goblin closed the distance. With no options left, he simply swung his sword out of pure instinct the moment the goblin rushed in. Naturally, for a creature that had survived countless battles, dodging such a clumsy strike was child's play. It slipped aside effortlessly. Then, taking advantage of the moment before Calyx could pull his blade back into a defensive stance, the goblin lunged, aiming its dagger right at his handsome face. But the creature underestimated him. Even though Calyx had not retrieved his sword in time, he still had one free limb. He snapped his knee up and kicked the dagger clean out of the goblin's hand. Before the creature had a chance to react to the sudden reversal, Calyx rushed forward to close the gap. Die, he roared, channeling every ounce of remaining strength into his arms as he drove his sword straight through the goblin's torso. He shoved forward with everything he had, pinning both the creature and his blade into the trunk of a tree. Calyx stood there, chest heaving, watching the goblin's body twitch violently against the bark. Only when it finally went limp did he allow himself to breathe again. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, completely spent. He had poured every last drop of strength into that one attack. A second later, his stomach clenched painfully, and before he could even process the feeling, he bent over and began vomiting uncontrollably. This is nothing like a game. I really thought I was going to die, he thought weakly, wiping his mouth with a trembling hand. Still, sending two monsters back to the respawn screen had earned him something. A glowing system window appeared before his eyes. You have defeated D-rank monster ×2. You have defeated an overwhelmingly stronger opponent. Bonus rewards increased. Poison, traps, etc. detected. Bonus rewards decreased. You have defeated F-rank monster. You have won your first battle. Bonus rewards increased. Level up, 8 right pointing arrow 11. Item vault unlocked. At the sight of that last line, Calyx's eyes lit up instantly. The item vault. That is it, he exclaimed in excitement. Just then, Kraut came running up to him, breathless. Young master, are you all right? The knight asked, his voice full of worry. But after taking in the scene, the corpses scattered across the ground, cold sweat broke out all over Kraut's forehead. How what happened here? Are you hurt anywhere? He stammered as he grabbed Calyx by the shoulders and began inspecting him from head to toe. Without hesitation, Calyx, annoyed, swatted lightly at him. I am fine. What about the others? He asked. Hearing that question, Kraut forced himself to calm down a little and answered, Fortunately, once we killed 2 of them, the rest retreated. We were lucky. Lucky, no. 6 a plan must have worked, Calyx thought. But then he suddenly remembered someone and felt his stomach drop. Right, who is that knight lying over there? He asked. You mean Albu, Kraut replied. Yes. Where is he? Calyx demanded, nodding quickly. Kraut hesitated for a brief moment before pointing toward a spot behind them. He is over there. Calyx turned in that direction, and the color drained from his face as he saw what awaited him. No one had died, and Calyx was not naive enough to think there would be no sacrifices at all. Yet even so, thinking about it made his mind twist with guilt. Albu. I am sorry. If only I had not been so careless. He murmured, his voice heavy with remorse. Behind him, the knights of the Blue Lion squad stood silently, watching their comrades, those who were on the brink of passing to the next world, with solemn expressions. After a moment, Kraut stepped forward and tried to console him. It is not your fault, young master. He sacrificed himself honorably, Kraut said, hoping to ease Calyx's grief a little. But Calyx's reaction was fierce and immediate. Do not talk nonsense, there is no such thing as an honorable sacrifice here. A sacrifice is death, he shouted, his eyes welling with tears. Seeing this expression on Calyx's face, Kraut's own features fell into a stunned blank. This was the first time he had lost a subordinate. Feeling this deeply was only natural. However, that was not the whole story. Albu was not the only one who had fallen. Soon after, the knights carefully began retrieving the bodies of the other fallen soldiers, right in front of Calyx. His lips trembled as he asked quietly, "How's the situation on your side, Kraut?" Hearing the question, replied with a somber tone, 3 have died, 1 wounded. Given the circumstances, casualties were relatively low. Calyx, hearing Kraut's report, felt a pang of self-reproach. It is my fault. If I had applied my knowledge more effectively in our strategy, no one would have died. I am alive, and it is all thanks to the traps Lila set up beforehand. And Albu. He sacrificed himself to protect me. Anger at his own carelessness rose within him, and he let out a shout, startling everyone around him. After a moment, as his emotions settled slightly, he spoke again. How shall we handle the bodies of those who fell on the battlefield? If the situation allows, we will preserve their bodies and bring them back, Kraut answered. Understood. Do it properly, make sure they are treated with respect, Calyx instructed firmly. Hearing this, Kraut turned to his fellow knights. All right, everyone, but before he could finish, he froze in surprise. He saw his subordinates wiping away tears, whispering silently to themselves, by the gods, he is so good. I swear I will protect young Master Calyx at all costs. Their expressions left Kraut slightly astonished. Their attitudes had changed. You have finally earned their loyalty, young master, he thought. Time moved on quickly. Once the formation had been stabilized and all matters attended to, Kraut approached Calyx again. Young master, the bodies have been preserved, preparations for departure are complete, and everyone is awaiting your orders. Turning his attention back to Calyx, he glanced around at everyone nearby, reflecting on the situation. The way they looked at him was completely different from before. This is not the time to dwell on guilt. I have to give these warriors hope for the future, he thought. With that resolve, Calyx straightened and raised his voice, projecting authority and confidence. My warriors, you fought bravely against the giant apes. Now, we will move toward our objective as quickly as possible. Those of you still able, make sure to care for the wounded. We will never abandon our comrades. Understood? Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Back an hour earlier, Lila, the assassin, was moving stealthily through the forest, searching for a way to infiltrate the stronghold of the giant apes. Suddenly, a massive gorilla spotted her and charged straight at her. But Lila reacted instantly, leaping to the side to dodge the crushing blow. Damn it, they have spotted me, she muttered inwardly. Without missing a beat, she threw a grappling hook attached to a cord, anchoring it firmly to a nearby tree. Pulling herself backward, she swung clear of the ape's next strike and landed safely on a tree branch. Keep moving, stay fast, she reminded herself. With that, Lila wrapped the cord tightly around another branch and swung herself toward it, repeating the maneuver smoothly. Appearing calm and confident, she eventually descended back to the forest floor. The gorilla, however, charged at her like a massive tank, eyes locked on Lila, unaware that a taut cord had been stretched directly in its path. Instantly, the cord sliced across its neck, and a spray of blood erupted. Got it. That is something, Lila thought with satisfaction. But victory was short-lived. The giant ape was far from finished. The cord had only caused a shallow cut on its neck. Enraged, it grabbed a nearby tree and ripped it out of the ground, sending Lila into momentary panic. "What the?" she shouted. On the other side, the massive gorilla swung its left arm straight at her small frame. The danger jolted Lila out of her shock, and she quickly maneuvered behind the ape. Leaping into the air, she swung the cord in a spiral toward its neck. Before the gorilla could react, the cord wrapped around its neck several times, tightening with force. The giant ape screamed in terror, howling in pain as Lila's precision and quick thinking began to gain the upper hand. On her side, Lila let out a quiet sigh of relief as she saw the giant ape finally restrained. "Somehow, I have actually managed it," she thought. "The rope I crafted from monster sinew is incredibly thin, too delicate to grip with my hands, yet it held." She watched as the creature thrashed violently, trying to snap the cord. Shaking her head coolly, she thought, "Even if it sees me standing right here, it is useless." At the same time, the sound of the rope cutting sharply into the tree bark echoed through the forest as the massive creature tugged with all its strength. "Wow, it is trying to pull the entire tree down. I need to inject it with a dose of siren serum directly," Lila muttered. She quickly retrieved a syringe from her side pouch and dashed toward the beast. "I have to be fast while it is still restrained," she reminded herself. The giant ape, sensing danger from Lila, swung its enormous arm in a wide arc, striking the ground and creating a shallow crater. But her speed was unmatched. She deftly maneuvered behind it, climbing onto its back, and plunged the syringe deep into its neck. The creature screamed like a house on fire. "Got it, the serum's in. I just hope it works," Lila murmured, maintaining a calm focus as she waited for the effect. However, something seemed off. After the injection, the giant ape grew increasingly agitated, thrashing even more violently. It ripped a nearby tree in half with sheer force. "Oh no," Lila thought, panic rising, tightening her grip on her weapon in preparation for a deadly confrontation. Thankfully, it appeared to be the creature's final outburst. Its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed onto the ground in a stupor, completely subdued. Seeing this, Lila could not help but silently offer a prayer of thanks. "Made it," she breathed, astonished that her concoction had actually worked. "I hate to admit it, but when it comes to toxins, he is always one step ahead of me." She thought of her target and reflected, someone can change entirely overnight. It is bizarre. I have been observing and shadowing him for a year, yet now he seems like a completely different person. No. Maybe that is for the best. I thought I would never have a chance at revenge, but now, perhaps there is a small opening. With that, Lila carefully withdrew the syringe from the giant ape and meticulously cleaned it, a faint smile of satisfaction crossing her face. Back with Calix's group, they continued to push deeper into the forest, searching for the ruins. However, after casting a quick glance around and seeing the wounded struggling to move, Calix turned to Kraut and said, "Kraut, find a spot and let us rest for a bit." "Yes, sir," Kraut nodded in agreement. While the group settled down to take a break, Calix brought out a pile of healing potions for everyone. "Here, drink this," he said, handing a bottle to one of the injured. The wounded knights hesitated for a moment, looking at him with curiosity. "Is this medicine for us?" Before they could question him further, Calix tossed a bottle to each of the 3 injured knights. "Just drink it and get better," he said, waving his hand dismissively. From behind, Kraut watched Calix's actions and exclaimed in alarm, "Young master, what are you doing? Oh no, more trouble." Calix groaned at the impending scolding. Even though the potions were low grade, Kraut continued urgently, "These are very expensive, sir. Count Russell specially prepared them for you, young master. 10 bottles cost half the Baron's treasury." Calix's eyes flashed with irritation. "So you expect me to just stand here and watch while the wounded suffer? Should I just turn a blind eye?" No, that is not what I meant," Kraut stammered. The injured knights, staring at him intently, made him squirm slightly. Calyx, recognizing Kraut's genuine concern, patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. After this expedition, we will be drinking low-grade potions like water. Yes. I hope so, Kraut said with a sigh, though his tone carried little expectation. At the same time, the knights bowed with their hands over their chests in a gesture of respect toward Calyx for his actions. The sight made Calyx pause for a moment, reflecting. A person will risk their life for someone who recognizes their worth. I am sure everyone here feels they have found a master worth serving with sincerity, Kraut thought silently. It is time. Let us go, Calyx called out. Hey, that face. Get ready, he added, glancing at Kraut's cheerful, flower-like smile with a hint of embarrassment. Once everyone climbed onto the horse-drawn carriage, a system notification appeared before Calyx. Support rating has increased from 14% to 18%. Seeing this, a small smile spread across his face. Let us go, he said. And so, the caravan resumed its journey after the brief rest. Time passed quickly. As Calyx sat in the carriage, he suddenly shouted, "Stop!" At his words, almost as an instinct, the entire convoy ground to a halt. Kraut, sitting beside him, turned in confusion. We are stopping, what happened? Calyx did not answer. Instead, he immediately jumped down from the carriage. We have reached our destination, he said. Hearing that, Kraut felt his mind short-circuit. They were in the middle of a forest. Surrounded by trees and silence, there was no sign of ruins anywhere. This is supposed to be the secret treasure site. I do not see any guards, no defensive presence at all, he muttered while scanning the area. Maybe this place has been abandoned for years. Calyx stroked his chin and thought. Any word from Lila yet? No, sir. Nothing, Kraut replied. Then we do not have a choice. We will set up camp here for now, Calyx said, frowning. That order puzzled Kraut even more. Here, you mean right here? Yes. The tents will be pitched exactly where we are standing, Calyx confirmed. Even though no one fully understood Calyx's reasoning, his leadership had already earned their trust. Because of that trust, preparations for camp went smoothly, and soon the entire area was organized into a temporary base. Inside his tent, Calyx spread a large map across the table as the knights gathered around. Pointing to a spot on the map, he said, the secret treasure of Viscount Hosharon's family is located here. Kraut, standing opposite him, frowned. Is that right where we are camped? No. It is farther than our current location, Calyx answered with a shake of his head. Kraut felt his pulse spike in alarm. It is not just a little farther. If this map is accurate, it will take about a week to reach it. Up until now, the soldiers have endured this entire march on sheer willpower alone. But if we order them to trek for another week, more than half of them will collapse. His tone was dead serious, and the room sank into a heavy silence. From the back, Sir Thomas added with concern, Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if we stay here too long, the enemy may detect our presence. If they sense anything suspicious, it could expose the entire operation. It was a valid warning, exactly what you would expect from an experienced knight. However, Calyx had his own plan. Stop whining and get serious, he grumbled inwardly before he began explaining. Listen. I only pointed out the location of the treasure. I never said we would walk all the way there. Kraut's eyes widened, sweat beading on his forehead as he leaned closer. What, is not the objective of this entire expedition to infiltrate and steal the enemy's secret treasure? His face got so close that droplets of spit landed on Calyx's cheek. Yes, that is right. We are stealing their treasure, Calyx replied calmly. But we will reach the treasury through an entrance right here. As he spoke, he walked forward and began tapping his foot against the ground with each step, testing, listening. Then, suddenly, one step sank slightly beneath his weight. Calyx's foot dipped into the earth, and his expression sharpened. Seeing that, Calyx immediately understood he had found exactly what he would been looking for, so he stepped back and waited. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, the ground began to rumble with a deep, dragging sound. Then, all of a sudden, a perfectly square stone pillar rose straight up from the earth, so abruptly that every person in the council chamber stared with their mouths hanging open. Ignoring their stunned reactions, The young man walked forward without hesitation and tapped his fingers against the square stone tiles on the pillar's surface as if he were entering a secret code. Right after that, the entire pillar sank smoothly back into the ground, revealing a hidden passageway yawning open before them. "Look, that is," Kraut shouted. "All right," Calyx said with a nod, then quickly made his way downward. However, that reckless movement of his made several knights jump in alarm. They rushed in and yanked him back, causing Calyx to nearly explode with irritation. "Master, please, it is dangerous, we will go first," Kraut barked as he held him back. Calyx, despite being furious to the point his blood was boiling, knew he could not actually overpower these knights, so he was forced to relent. "Fine. Do whatever you want. But I still suspect something bad is going to happen." Behind him, Kraut suddenly voiced the question that had been bothering him. "By the way, sir, you seem to know a great deal about this dungeon. May I ask where you got that information?" "It came from a reliable source," Calyx replied. "Considering that up until now, I have shown nothing but weakness and incompetence, I understand why you would find it hard to believe. It is not like that," Kraut stammered. At that moment, Knight Thomas stepped forward and declared firmly, "I believe in you." A leader who cherishes even the lowest-ranking soldier from the depths of his heart, someone like that can only possess righteous intentions. "Same here. I trust you as well. I will serve you with unwavering loyalty," another knight shouted. Soon, all the remaining knights raised their voices too, proclaiming, "If the cause is just, then dying on the battlefield would be our greatest honor." Their words sent a tremor through Kraut. He could not stop his whole body from shaking. "You guys," he whispered, overwhelmed. Even Calyx turned toward them, feeling a heavy pressure settle in his chest as he heard their heartfelt declarations. "I am still just a weakling who can't use energy," Calyx said anxiously. "For you all to entrust your lives to someone like me." But Thomas only smiled, reassuring him. "Strength is not just physical. The true power a knight follows comes from within. That is what I believe." Hearing that, Kraut completely lost control. Tears streamed down his face as he broke into loud, ugly sobs. "Kraut, are you crying?" someone asked. I am just overwhelmed. You all. I am so proud of you," Kraut choked out. "There are people out there," Calyx said, his expression turning firm, "people hovering between life and death, many of them severely injured. We have to hurry." "Yes, young master," the group roared in unison. Without another moment wasted, they lined up and began filing into the secret passageway one after another. Looking back at the forest behind him, Calyx silently offered a prayer for Lila before stepping into the passageway. "I hope everything is going smoothly, Lila." Switching over to the female assassin at that moment, she was drawing blood from the Bigfoot creature and storing it inside a small vial. "All right, that is everything I needed to do," she murmured. "Then I guess it is time to play with fire." As she spoke, Lila glanced toward the cave looming before her. Judging from the tracks and the stench, this was clearly the den of the Bigfoot pack. Next, she pulled out 2 fire-starting stones as if she intended to warm up the entire cave. Once the sparks caught and the fire began to spread, Lila immediately sprinted away before those hulking beasts could return. From a distance, as black smoke billowed upward from the burning cave, she thought, that should draw every monster in the area straight there. But then her expression hardened. "The problem is right here," Lila whispered, narrowing her eyes. Beneath the trees ahead, a group of figures in all black clothing dressed exactly like her were moving silently through the grass. They looked like assassins trained by the Hoshiran family, and they were now inspecting the corpses of the Bigfoot creatures that Calyx's group had taken down. Creatures like these rats. I knew they would show up, Lila thought coldly. What happens when you dare turn your backs on someone who clawed her way to the position of executioner? Let me show you. Her expression did not change, but a chilling resolve settled in her gaze as she reached for the vial of Bigfoot blood she had collected earlier. Shifting the scene underground, one of the young men in Calyx's group, after carefully observing the situation, quickly pulled out a notebook and began taking notes. This was clearly an emergency. There was not a single bone left behind, not even a fragment of a human body could be found. The monsters must have devoured them, or perhaps a survivor had already cleaned up the aftermath. Either way, it meant that the creatures had been driven back. Only one family in this area had the capability to repel such monsters. I have to report this to Viscount Servio immediately, he thought anxiously, scribbling down all of his deductions to send to his superior. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took was being observed by Lila, who was hiding not far away. The scouts were sealing their collected samples, standard procedure for preserving their reports. Lila silently noted the method and, without making a sound, wet her fingers with her tongue and held them up to the wind. The breeze was blowing in this direction. Nodding to herself, she retrieved the vial of Bigfoot blood and tossed it onto a nearby tree root. With that done, she stealthily approached the back of the scout, who remained completely absorbed in his work, oblivious to the danger creeping up behind him. Meanwhile, at the Bigfoot den, the fire she had set earlier raged on. The returning creatures shrieked in fury, unable to do anything against the flames. Then the white alpha suddenly caught the scent of blood from one of its fallen companions. It let out an enraged roar and, leading the others, charged toward the source of the smell. The forest was soon filled with deafening cries echoing from every direction. Back at the scout's position, he realized that his elite reconnaissance unit had been completely wiped out. I have to report this, he thought, moving quickly through the underbrush. Exhausted from the hurried escape, he eventually paused to catch his breath. Have I lost them yet? He muttered to himself. But before he could answer, a sword suddenly pierced his chest from behind. Who? The scout gasped, trying to look over his shoulder to see who had ambushed him. But it was too late. Lila had already struck, sending him tumbling from the tree. Without hesitation, she rifled through his body, ignoring the blood and grime, and retrieved the report he had painstakingly written. Ah, here it is. I need to get this to the young master quickly. Should I let the monsters handle the body? She murmured to herself, swiftly retreating from the scene. Not long after, the Bigfoot creatures returned, gathering around the scout's fallen body. The white alpha lowered its head to sniff him, eyes flashing with rage as it detected Lila's scent identical to the trail she had left at its den. Back with Calix's group, they continued descending the stairs of the secret passage. As they moved, Calix muttered to Kraut and the others, "This is completely insane." This place was originally built by a retired sorcerer who hoped to research quietly until his death. Who in their right mind would place deadly traps inside their own house? Hearing this, Kraut found himself agreeing, though he still felt the need to argue. Even so, we have to make sure it is safe. Calix ran his hand along the wall to demonstrate, saying, "Look at this wall." It was not dug from the ground, it was made by melting stone and soil, then letting it solidify. Not a single seam. This is extremely advanced magic. Whoever set these traps must be at least an 8th level sorcerer. If he truly wanted to, anyone here could be roasted alive before realizing it. He said it with a wry smile, almost as if he was secretly hoping to be roasted. At the same time, a few of the knights trailing behind noticed the stairs ending and called out, "Sir, there is a large open space ahead in the passage." "All right, Thomas, stay close to the young master. The rest of you, split into 2 groups and thoroughly search the surrounding area." "Yes, sir," the group responded in unison. Meanwhile, Calix, realizing he was almost within reach of the treasure, began to glow faintly, his entire body radiating like a lantern. Yet he did not forget the injured members of the group. He tugged on Kraut's sleeve, reminding him to ensure that any medium or high-grade potions they found would be given to those in need. "Yes, understood," Kraut nodded in agreement. Calix then settled comfortably into a chair within the room, relaxing as he waited for the knights to handle the rest of the work. Meanwhile, Thomas, finding a moment of downtime, turned to ask, "Young master, how could Viscount Hosharen possibly locate these ruins?" "Perhaps it was a coincidence, or someone may have provided them with information," Calix replied calmly. Thomas pondered this for a moment. But they even managed to get the magical crystal orb. At this, Calix's eyes widened, and he said, "Perhaps this is not a normal situation." "That is true. Although the protective magic here has weakened over time, it is not something a Viscount's sorcerer could easily break," Thomas added. Calix began to sense that the situation was far more complicated than he had initially thought. He turned and asked, "Who is the master of Viscount Servio?" "That would be Marquis Antonio," Thomas answered. "Antonio, huh, looks like we need to prepare," Calix said, frowning as he considered the implications. Soon after, Kraut returned quickly, carrying a box of potions. As you instructed, young master, it appears the area is safe. Following your orders, I have brought the medium-grade potions we found here. Calyx did not even need to see the box. He immediately ordered, deliver them to the injured at once. Yes, young master, the group responded enthusiastically. Kraut, however, felt a pang of regret. Oh, such valuable items, right here. Calyx noticed his expression and replied, I understand how you feel, but we cannot abandon the wounded to die. We still have enough to use. He paused briefly, then asked, did anyone find anything else? Kraut responded promptly, we found gemstones and crystals typically used in magical experiments, along with some herbs. There were also a few enchanted items, such as accessories with supporting magic, but nothing of extraordinary value. Calyx listened without surprise. Understood, he said, standing from his chair and scanning the room. He knew there was surely some important item on display somewhere. The others simply had not discovered it yet. His eyes lit up as he focused on the wall ahead. But as he moved toward it, Kraut stepped in to block him. What is this? Calyx barked, frustrated at being stopped. We have completed our survey, but we still do not know what dangers may be lurking. Please, do not act alone, Kraut warned firmly. Calyx reluctantly allowed him to follow. Fine, just stick close, he muttered inwardly, annoyed but realizing resistance was futile. He then began feeling along the wall, searching for some hidden switch, surely a mechanism for a secret door. Methodically, he tested every section, leaving Kraut slightly puzzled at his meticulous approach. Finally, Calyx's thumb pressed against a hidden button on the wall. A soft click echoed through the room, signaling the mechanism's activation. And then, before Kraut's astonished eyes, the wall slowly swung open, revealing a dazzling, radiant scene inside. The door swung open with a sharp crack, and a burst of light spilled out, a glow so bright that even Calyx and Kraut, who had been standing there watching, had to blink in surprise. Kraut let out a low whistle. I never imagined a place like this could exist. Calyx's gaze swept over the room, and he silently pieced it together. That is the staircase we just came down. From here we can see every corner of the entire ruin. It had to be some kind of surveillance system. This room was clearly a control center. Kraut continued, but it is strange, really strange. Huh, Calyx turned to him. What do you mean? I combed through every inch of this ruin, Kraut replied carefully. Every nook and cranny. I have never once seen this room. Aha, Calyx blurted. That is because this place is a false ruin. Kraut frowned. A false ruin. Calyx nodded. Back in ancient times, it was common for tombs or mage laboratories to have decoy structures built nearby. They were meant to mislead intruders or thieves. People are easily lured in by anything that looks valuable. Kraut snapped his fingers as the realization hit him. I get it. So this must be the secret vault of the Hoshiran Viscountcy. Seeing his understanding, Calyx smiled. Exactly. This is the final destination of our little expedition. Kraut's eyes widened. So, you are saying we can steal the secret funds from their hidden vault? That is right, Calyx answered. But first, we need to unlock the door leading to it. He placed both hands on the glowing orb in front of him. You have to visualize the thing you desire most. Kraut watched him intently. You are surprisingly skilled with artifacts, young master. You must have real talent for magic. Quiet, Calyx said sharply. Suddenly, Kraut perked up. Huh, what was that sound? He followed the faint noise through the room. Hey, over here another door just appeared. That door leads into the false ruin, Kraut called out. Calyx approached and said, all that is left is to head inside. Bring the silver Jareth has been hiding and haul it out of there, but step out here first. After all, with this control device, he could monitor countless sections of the ruin at once. Calyx resumed holding the orb and continued operating it. After thoroughly examining the ancient ruin Jareth had been secretly using as his personal vault, Kraut murmured, wow. I have never seen that door before. That is the entrance to the treasury, Calyx explained. It is hidden inside the false ruin. Kraut covered his mouth in shock. So that is how they mined silver without the royal family catching on. I never imagined they would go this far, he muttered. Calyx surveyed the bare walls. There is no sign of people living or working here. They must only come down during specific times. And what is this? Crowd added. If the miners returned alive, rumors would have spread everywhere. Calyx sighed. Tragic, is not it? Crowd growled, I won't forgive them for this. For now, Calyx said calmly, we need to make sure this place is completely sealed off. We have to disable the crystal stone's key so he can't use it again. If we reset the protective code and change the connection settings, as long as they do not destroy the stone gate, he will never be able to enter. A mischievous smile tugged at Calyx's lips. We should leave them a little gift, do not you think? Hey. Now go move all those silver-filled crates over to the other side where the expedition team is waiting. And do not forget to place the scroll we prepared when you are done. Crowd hesitated for a moment. Calyx noticed. What is wrong? Did not you check everything properly? I can take care of the rest myself if I have to. No, I understand, Crowd said quickly. I will complete my mission and return as fast as I can. With that, he hurried off. Calyx continued manipulating the orb until everything was set. Stretching his arms over his head with a long breath, he said, finally. It is done. Calyx ran his hand along the wall, searching for the hidden chamber. If I remember correctly, it should be somewhere around here. After a moment of feeling blindly through the crevices, his fingers brushed against a recessed edge. Ah, here it is. He finally found it. Back in the game, he had been perfectly familiar with all of these secret mechanisms, but seeing them in real life felt entirely different. With a soft click, a compartment slid open and he uncovered something, an alchemist's bracelet, crafted by a legendary master. This bracelet activated a protective barrier whenever the wearer suffered a life-threatening injury, granting 2 hours of absolute defense. However, if the wearer was struck again by an attack powerful enough to shatter the barrier, or if they did not receive medical treatment within those 2 hours, they would die. After each activation, the bracelet required a full week of cooldown, and once its final use was spent, it would permanently cease to function. Calyx lifted the bracelet and examined it closely. This artifact is perfect for someone with low combat strength, he thought. He slid it onto his wrist. It has 3 total uses. TCH. Well, I should suddenly, something caught his eye. What is this? Black letters. Glowing. A line of text shimmered faintly on the inner band. Calyx read aloud, dedicated to Hecatoria. Then frowned. I can't read the rest. It was his first time seeing a script like this, yet strangely, he felt as if he could understand pieces of it without knowing how. Hecatoria. I have heard that name before. His mind raced. Hecatoria was the goddess who had taught humanity the foundations of magic. But no, nothing like this ever happened in the game. Why is it happening to me? What does this have to do with me? Calyx reached out and brushed the glowing inscription with his fingertips. Instantly, his body was lifted off the ground. Darkness swallowed everything. What? I can't see anything. Where am I? Is this one of the sacred relics I heard about? His voice trembled. If that is true, then these must be the gods. What is this? It feels like letters are pouring straight into my mind. Voices began to echo through the void. One voice, stern and resonant, said, "This is wrong. It is far too cruel." Another replied, smooth like flowing water, "Cruel? There are no humans here to be cruel to. Have you forgotten? This matter was settled by majority vote. Surely you do not intend to break the pact." A man with fiery red hair protested, "This is violence. I cannot accept it." The water-like voice sighed. "What a pity. If you wish so desperately to become human, then I shall grant you a single wish." Before Calyx's eyes, though he could barely perceive light, he sensed the red-haired deity's form twisting, changing, reshaping itself into the body of a mortal. The process felt like a silent scream vibrating through the darkness. Calyx shuddered. Is this a ritual chant, or is that just how it feels to me? There is no sound, but it is terrifying. The red-haired figure let out a wordless cry as his divine form collapsed into something entirely human. The pressure intensified until Calyx felt as if his own mind was about to split apart. "I can't take this anymore." The gods shouted the name of Hecatoria. While they mocked her, she writhed in agony, racked by pain and humiliation. The voices of the gods rang with cruel amusement. "No, you have been demoted to demigod. Calling you by that name no longer suits you. Hecatoria collapsed under the weight of their words, her body trembling. The gods continued without mercy, "From this moment on, you shall become the embodiment of hatred and contempt, even toward the humans you once cherished most." Calyx watched helplessly, his chest tightening with anguish. He buried his hands in his hair as the gods pressed on, their voices sharp and relentless. "The vermin shall deliver you to a pitiful end." The final images that Calyx saw were of Hecatoria's tortured face, framed by the gods' cruel taunts. "It will be thrilling to see what expression you wear at the end." At that moment, after the visions ended, Calyx jolted awake, heart pounding. "Is it over?" he whispered in disbelief. His eyes caught a sudden notification panel, and he turned toward it. Reading the message, he nearly leapt back in shock. What, a divine authority skill! The notification read, "You have obtained the first fragment of Hecatoria's authority. You have received Painyud Telem, the dagger of the fallen god." Painyud Telem, dagger of the fallen god. Type, melee range equipment enhancement. Effect, temporarily unleashes latent potential to deal damage to surrounding enemies proportional to your maximum level. This attack cannot be evaded. Limitation, each attack reduces maximum level by 10%. Calyx stared at the description, hardly believing his eyes. A divine authority skill. Really, he paused to process it, thinking seriously. Skills were generally ranked from F up to S, with some exceptional, unique tiers. Authority skills, however, were different, fundamentally distinct from ordinary abilities. Legend said that only those at class 10 or higher demigods could wield such powers. Authority skills were the core of one's being. In fact, developing one's own authority was the only path to reaching class 10. Another notification appeared, and Calyx blinked. "There is more," he watched as it confirmed. "You have absorbed the fragment of authority. Soul level has increased." The panel displayed, "Your absorption of the fragment of authority has increased your soul level. Current level, 11 per 18. Maximum level, 37 per 43. Calyx paused, thinking. Clearly, arriving here had not been a mistake. This world. Hecatoria herself had chosen it. He recalled the visions he had just endured and considered the implications. To harm a god, only a divine authority skill would suffice. Does this mean I must avenge Hecatoria against the other gods? The thought made Calyx sweat profusely, yet excitement quickly overtook his fear, curling into a wide grin across his face. He laughed aloud, the sound ringing through the room. Is this the true objective of this game? He asked himself. The visions did not feel like hypnosis. This was real, inescapable, and demanding. Resolutely, Calyx decided he would see it through, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a voice called out, snapping him from his thoughts. It was Kraut. "Calyx, have you moved everything yet?" he asked cautiously. Kraut looked uneasy as he added, "Prince, please. Do not be startled." Calyx, puzzled by the warning, followed him. His eyes widened as they came upon the scene, a staggering pile of gold, silver, and precious gems that left him momentarily speechless. Soldiers busied themselves loading the treasure onto carts while Kraut estimated the haul aloud. 6 wagons full of gold, sire, Kraut reported. I estimate a total of 30,000 coins. Calyx's mind raced as he surveyed the treasure, the sheer magnitude of it overwhelming his senses. The weight of what they had uncovered and what he now possessed settled upon him like a tangible force. He laughed, more amused than he had expected. Kraut pointed to one side, his face lighting up as he continued, and there are 420 more wagons filled with silver bars, which I estimate to be worth about 1,000 gold coins. Yet he lamented the difficulty of transporting such a haul with only the recon team. Calyx chuckled at this and thought to himself, so, you are saying we have too much gold and it is a problem? Looking over the mountains of treasure before him, he concluded that no amount of gold could ever be a problem for him. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he had slain a goblin. A notification had appeared, you have won your first battle. Additional rewards have been adjusted. Current level, 8 per 1. Reward unlocked, inventory bag. The memory made Calyx smile. Right. The inventory bag. He chuckled quietly to himself and decided to test it with the wagons of silver first. Kraut, standing nearby, looked puzzled and called out, Prince. Calyx winked at him and replied, it is fine. Just bring all the wagons over here. Crowd did not fully understand, but he obeyed. Yes, sire. Once all the wagons were arranged in front of him, Calyx asked, all right, that is everything, is not it? Crowd nodded honestly. Yes, sire. Calyx then instructed him to tell the troops to prepare to return. Though Crowd voiced the command confidently, inside he could not help but wonder, what is the prince going to do with all that heavy silver? As Crowd directed the soldiers, Calyx stood silently, pondering. This world had no concept of players or skills. They would not understand what an inventory bag was. He had to figure out a way to handle this without explaining anything, simply conceal it. A voice called out. It was Crowd again. He asked, everyone is already outside, but what shall we do with all this silver? Calyx showed him the bracelet and explained, it is fine. I have a spatial bracelet here. It should be enough to hold all the silver. It is a high-tier artifact. Crowd's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. What, you? You have an artifact like that? Calyx cautioned him, I want this kept secret. Crowd nodded repeatedly, replying, if it is that valuable, the fewer who know, the better. I will guard the outside. After he left, Calyx muttered, thanks. Let us get started. Now fully focused, Calyx concentrated on the objects before him. When he focused, a status window appeared. The key was to imagine the inventory bag within that window. Once he managed that, he said to himself, all right. He began placing the items into the bag as though he were playing a game, storing all the artifacts inside. The first wagon of silver vanished. Excitement surged through him. One down, let us get the rest in as fast as possible. Wagon by wagon, silver and gold alike disappeared into the inventory. When the task was complete, Calyx grinned with satisfaction. No more worries. With this bag, I won't be lacking for anything. Once the area was completely cleared, he declared it time to leave. Calyx ascended the stairs and gradually exited the ruin. Outside, the troops cheered their return. Prince Crowd respectfully announced that everything was ready for departure. Noticing Calyx scanning the area as if looking for someone, he asked, Prince, are you inquiring? Has Lila arrived yet? Crowd shook his head, not yet, sire. Do you think she betrayed us and ran off? I never trusted her in the first place, Calyx said, somewhat irritated. Then he turned to Crowd with a pointed question, do you still believe that the forest girl's retreat was mere coincidence? Crowd froze, stunned. Calyx, his patience flowing out in a long explanation, recounted the series of events in detail. Everyone listening was left astonished. Crowd could hardly believe it and blurted out, attacking a forest monster's nest alone, that is nothing but suicide. Worry crept into his voice as he added, I do not have good intentions toward her, but I do not want her to die like that either. Calyx let out a quiet sigh. I wanted to use another method from the start. And who was the one who dismissed my proposal as some sort of reckless adventure? Hearing that, Crowd bowed his head, his throat tightening. A heavy sense of regret gnawed at him. Back then, he had judged the untested method to be far too dangerous. But in the end, Calyx had been completely right. Calyx continued, Lila has not returned yet, so something must have happened to her. He reminded everyone of her contributions and called them to action. Thanks to Lila, we have avoided countless casualties. Now it is our turn to help her. Then he raised his voice with conviction, right, knights, the knights answered in unison, as if obeying an order from their young lord. Help her, their voices echoed with urgency. Crowd felt a sting in his chest. Throughout this entire expedition, he had contributed nothing. All he had done was hold everyone back. How disgraceful. He whispered to himself, as a knight, the least I can do is fulfill my duty. Seeing morale rise among the group, Calyx immediately issued orders. All right. Crowd, pick the members for your own team. Crowd straightened up. Yes, sir. Calyx continued, everyone else, wait in the underground chamber. Standing still, Calyx took a moment to assess the situation. There are two possibilities regarding what happened to Lila, he said. Either the bot monster from earlier got her, or her former organization sent pursuers. But after thinking it through, he rejected the second possibility. It has to be the bot monster. Her pursuers have no idea we are here. As he remained lost in thought, the underground door swung open on its own. Besides, he silently reflected, she told me she erased all traces. She would not be careless enough to get caught. Watching everyone discuss anxiously, he muttered, the problem is, how do we find her? Just then, someone approached and called out, young master, what will we do now? Calyx turned back. Is everyone assembled? Once he got his answer, he declared the next step. We are heading toward the bot monster. We will make it pay. Kraut was so shocked that he nearly shouted, are you serious? Calyx placed something in his hands. Boil these herbs in oil, then coat your weapons and your cloaks with it. Kraut frowned in confusion. What is this for? Calyx scowled. Just do as I say. Are you still complaining? Terrified by his tone, Kraut quickly answered. No, I will get it done right away. Once the orders were given, Calyx raised his eyes toward the distant tree line and whispered, hold on, Lila. The group hid in the bushes overlooking the monster den. After scouting, someone reported, only the females and the young are inside. The males must be out chasing Lila or they are out hunting because someone destroyed their nest. Calyx began giving commands. We will deal with the ones inside first. Then the others will realize what is happening and rush back. Kraut repeated his own assignment. Young master, you told us to track the males pursuing Lila. Then he hesitated. But is that really all right? These creatures are not easy to handle. Calyx simply smirked at the doubt in his voice. Why do not you see for yourself how strong this poison is? Kraut looked uneasily at his sword, now smeared with the thick, ominous toxin. After Calyx stomped hard on the ground to draw the monster's attention, Kraut led the knights forward with a shout, move out. At that moment, loud rustling erupted from the bushes. Calyx reacted instantly. They are coming, hide, all we need is to follow the tracks of the males. The forest monsters barreled past in a frenzy, shaking the area with their charge. They have gone through, Calyx commanded. Move. Thomas answered firmly, yes, sir. As they followed, Calyx stared at the enormous footprints stamped deep into the earth. We got here quickly, thankfully. The trail's clear as day. Thomas nodded in agreement. Indeed. Calyx climbed onto Thomas's back and said, there is no way Lila would fall to something so lowly. We will follow the biggest tracks. Thomas responded without hesitation. Yes, sir. Perched atop the knight's back, Calyx pointed forward with determination. All right, let us move. Thomas did not fall behind, shouting back, yes, young master. Together, they followed the massive footprints embedded in the forest floor, heading deeper into the woods. As they moved, Thomas broke the silence with a casual question. Do you think you like her? Calyx blinked, startled. What? Thomas chuckled. I mean Lila. She is rather beautiful, is not she? Calyx feigned irritation, tapping Thomas lightly on the head. That is not what we are talking about. Focus on the pursuit. Thomas just laughed. Understood. Then, his tone shifted, growing serious. I never imagined she would willingly take on such a dangerous task. Calyx responded thoughtfully, she knows we need her. This is the only place we can take shelter from tonight's storm. He paused, reflecting on her. Indeed, she could have been famous like a star on earth, yet she did not care. Resting his chin on Thomas's shoulder, Calyx considered that perhaps it was the urgency of survival that guided her actions. His mind wandered back to something the first continental event in this game, the invasion of the Jabiru kingdom. The group that played a major role at the time had been the Mountain Rangers. He had once thought they were merely volunteer soldiers, but perhaps a faction like that of Viscount Servio had deliberately trained them. After the final strike landed and the monster fell, Kraut stood in stunned disbelief. He could hardly believe they had won. The other soldiers cheered with relief. They have been wiped out. Sir Kraut, as the young master said, we are not even slightly injured. Without wasting a moment, Calyx quickly organized the group. There is no time to rest. We are going to meet the Lord. The soldiers replied in unison, yes, sir. Kraut took the lead, racing forward. As they moved, he thought quietly to himself about Calyx, my young master, I respect you with all my heart. Please stay safe. The scene shifted abruptly. A hand appeared on the grass, and a face, battered and smeared with blood, lay collapsed on the ground. The scent of blood drew a pack of wolves toward the girl collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Thomas and Calyx rushed to protect her. Thomas swung his sword at the wolves and shouted, "Scatter!" Meanwhile, Calix hurried to her side. He examined the massive wounds and called out anxiously, "Lila, wake up." Fumbling quickly, he pulled out a vial of medicine. His tension spiked as he assessed the injuries, deeper than he had first anticipated. If her skin could be restored with a medium-grade potion, there was no hesitation. He poured it over the wound. The girl let out a small cry. At the sound, he exhaled in relief. Thank the heavens, she is alive. Puckering his lips, Calix carefully turned her over, thinking silently that her injuries should gradually heal. For now, she needed to drink the potion to begin recovery. A voice called out, "Young master." Seeing Thomas, Calix quickly enlisted his help. The monsters have been pushed back. Thank you, help me turn her over. He supported her head and guided the potion to her lips. Watching her body begin to recover, he breathed a sigh of joy. Her skin is healing, she is looking stronger already. Thomas, standing nearby, exhaled with relief. That is a relief. At that moment, Kraut came running up, calling loudly, "Young master." Calix turned to see them and smiled. Just in time. Time shifted forward 1 week to Shiken Count's castle. Calix's face was speckled with sweat. He was jogging while breathing heavily. He mentally calculated that his current level was 18. Considering that the average combat level of a healthy adult male was 20, that was not bad for a 15-year-old. Russell stood observing alongside Kraut. He has made remarkable progress in endurance despite the short training period, Russell noted, lightly impressed. It seems he was born with a strong physique. Kraut chuckled, adding, "Indeed, he is completely different from before the Ruins expedition. Perhaps he was secretly using something powerful." Russell patted his head in evaluation, "Clever little guy. And you are still carefree." "Hey," Calix seems deep in thought over there, "watch out." Calix smiled, determination radiating from him. "My leveling journey has only just begun." Kraut asked, curious, "When should we continue swordsmanship training for the young master?" Russell replied, "No rush. The priority is letting him recover fully." Seeing Calix pause, Kraut hurriedly asked, "Are you done for now?" Calix calmly replied, "I have business at the magic tower today." Curious, Kraut repeated, "The magic tower?" Calix confirmed, "Yes." Then he announced, "I will go wash up, prepare for the branch tower visit." Kraut promptly acknowledged, "Understood." Russell, standing nearby, spoke up unexpectedly, "It seems you truly trust the young master now." Kraut responded, "Honestly, I still do not fully understand him, but one thing is clear," and he did not hesitate to praise his charge. "His talent is beyond what someone like me can fully comprehend. And another thing, he genuinely cares about his subordinates and the people of his domain." He explained, "That is why I cannot let unnecessary doubts impede or hinder him." Russell folded his arms, deep in thought, admitting, "At first, I came here just to care for the young master, but now it is difficult to keep up with his thoughts and actions." Kraut commented, "Even so, he still needs a teacher to guide him. His outward authority is still lacking," Russell said with concern. "There is no other way. He is only 15 and has no formal title yet. He must complete the coming-of-age ceremony and ascend to the 4th rank as soon as possible." Seeing the young master's steady progress, he reassured himself, with the pace he is going, it won't be long. After a moment's reflection, he continued, "Count Korin has passed away. I worried about the dark clouds over the territory," he said, "but I never expected the right successor to appear so soon." Finally, he concluded with certainty, "A lion is still a lion." The scene shifted to a relatively small but tall tower, the Shiken branch of the magic tower in the territory. Inside, thousands of books were neatly arranged around the entire tower, and a massive staircase spiraled upward. From within, a voice called out, "Welcome." Calix and Kraut approached the door and received an invitation, "Please, come in." A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl wearing round glasses opened the door. Seeing the two of them, she gasped in surprise, "Oh my." Then, without hesitation, she rushed forward, grabbed their hands, and exclaimed with delight, "A handsome young boy and a strong, charismatic man. I do not know who you are, but handsome men are always welcome." She pulled them inside and gestured for them to sit, smiling warmly. "Please, have a seat." Both men looked slightly embarrassed. Calix responded politely, "Ah, thank you." Observing her cheerful, hospitable demeanor, they were both struck her reaction was genuine, ignoring rank or status even though she was a mage. She then asked, "Are you thirsty? Would you like some tea?" With a gentle wave of her hand, she performed a small spell, and instantly the teapot and cups on the table floated into the air, 2 cups sliding toward them. Both of them gaped in astonishment. "Oh," she approached, lifted the teapot, and touched it lightly with one hand. Steam immediately rose from the spout. Calyx muttered softly, "The steam is rising from the teapot." He thought to himself, could there really be a level 5 mage in a small branch like this? A system window popped up with character information. Character information, name, Rosin Dreamwalker, age, 32, mage rank, low-level white magic affiliation, branch manager, personality, dreamy girl. Normal status, combat level 5 level 56, level 61, reputation, administration D, finance B, military E, diplomacy E. After finishing the tea, Rosin asked with genuine curiosity, "Really, why are you so surprised?" Calyx replied honestly, "I did not expect someone like you to be in such a rural area," and he added a compliment, "Your movements are very elegant." Kraut's face turned red, wondering silently, could she be the type the young master likes? Rosin smiled, "You are quite charming." Calyx continued, "If you can heat the tea this quickly, your skill level must be at least 5. He winked subtly, praising her tactfully. Almost no one reaches that level in their 20s unless they are disciples of a vice minister. Hearing such praise about her youth, she beamed, flustered. "In my 20s, oh heavens, no, that is embarrassing." Kraut, astonished by his master's flattery, muttered, Being in your 20s is a bit." Calyx reached behind and pinched his bottom, making him yelp in pain. Rosin laughed, eyes sparkling. "I may look young, but thinking I was a disciple in my 20s, not at all. I am actually over 30. Calyx's excitement grew at her candidness. "You do not look 30 at all. Do you have a secret?" Kraut, holding his bottom and sipping tea obediently, listened to the playful banter. She replied, "Nothing special, but I always make sure to get enough sleep and wash my face with pure water." Calyx thought to himself, "Wonderful, her natural skin must be beautiful already." After some casual chatter, Rosin suddenly realized and cupped her cheeks. "Oh my, what am I saying, by the way? What brings you here today?" Kraut scowled, thinking, finally, the main matter. Calyx spoke, to get straight to the point, "I am here to purchase an explosive charm." She gasped, "Oh my," and exclaimed, "You are a distinguished guest." Rosin cheerfully informed them, 30 scrolls would cost 600 gold, but as a special promotion for a handsome young man, I will let you have them for 500 gold. Calyx hesitated, wondering if it would be troublesome. A beautiful face really does bring advantages, he thought. Kraut was simply pleased to save 100 gold. She laughed, saying, "No need to worry. Even if the magic tower seems shabby, the authority of a branch manager is the same everywhere." Both men sweated slightly, realizing this was a deeper issue. Calyx wanted to add, "By the way, I actually have another request." Rosin responded cheerfully, "Feel free to tell me." Calyx hesitated, the request weighing heavily on him, and finally said, "This might be difficult to say, but I would like to borrow from the reserve fund." The cheerful expression on Rosin's face vanished instantly. She asked, "The reserve fund?" Rosin picked up her teacup and asked again, "May I ask how much you need?" 60,000 gold, Calyx replied, and her reaction was immediate. She nearly spat out the tea she was holding. He quickly added, "I can't just touch that money freely." She nodded, understanding, and he reassured her, "In exchange, I will leave gold and silver with you as collateral. Of course, I will also pay interest while I am borrowing it." Hearing this, Rosin's eyes widened. "Serious now? Interest, too?" "Of course," Calyx said solemnly. "Even if it is just for a short period, this is still a proper loan." The reasoning behind this was simple. If he repaid Jareth with the gold and silver he had taken from the secret vault, it would be tantamount to admitting he was a thief. He emphasized, "I will make sure to pay proper interest." There was simply no other place he could borrow 60,000 gold. "I must borrow it here, no matter what," he thought. Rosin bowed slightly. "I am sorry, but that might be a bit difficult." Calyx groaned in frustration. Damn it, is my charm not enough? Have I been too hasty? Rosin added regretfully. I think the overseer would definitely refuse. That made him even more irritated. But then she offered a glimmer of hope. There is, however, only one way. Calix's expression softened. She smiled and proposed. As you can see, the central office does not supervise here too strictly. Why do not the three of us just keep this a secret? Calix raised an eyebrow. A secret among the three of us. She explained that as long as he returned the full amount within 6 months, there would be no problem. But if it is past 6 months, we will sell all the gold and silver we are holding as collateral. Relieved, Calix realized everything was going according to plan. Judging from her eagerness for research funds, a mage like her would certainly be eager to earn interest on 60,000 gold. Meanwhile, Rosin made a casual remark. This tea is truly delicious. Both Calix and Kraut bowed politely. Calix said, it is a relief for us if you can do this, miss. Kraut said nothing but silently worried, just watching. Rosin laughed. Thank the heavens, it seems we are quite compatible. Yes, young master, Kraut said. Calix smiled slyly, thinking to himself, thanks to this, my debt to you is effectively settled. Meanwhile, Jareth Miraz screamed at his soldiers in anger. The map, bring me the map, the obedient soldier replied, understood. While waiting, Miraz muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. He was anxious because one of the patrol squads near the secret vault had gone missing. The soldier returned and reported they had brought the map. Examining the map, Miraz deduced it marked the location left by the missing patrol. Following the mountain path to the secret vault would take more than a day, but he discovered a shortcut that would only take 1 day. The realization made him furious, sweat pouring down his face as his hands clenched in anger. Head to the GRD Highlands immediately and prepare, Miraz barked. The soldiers could only obey, yes, sir, and set off. Along the way, they encountered a stone humanoid. One soldier yelled, it is a golem. Fear overtook them. A golem, how are we supposed to defeat that? Jareth tried to calm his men. Stay calm. Golems can be large, but their movements are slow. Attack from a safe distance. The stone humanoid swung its massive arm toward the soldiers. They could only scream, it is too big to dodge, before being crushed. The scene was horrifying, blood splattering everywhere, eyes wide in terror. Other soldiers shouted, impossible. One pale-faced soldier muttered, if night-level members are defeated so easily, we won't even get a chance. Then, from above, a massive shadow descended, and a single stomp left nothing but a pool of blood on the ground. The soldier standing nearby could only freeze in shock. Another soldier tried to encourage his comrade, come on, keep going. He had just shouted, together when the stone humanoid's punch sent him flying, knocking out several teeth and hurling him a long distance. When he hit the ground, his entire body was covered in blood, his eyes rolled back in terror. The remaining soldiers screamed, damn it, another night-level member had fallen. They were howling in utter despair. The squad was being annihilated. Miraz stood there, his face unmoved. Anger simmering, Jareth clenched his fists, thinking, damn it. Just let a single golem appear. And then he barked, damn it. Just let a golem appear. One mage in the group spoke up cautiously, there must be a mage nearby controlling the golem. That mage must be at least level 5, another added, glancing nervously back at Jareth. Sir Jareth, the damage is spreading fast. Should we retreat and reorganize? The mage asked. Miraz's anger flared. What are you saying? He snapped, his cold-blooded demeanor catching even the mage off guard. He commanded fiercely, no matter what happens, the Marquis tribute must be delivered within 3 days. Clear the path within 24 hours. And the consequence of defying his order, if you fail. Be prepared to die right here. Meanwhile, in a distant castle, Calix mused, I wonder if they have received my gift yet. Rosin laughed and teased, a gift? You mean a lover? Calix reached out as if to hand her something, but there was nothing there. He slumped back into his chair, disappointed. No way. Rosin giggled, replying, I would love to receive something from you too. Outside, Lila overheard part of the conversation, not fully understanding, but she could not help sneaking a peek. Jealousy flared in her chest. That vixen. Is she trying to flirt with him? Kraut opened the door, and Lila trailed behind him. He informed Calyx that all the luggage had been placed inside the magic tower. Meanwhile, she peered in from behind, her face scrunched up in jealousy. Lila puffed out her cheeks, clearly expressing her annoyance. Calyx turned to Kraut and thanked him. "Thank you for your effort." Kraut handed him a small box, saying, "And here, this is for you." Accepting it, Calyx expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Wait outside for a moment." Lila and Kraut moved toward the carriage ahead. Fuming, she demanded, "Why is the young master working with that magic tower?" Kraut feigned innocence. I do not know," though inwardly he told himself to say nothing unnecessary. She glared daggers at him. When Rosin opened the box, she gasped in delight. "Oh my, it is beautiful. Are you really giving this to me?" Inside was a sparkling, radiant necklace. Calyx said politely, "It is a token of thanks for the funding assistance you have provided for some time," while thinking to himself, "The treasure I found during my hunt. I never imagined it could be used this way." Rosin reminded him, "You promised not to mention it, did not you? You probably already know." The young master, "If we handled this officially, we would need a mountain of paperwork, and there is no guarantee we would get approval. You know that," she continued. Calyx chuckled, "That is just an excuse. You do not want the interest I paid to be claimed by the central tower, right?" He assured her, "I will remember that. I will continue to rely on you." Rosin smiled brightly. "I appreciate it too. Transactions like this are always welcome. You have significantly increased the sales record of the scrolls." Suddenly, she turned serious. "By the way, where did you use all the explosive scrolls? Were you in a battle or something?" Calyx's gaze sharpened. "Impressive. The branch leader title is not undeserved. Her skill in gathering information is remarkable," he thought. He smiled and denied, "No, I have not done anything like that. I just replaced what was used in the mining operation." Rosin pressed on, "In mining? You used such expensive scrolls just to dig a hole. Did you find a gold deposit?" Realizing it was time to leave, Calyx said, "Let us get out of here." He departed, smiling, and promised her, "We will leave the rest for next time. We will see each other more often from now on." Rosin replied, smiling softly, "I am looking forward to that." Calyx joined Kraut and Lila outside near the carriage. In his current inventory, he possessed bonds worth 100 and 600 gold. Approaching them, Calyx grinned mischievously, making the two of them slightly uneasy. He thought, with this, the baronial estate's massive debt would finally be resolved. Then his mind drifted to Mira's face, imagining Jareth's reaction when discovering the secret fund had been stolen. He also thought of Selvion, recalling his past self, insignificant like a roadside weed, issuing assassination orders and failing. "I will make them pay for what happened to me." Calyx climbed into the carriage, fully aware that, though no one anticipated this, the path of revenge was far from over. Meanwhile, in Mira's army, the soldiers struggled against the stone humanoid. They flung dazzling chains at it, attempting to restrain and pull it back. The chains were anchored to a nearby post, preventing the creature from easily dragging them away. The chains yanked the stone man's body apart, tearing it open and exposing the core inside. One of the soldiers shouted, "I can see the core." Another soldier charged forward, ready to strike it, yelling, "Die!" He leapt in and drove his small sword straight toward the enormous core. The tip of the blade touched it, then a massive explosion erupted. The stone man was blown to pieces. When the smoke began to clear, the scene was devastating. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Fragments of the stone man's shattered body were strewn across the battleground, and weapons were embedded in the ground like makeshift grave markers. Jareth muttered regretfully, "We defeated all the monsters. But maybe 60% of our team is gone." Miraz did not care. He barked an order immediately, "Open the stone gate. Now." They hurried toward the man's vault. "Get in," Miraz shouted. A mage pulled out a glowing orb. "Here it is, sir." Miraz snapped at him, "You are late." He snatched the orb and inserted it into the gate socket. The moment he did, a message appeared, "Unauthorized user detected. Illegal access attempt. Counter-resistance protocol activating. Please step away from the entrance." Countdown, 180. 179. Miraz froze. What the hell is happening? Furious, he shoved the orb into the gate again. But the countdown continued. 140. 139. Unauthorized user. Repeated illegal access detected. Miraz kicked the door and cursed, "What the hell, damn it." The countdown kept ticking. 95. 94. Miraz panicked. Why is not it working? The mage tried to reassure him. Lord Jareth, you must secure your safety first. We will reassess afterward. Time slipped away 60. 59. The mage sprinted off and shouted at the others, "Hurry, get Lord Jareth to safety." Once the countdown ended, the system activated a blockade program. The counterattack protocol summoned every monster in the area, turning their faces pale. Countless monsters materialized before them. Meanwhile, a system notification showed that in the designated zone, 3 people, Calyx, Kraut, and Lila, were riding a carriage back. Inside, Calyx asked Lila if she had heard what happened. Lila replied, "Everything started when the young master confessed his love to that mage." Her cheeks puffed up in anger as she spoke. Calyx tried to explain, "My heart felt like it was breaking. I kept wondering if I became the successor just to end up doing things like this." "Do not say that." Suddenly he blurted out, "I want to ask you something, I want to ask you something," startling both Lila and Kraut in the carriage. Calyx gathered his thoughts and asked Lila, "What do you think would happen if I betrayed Selvion?" She shot the question back at him. "Why would you betray Count Selvion?" Calyx answered, "He is someone who can never accept failure." Then he added, "Does that mean Jareth will obediently accept death when the Count orders it?" Lila replied, "Just like you said, if Jareth realizes the secret funds were stolen, he will do anything to survive." Her words made him think even deeper. She continued, "I do not think he would hesitate to betray the Count if it comes to that," leaving Kraut completely stunned. Calyx pondered aloud that he would not allow himself to be dragged down so easily. Watching Lila, he felt she was planning something again. Calyx wondered what this strange uneasiness was. As they departed, irritation gnawed at him like he was missing something important. On the Golda Plateau, the black-haired man and Jareth stood on a rocky cliff. Both gazed into the distance. A subordinate stood next to Jareth, reporting, "With your support, we managed to wipe out the monsters." But he hesitated before continuing, "The Viscount's shadow army has been nearly annihilated." Jareth's expression twisted with rage. He refused to accept such a defeat. His eyes burned as he roared, "Then create a new shadow army. What are you waiting for? Open that door now." "Why yes, sir," the soldiers answered. Jareth clutched a magic scroll, desperately seeking a way to open the sealed gate. "There is no way to open this door except with an explosive magic scroll. And this one can't be reused. But we have no choice." The scroll activated, detonating with enough force to obliterate a section of the cliff. Smoke and debris blasted outward. When the dust settled, a gaping hole appeared in the rock large enough to enter the cavern. A soldier hurried to Jareth and reported, "It is open, Lord Jareth." He shouted to everyone, "Let us go in." But deep down, a premonition gnawed at him, a bad feeling, and he frowned in irritation. "I have got a bad feeling about this," he muttered. Sure enough, his intuition proved true. Once everyone entered the cavern, the object of their search was nowhere to be found. A soldier's voice echoed through the hollow chamber, "It is not here." Jareth's premonition came true, and his anger flared uncontrollably. His eyes widened, and he bellowed at his troops to search every nook and cranny. "Find it, find the silver." Glowering at the soldiers who still lingered, he unleashed his fury. "Do not just stand there doing nothing. Hurry up and find the silver." The soldiers, fearing his wrath, scrambled off to search. One knight spotted several scrolls scattered across the floor. He picked one up. "What is this?" Opening it, a magical matrix diagram revealed itself, and suddenly the paper in his hands glowed with blinding light. Huh! The radiance was so intense it filled the entire cavern, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. Even Jareth could see the strange light, and his pupils contracted in shock, his mouth falling open in disbelief. The glow transformed into flames that erupted violently throughout the cavern, causing chunks of rock to rain down from above. The overwhelming force knocked everyone to the ground. Jareth fell as well, his eyes burning with anger as he shouted, "What is happening now?" The recent explosion had collapsed part of the mine, crushing the soldiers he had sent to search for the silver. "The mine has collapsed." It seems a magical trap has been triggered, someone reported. Everyone trapped inside had been crushed. Jareth's face turned ashen, panic setting in. It is over, he muttered, frowning deeply, fear etched across his features. If this continues, Viscount Selvion will have us all killed. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, exhaling sharply. Huh. His pupils narrowed, eyes flashing with ferocity. It is time to activate the emergency plan. One soldier who had witnessed this expression froze in terror. He turned toward the person who had reported the gates opening, thinking Jareth was about to reward him. I am always grateful to you, he said nervously. The reporter, thinking he was being praised, felt a rush of pride. It is an honor, he replied. Jareth drew his sword. Only then did the man realize the deadly intent behind the gesture and fell to his knees, trembling with fear. Jareth approached, leaning down slightly and speaking with feigned calm, it is all right. It is not your fault, you were simply unlucky. To protect the secret, there is no other way. The man shivered violently at his words. The sword was driven straight into him, blood spraying everywhere. He died instantly. I apologize, said the man who had previously opened the trap scroll, stepping closer to Jareth. He warned, Jareth won't let this go. He must have noticed something unusual and could be investigating the ruins directly. Jareth responded seriously. He may have walked right into it himself. All we can do now is follow the emergency plan and give it our all. The scene shifts to Viscount Selvion's mansion. Night had fallen, and a steady rain drummed against the windows, casting the estate in quiet solitude. Only the Viscount's mansion remained brightly lit. Jareth had escaped from the cavern and returned to report. He lowered his gaze, unable to look directly at Viscount Selvion. The Viscount faced the window, gazing out at the rain-soaked landscape. Jareth knelt, waiting for his response. Suddenly, Selvion spoke, I have heard everything. Immediately, Jareth pressed himself to the ground in haste. I am sorry, he stammered. The Viscount seated himself, still not looking at Jareth. I do not wish to hear your apologies, he said. I do not care for cheap words. Only results matter. What happened to the silver I set aside for my great endeavors? Tell me. Jareth raised his head and reported respectfully, I believe it was taken by tomb raiders. It seems they dug it up, though I suspect the mistaken path was merely part of an ordinary ruin. He continued recounting the events of their recent expedition. During the process, they must have accidentally triggered the security system. It will take quite some time to dig through all that rubble. Most of the silver is still there. Hearing this, the Viscount paused. Most of it, he repeated. Sweat streamed down Jareth's face. Still kneeling, he forced himself to answer boldly, yes, my lord. Rest assured those grave robbers could only carry off a few crates through those narrow underground passages. It is not a major loss. Jareth then laid out the plan he had set in motion after the failed mission. I secretly put out a bounty among merchants dealing in precious metals. And of course, we have prepared additional measures. We will ambush them. Selvion listened quietly as Jareth confidently explained his reasoning. That silver is not something they can transport easily. Those thieves will definitely return for it. He continued, if they had the strength to resist temptation after seeing that much silver, they would not have become grave robbers in the first place. The Viscount's hand tightened around the armrest, and it made a long, tense sound as he gripped it. Only then did he rise from his seat and turn toward Jareth, seemingly satisfied. Then when they return, we will capture them. Jareth held his breath, enduring in silence. Just a little more, he told himself. Aloud, he said, I understand, my lord. Viscount Selvion pulled open a drawer, speaking as he did so. Exactly. We will pressure them thoroughly and wring out every last coin. Jareth bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. But then the Viscount said something that froze him on the spot. In his hand was a tightly coiled whip. His expression twisted with cruelty as he snarled, you will be punished. Jareth's face drained of color. Panic surged through him, though all he could do was beg silently in his mind, please spare me. The whip cracked through the air before slamming across his back as he knelt. Each strike was punctuated by the Viscount's furious voice. Coward, Jareth cried out in pain, a guttural tearing from his throat. Hearing his pained groans only made the Viscount lash him harder, mercilessly. "Are you mocking me?" he roared. Jareth could only curl into himself on the floor, hands covering his head, tears spilling as he endured the torment. There was no escape from this hell. "I know you have always seen Jareth, the commander of the Dark Army, as your rival," Selvion bellowed. "And now, the Dark Army you trained so painstakingly has been rendered useless because of you, more than half of it gone." He struck again, harder than before, sending blood spraying across the room. Drops of Jareth's blood splattered onto the Viscount's face and hands. Even the hand gripping the whip trembled violently with rage. "Your petty quarrels mean nothing to me," he growled, "but if they endanger my great ambitions." He lifted the whip and slammed it down with even more force than before. "Then that is a different matter entirely," Jareth screamed under the blow. Finally, deciding he had delivered enough punishment, Selvion tossed the whip aside. Jareth struggled to push himself upright on his knees when the Viscount gave his order. "You will withdraw from the Dark Army. If you require my support, you will act only with my permission." He glared down at him. "Is that understood?" Still kneeling, Jareth bowed deeply. "I understand." The Viscount stepped away from him, his footsteps echoing across the room. His mind turned to the tribute payment owed to Marquis Antonio. Then came the memory of Calix informing the Shikan territory that they would begin the formal seizure process. The Viscount lowered his gaze toward Jareth. "If they pay even a small amount, we will use it to cover the deficit in the tribute. And if that is still not enough, we have no choice but to sell the assets of your merchant group." Jareth's face darkened. Bowing his head, his torn clothing soaked with blood, he replied respectfully, "I understand, my lord." But inwardly he seethed, "Damn it. That is wealth I worked tirelessly to acquire." Selvion returned to his chair and issued his final order. "You may go, but remember, I have not forgiven you. You must recover my silver." He sat down and added, his voice cold and sharp, "If you fail, you understand what that means, do not you?" Jareth remained bent low, sweat pouring off his face as he clenched his teeth. "I will obey, my lord." Jareth had returned from Viscount Selvion's mansion. As soon as he entered, a servant, noticing his condition, hurriedly asked, "Sir Jareth, are you all right?" He groaned painfully. Seeing his state, the servant handed him a vial of medicine. "Quick, drink this," he urged. Jareth, struggling from the pain, reached out with trembling hands to take the vial. He hurriedly poured the contents into his mouth, but in his haste some spilled out. The servant covered the gaping wound on his back with a cloth. "I will protect your injury," he said. Jareth winced, wanting treatment for his wound. "I need medicine for my back too." "Where's Jacob?" the servant replied respectfully. "I apologize for the late notice, but I decided he was no longer of use and handled him last night." Jareth nodded in agreement. "Ah, that day I drank too much. Has anyone replaced him?" He moved toward the window and opened it, seeing a carriage waiting in the courtyard below. The servant continued, almost nervously, "We just found a boy from the desert. He has blue eyes and brown hair, very similar to Prince Calix." Jareth painfully leaned out, letting the raindrops fall over him. "From the desert. I usually dislike dark-skinned people, but I will accept it for now," he muttered. Returning to the room, rainwater dripped from him onto the floor, soaking the carpet. "So, how are the preparations coming along?" he asked. The servant reported, "Everything will be ready within 3 days. However, the enforcers won't make it easy." "Can they escape safely?" Jareth's face darkened, a cunning glint in his eyes. "More than half the Dark Army has already been killed or wounded. The rest have scattered, chasing grave robbers who do not even exist. This is our perfect opportunity." At that moment, he and his servant settled into the carriage. It continued moving despite the rain. Suppressing his pain, Jareth spoke with satisfaction, "No. This might actually be a very good opportunity." He cheerfully issued orders, "Head to the Shikan estate and take everything of value. The more wealth we seize, the easier it will be to rebuild after we escape." The servant remained silent, lost in thought. He has quickly turned the succession struggle of the Shikan family against Calix, he pondered, frowning deeply. Can this really go as smoothly as planned? A few days later, the sun finally rose over Calix's castle. Kraut burst into Calix's study, panic written all over his face. calling out loudly, "Master!" Seeing his worried expression, Calix asked, "What is it?" Kraut straightened, his face serious, and reported, "Gerald Murthas has come to visit us. It seems to be related to the debt situation." The ledger was correct, just as you predicted, Master. Calix, sprawled across his desk, startled at the name, quickly sat up. He swiftly instructed Kraut, "You should go meet him, along with me." Kraut blinked, confused. "Huh, are not you coming with me?" Calix glanced back at him, and Russell, who had just been looking on silently, explained, "Master is now capable of managing this territory alone. I cannot let that old man's boasting undermine your authority. All I need to do is support Master." Understanding his meaning, Kraut finally nodded. "Understood, my lord." The scene shifted to the reception room. Jareth sat in a chair, scrutinizing Calix with a measuring gaze. "Oh," he exclaimed, extending his hand in a showy gesture. "Your physique has improved quite a lot," he added, sneering as he mockingly addressed him, "Young master." Calix, standing before him, fixed his icy blue eyes on Jareth. His tone was cold and controlled. "I do not need your unnecessary pleasantries. Your rudeness is testing my patience. Get straight to the point." Hearing Calix speak with such authority, Jareth's cunning face broke into a sly grin. "No need for beating around the bush," he replied, crossing his legs leisurely and swinging his hands outward as he declared excitedly, "The official debt collection has begun. It has been confirmed that the Shikan territory cannot repay the 60,000 gold debt. Therefore, we intend to seize all valuable collateral." Calix remained calm, responding evenly, "And if we refuse?" Jareth arrogantly tapped his finger to his mouth, chuckling, "Ha ha," and pushed them into a corner. "I will appoint a senior official to ensure that does not happen." His shrewd eyes swept the room as he emphasized, "I will demand supervision." Seeing Jareth's taunting, Calix's anger flickered, but instead of rushing forward, he kept his composure and called out sharply, "Hey!" Jareth, noticing the outburst, leaned back in his chair, folding his hands behind it with a nonchalant smirk. "Oh, calm down, violence won't help. My judgment is crucial for collecting these debts. Threats will only make things worse," he said. Jareth had expected Calix to react like Kraut, with anger and agitation, but Calix only smiled, replying coolly, "If your judgment is truly that important, surely there must be a way to postpone repayment in reasonable circumstances, right?" As he had anticipated, Calix was already steering the conversation toward negotiation. "As expected from your sharp intellect. If you show a bit of goodwill, things could change." Jareth's face betrayed his brazen demand for a bribe, affectionately scanning the room. Calix pondered the situation carefully. "It feels like I am losing something by paying this debt. Why would he demand early repayment? Is it simply that he needs money?" Then realization struck him. His eyes widened. "Ah, now I understand his purpose today. It is money." He analyzed Jareth's motive. Surely their secret black fund has been stolen. They are hoping we can't repay on time, so they can be trapped. Still smiling, Calix leaned on his chin, feigning casualness. "I have already gathered enough money, so there is no need to feign goodwill toward you," he said. Upon hearing this, Jareth jumped to his feet, shocked. This was not at all what he had imagined. Desperately, he asked, "What? How did you gather so much money?" Calix, pleased at Jareth's flustered reaction, smiled mockingly, enjoying the upper hand. "Why the surprise? Is not this a good thing?" He felt satisfaction swell inside. "Just as I thought." Calix slammed a stack of papers onto the table, demonstrating the source of their wealth. "These are bearer bonds issued by the Royal Chamber of Commerce. They are authentic." Jareth froze, horrified. His gaze scanned the stack, thinking, "No doubt, this is real. He must have prepared 60,000 gold. Where did he get such a large sum?" A sly idea suddenly ignited in his mind. "Wait, what if I steal these bonds and escape? Unlike gold or silver, royal bonds are light and easy to carry. I could evade execution and live abroad. Escaping the enforcers and surviving overseas would be simple." Calix, still smiling, set a large silver ingot on the table, making it gleam brilliantly. Jareth's jaw dropped. Calix even teased, "Want to check? I have 32 more like this in 420 barrels of silver." Jareth ground his teeth in irritation, realizing he was being blatantly implicated as the thief of the silver. He had considered threatening to report this to Viscount Selvion, but panic overtook him as he wondered if his own plan to steal money, repay the debt, and flee had been uncovered. No, that can't be, he thought. Yet with Calix's keen perception, could he really remain undetected? Jareth recalled the floggings from Viscount Selvion and trembled. If Selvion finds out. Calix observed the shift in Jareth's expression, breaking the silence. When rumors spread that Viscount Selvion is fleeing with the secret fund, guess what will happen to you? Jareth could only lower his head, sweat streaming down his face, helpless against the realization. Calix cheerfully raised 2 fingers, signaling to Jareth, you only have 2 choices. With a gleeful tone, he laid out the options: either admit that your secret fund has been stolen and face the consequences, or betray the Viscount and flee. Jareth clenched his teeth, pressing his lips together in silent frustration. Ultimately, he could only bow his head in resignation. Observing this, Calix thought to himself, he has been cornered completely. Now it is time to give him a glimmer of hope. He extended a lifeline: I will help you survive if you escape. This is a rare opportunity, what will you do? Kraut, who had been watching the exchange from outside, glanced at Calix with curiosity, unsure of his plan. Jareth, now facing the brink, added a condition: helping me escape the territory is not enough. Calix, seeming to anticipate this, had already set the terms: prepare a solid backing so that no one can touch you. Calix's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, knowing Jareth had fallen perfectly into his scheme. Are you willing to serve under me? You have become the disgrace of one of the most powerful figures in the region. I fear I might not even be worthy of you. Jareth, his attitude completely transformed, now showed deference, addressing Calix respectfully as my lord. Then I need support stronger than anyone else, and you will provide it. Exactly guaranteed by bearer bonds issued by the royal treasury, Calix confirmed. Seeing that Jareth had accepted the path laid before him, Calix placed a receipt on the table and demanded Jareth's signature. Of course, you must sign here first, then I will tell you everything. Jareth froze as he read the receipt. It confirmed that Viscount Shekin had fully repaid the debt to the Mirthas Company, guaranteed by the royal bearer bonds. A triumphant smile spread across his face, a smile that grew broader and more carefree. Overcome with admiration, he remarked, you truly are terrifyingly brilliant, my lord. You have deceived the entire world all this time. I will sign, he said, placing his pen to the receipt, regretting his previous foolish actions. I should never have made this person my enemy, he thought. Seeing Jareth sign, Calix felt satisfied, another ally secured. But now Jareth's expression hardened, his eyes cold and red-rimmed. He watched Calix's cheerful demeanor and silently assessed, he has gone too far. Jareth Mirthas furrowed his brow, sweat forming as he adopted a serious tone. So, from this point onward, what should we do? Kraut glanced at him, gripping the rolled notification papers tightly, his expression contemplative. Calix remained steadfast in his plans, confident in his resolve. We will head to the capital, he declared. Without delay, they set off. Jareth escorted Calix and Kraut to the city gates, bowing deeply in farewell. Kraut looked around, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Did you anticipate this and prepare countermeasures? Calix responded calmly. No, it was not necessary. What matters is that we have support. He pictured Crown Prince Gale seated on the throne, the most influential figure being the king's eldest son. Kraut, still uneasy, asked, is this safe? Have we truly abandoned our shield? Calix remained composed. What do you mean? Abandoning our support does not diminish it in any way, he explained politely. Honestly, I think we have secured a good deal with 60,000 gold. That is more valuable than money itself. The wind stirred, tousling their hair as Kraut, still doubtful, murmured, if you put it that way. With that, both moved forward confidently. Calix did not elaborate on Kraut's lingering uncertainty. You might not understand now, but later you will. Kraut nodded resolutely. Yes, I think so too. But unlike the two of them, inside the mansion a very different storm was unfolding. The chief of staff burst into the room in a panic, practically tripping over his own steps as he rushed in to report. My lord, I have an urgent matter to report. Viscount Selvion, who had been calmly turning the page of a book, paused mid-motion, his brows tightening. "What is it?" The chief of staff immediately dropped to his knees and delivered his report with trembling reverence. "All key members of the Murtha's organization have vanished. The company's major assets still appear in the ledgers, but they have all been liquidated." Before Selvion had time to respond, the door flung open again. Another man barged in, his face stricken with alarm. Reporting Murtha's headquarters has been overtaken by creditors, they are causing massive unrest. Even amid their frantic voices, Selvion's hand continued to flip another page with eerie composure. "My lord," the first officer added, "several individuals in the Shadow Division have deserted." "That is not all," said the second messenger, stepping forward again. "Some instructors at the Highland Fortress in Golda have also disappeared. This morning, the ones remaining were found dead." For the first time, Selvion stopped reading. The oppressive aura around him intensified until sweat poured down the faces of both officers. "I can't endure this pressure," they thought in terror. Suddenly the captain of the guard rushed in like a cutting wind, disrupting the suffocating silence. "Forgive the intrusion, my lord, but even those who constantly complained have now jumped ship and fled." Selvion's grip tightened around his book. With a violent motion, he crushed the pages in his hand, warping the spine as rage twisted across his face. "Where did they flee?" "Count Shikin's territory," the captain replied instantly. "A week ago, the Count's security forces raided Jareth and his men. All of them were detained in the underground cells. I searched, but Jareth was not among them. It has been confirmed he was not captured." Selvion's jaw clenched, fury rippling through him. The captain continued grimly, "I attempted to track him further, but given the tense relations with Shikin territory, our agent's movements are heavily restricted." With a sharp slam, Selvion shut the book, his anger now unmistakable. "Shikin territory, is it?" he thought to himself. "Why would Jareth run to Shikin? Does he think he can escape? He is not that stupid." Silence thickened the room until Selvion let out a hollow, bitter laugh. "I have been outplayed." The three subordinates stiffened at once, every muscle locking from fear. None dared speak. Out of nowhere, Selvion called for the chief of staff. The man jolted as though struck by lightning, heart pounding so loudly he could hear it in his ears. "Why yes, my lord." Selvion slammed the mangled book onto the desk. "Send people to the fortress on the Golda Highlands. Have them confirm that the secret remains safe." "The secret, my lord?" the chief asked, confused. Selvion turned to face him directly, his stare sharp enough to cut. "The silver ingot chest, of course." The chief's face drained of color. Sweat beaded across his temples as his eyes went round. "From what I have heard, the quarry collapsed. It was buried beneath the rubble, was not it?" Selvion jabbed a finger at him, voice razor sharp. "That is exactly why you must confirm it yourself. Dig through the debris, do whatever it takes. Make sure the silver is still there. Verify it by any means necessary. Understand?" "Why yes, yes, my lord," the chief stammered. Selvion shifted his gaze to the captain. "Retrieve the operatives from Shikin territory. If our spies are exposed, the loss will be catastrophic. Jareth has likely left the region already." The captain bowed. "Understood. Then, we are ceasing pursuit." Selvion rose from his chair. "I suppose so. Dispatch a boat to patrol the Aran River. If no one appears in 2 weeks, return. If they stay within the kingdom instead of fleeing abroad." He paused, voice dropping to a cold murmur. "We will have our chance to settle the debt someday." "Yes, my lord," the captain answered promptly. With his orders issued, Selvion prepared to leave the study. As the butler opened the door for him, he spoke in his usual composed, chilling tone, "We will pay a visit to Marquis Antonio." The scene shifted to the massive, resplendent castle of Marquis Antonio. From within, voices echoed across the high-ceilinged halls. Even someone as perfect as you can fail, it seems. Inside the castle, Viscount Selvion sat in a meeting room, directly opposite Marquis Antonio. Selvion continued, his tone measured, "That is not the issue. It is simply that the foundation I built has vanished with a single event." Marquis Antonio leaned back, resting his hands on the desk, recounting the situation with calm detachment. "Since that incident, nothing has gone smoothly. Perhaps we acted too hastily. Selvion explained with deliberate gravity, but this is a golden opportunity to eliminate the promising Count Colin Shikin. He is on the verge of reaching rank 7. If someone like him aligns with the king, the balance between the new royal supporters and the nobility will collapse. Antonio sighed, drumming his fingers on the table. Even now, regrets cannot reverse what has been done. Those enforcers will certainly catch the one who stole the funds. Then, his gaze shifted, catching sight of a mysterious figure's silhouette, none other than Calix. Adjusting his focus, he posed the next question, and what of the arrogant Count Shikin and the one who helped him escape? His eyes narrowed with contemplation. Should we fabricate a reason and declare war? Selvion's gaze darkened, a deadly glint flashing in his eyes. Declare war. He spoke slowly, letting the words hang in the air. Marquis, why not try applying diplomatic pressure instead? Antonio blinked, surprised. Diplomacy, Selvion continued, I have checked. It seems the Shikin family has yet to appoint a new representative in their noble council. Orsul Tigrim is still under our influence. We can leverage him before they install a replacement. Antonio's interest peaked immediately. Explain the details to me, he said, silently hoping to avoid war, thinking to himself, it would be too costly. The scene shifted again to a different setting. A hand moved over a cluttered desk, organizing scattered documents. I think Viscount Selvion will likely pursue diplomatic measures, said Calix, lying exhausted across the table. By now, he must know that Jareth betrayed him. He may also realize we helped Jareth escape. Kraut responded, I understand. To retaliate, they will choose diplomacy over war. Calix raised his pen, nodding. Exactly. War is far too costly. Kraut's expression shifted as understanding dawned. I see. So how will they approach diplomacy? Calix explained meticulously, lords rarely leave their castles except for war. Even when they are far from their lands, they must participate in the political arena at the capital to represent their territory's interests. Kraut immediately responded, that is why the Noble Council exists. We should send a representative, right? Lying back on the table, he looked up with keen curiosity. But who is our representative? Of course, it is Orsul Tigrim, Calix answered. Kraut suddenly remembered something, his face paling in shock. Ah! Is not he Lady Stella's closest aide? He could hardly believe it, whispering to himself in disbelief. This is serious, is not it? Calix remained calm, thinking quietly, could it be that he planned this all along? A small smile tugged at his lips. Remember, it is better to leave a few openings for the enemy. Kraut froze as Calix continued, voice brimming with enthusiasm. If we appear too perfect, they will risk everything searching for weaknesses, and then we can strike them with a surprise. Meanwhile, the morning dawned over Elsenia, the royal capital of the Rock Kingdom, a city steeped in nearly 5 centuries of history, home to 250,000 residents. At the heart of the capital stood the royal palace, where King Clivio Kakarov ruled. Seated on the throne, the king's expression was unreadable as he spoke. Very well, let us begin today's morning session. Those assembled waited, then collectively spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. The first topic concerns the succession rights of Count Shikin. At that moment, King Clivio sat upon the throne, his expression stern as he spoke. Shikin, the death of Count Korin is truly unfortunate, a great loss. Who will inherit the countship? Is the count's representative present? Below him, Orsul clenched his hands tightly and replied, Yes, Your Majesty, the representative of Count Shikin is here. He assumed a solemn demeanor and smiled, continuing the announcement. Orsul is present. Clivio cast a sharp glance before ordering, inform me of the situation. Orsul's voice was steady yet measured. Yes, Your Majesty. At present, the territory of Count Shikin is facing a significant upheaval, causing me great concern and distress. King Clivio raised an eyebrow. An upheaval, Orsul continued. I regret to report that the eldest son of Count Calix Shikin has seized power by force. As he spoke, images materialized in the court. Calix's sly smile, pressing pins into 2 effigies as Orsul recounted the events. He had falsely accused Countess Stella of assassination and imprisoned her. He also sealed the energy pit of his half-brother. At this, Marquis Antonio, watching the performance closely, nodded subtly, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Curious, the king asked, did this truly occur? This is highly irregular. From what I have heard, he is not supposed to be a madman. Orsul lowered his head, smiling lightly. It is said that he once attempted suicide but failed. Perhaps he has some mental or physical instability. King Clivio rested his chin on his hand, studying Orsul thoughtfully. Are you mocking me? Have you spent 30 years engaged in legal disputes at court? Yet the sudden death of my trusted and loyal right hand, Korin Shikin, seems suspicious. He stared intently at Orsul, seeking any sign of deception. He then recalled Grunbein and speculated that the Shikin territory might now be inherited by Viscount Hoshiran, a member of the noble faction. Surely, he was attempting to claim the title by force. The king pressed his lips together, showing no emotion, but internally he allowed a slight smile to tug at the corner of his mouth. I quite like this Calix. He spoke aloud. If he has seized power by force, there must be local knights or someone within the territory supporting him. Clivio paused briefly, then asked again, do you mean that all these knights follow a madman? Orsul, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, answered hesitantly, that is difficult to determine. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Your Majesty. King Clivio's gaze narrowed toward the source. It was Marquis Antonio, who interjected to support Orsul. Even if that is true, falsely accusing someone of assassination without allowing a fair trial, and sealing the energy pit of a potential heir, are serious abuses of power. The king's hand gripped the armrest tightly as he demanded, are you implying that? Antonio shouted, summon young Master Calix to the capital. The noble council must evaluate his physical and mental state. King Clivio thought carefully. The noble council cannot be fully trusted. He then looked calmly at the Marquis and replied, for now, I agree to summon him to the capital. However, the investigation will be handled by the Royal Administration Bureau. The shocked expressions of the Viscount and the Marquis were evident. Antonio, startled, exclaimed loudly, Your Majesty. To reassure him, the king continued, the noble council may appoint a witness. After regaining his composure, Antonio spoke with respect. You have made a wise decision, Your Majesty. After the audience with the king concluded, he departed step by step. As he exited the palace, he turned to the Viscount. Selvion is waiting. Do you have anything to say? The Viscount replied, Yes, Your Grace. From within the carriage, a voice echoed, grave and serious. The most pressing issue here is Marquis Antonio crossed his arms, analyzing intently. Your Majesty seems to be siding with that bastard, Calix. He appears displeased that the Shikin territory has fallen under our influence. Selvion looked directly at Antonio and slowly responded, but I do not see this as an unsolvable problem. Antonio asked, commanding, do you have a proposal? Selvion's gaze gleamed with cunning as he answered, become the king's father-in-law. Antonio's face twisted with both anger and horror. Do you mean to marry my daughter off to an old man on the verge of death? Seeing his shock, Selvion considered, why waste such an important card when it could bring far greater benefit? Selvion, seated comfortably in the carriage, continued his explanation. The king I refer to is not necessarily the current one. It could be 10 years from now, or even 5. Antonio, uncertain, asked again, you mean to suggest a replacement of the king, with a triumphant smile? Selvion added, if that is what you mean. A loud proclamation rang out. A few days later, at Count Shikin's castle, young Master Calix received the royal edict. Calix propped his chin on his hand and asked Thomas, so, what does it say? Thomas hesitated, unable to speak. Your Grace. Calix, appearing unconcerned, interrupted lightly, I can guess. Stop stammering. Thomas explained, worried, the Count must report to the Royal Administration Bureau immediately. You will have to respond to the accusations. Calix, calm as ever, inquired, accusations? Thomas replied, Your Grace, whether attempting suicide could have harmed your soul they need to verify this. Upon hearing this, Calix laughed gleefully. In short, they mean I failed to die and did not go mad, right? That is what they want to verify. He continued his mocking laughter, clearly amused. No need to entertain such nonsense, just come up with an excuse to deflect. Hearing this, Thomas and Kraut simultaneously froze in astonishment. Kraut even dropping an item from his hands without realizing. Widening his eyes, he asked, "Are you planning to defy the king's order?" Calyx sighed and responded with knowing calm, "If the king summons me, must I ride like an arrow and comply?" He then explained, surprised Thomas and Kraut. "They want to check if I am insane. By now, Viscount Selvion surely knows I am acting under royal orders. He must be eagerly awaiting me." Calyx audaciously teased, "This is exactly what he wants from me. Well, if I die and Grunbein survives, their initial plan will succeed." Thomas clenched his teeth, trembling with rage. How insolent! They intend to assassinate a direct heir of the great Shikan family in broad daylight. Kraut's anger mirrored his own. "I will risk my life to stop this." Calyx leaned back, hands behind his head, and said casually, "You do not need to protect me, I won't go anywhere." Observing their confusion, he added, "Do not worry, we have already sent someone to the capital to fight on our behalf the day before, right?" Kraut, still puzzled, asked, "Who are you talking about?" Suddenly, realization dawned on them from Calyx's knowing expression. They exclaimed in unison, "It can't be. You mean Jareth." 2 weeks later, in the royal capital Elsenia, Marquis Antonio slammed his hand onto the table in anger. Respectfully, he reported, "Your Majesty, over 2 weeks have passed, yet Count Shikan continues to evade your summons. I suspect he is plotting something." King Clivio, however, seemed amused. "Ha ha, a plot, what could it possibly be?" Unlike the king's demeanor, Antonio's tone dropped, a mixture of cunning and satisfaction. He recklessly destroyed the energy pit of the lawful heir without evidence. Now, with retribution approaching, he is likely frightened and seeking a way to avoid it. Amid the murmurs of the council, the nobles emphasized the gravity of the matter. King Clivio chuckled and asked, "So what shall we do?" Marquis Antonio smiled, both sly and pleased. The steward, observing the exchange, noted the king's gaze toward Antonio and thought, "The king is consulting Marquis Antonio, the leader of the noble faction, and he remains courteous." The old man smiled in satisfaction and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will personally travel to the Count's territory to investigate the matter. Please rest assured." The king, with deliberate poise, responded lightly, "I greatly appreciate your initiative and diligence, Marquis." The man chuckled softly, "It is simply my duty, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, the steward trembled, realizing in alarm, "The king is siding with our political rivals. What will become of us? The supporters of the new regime have arrived." King Clivio interrupted sharply, cutting off the steward's train of thought. "Let us move on to the next topic." At that moment, the king's attendant, the steward, held the announcement board with shaking hands. The next topic for discussion concerns the engagement of the fifth prince. The words immediately sent waves of shock across the room. All previous attention shifted to this announcement. A noble seated below, visibly startled, stammered, "Oh. Oh my." It was none other than Duke Ottomor. King Clivio turned to a marquis and said, "As far as I know, the marquise's daughter is not only intelligent but also beautiful. What is your opinion on arranging her engagement with Prince Seal, the fifth prince?" Seizing the opportunity, Marquis Antonio stood up, beaming with excitement. "Oh, Your Majesty, if that occurs, my family would be immensely honored." The other marquises and viscounts shared similar thoughts. The king and the marquis had clearly conspired. Duke Ottomor immediately rose and struck the table in agreement. "Your Majesty. According to tradition, members of the royal family select their fiancé from women serving the king or queen, women chosen for their exceptional skills, honed through years of interaction with noble families." Marquis Antonio watched from a distance, his expression sly, a cunning smile spreading across his face. They could not have anticipated that such a sudden development would occur. King Clivio looked down and said, "Are you implying that the daughter of Marquis Holstein is inadequate?" Duke Ottomor tensed, responding nervously, "We. This does not follow the established rules and procedures," Ottomor bellowed. "Royal marriages are decisions made by the king and queen, and that is final. This is not a matter for the nobility to intervene." As soon as his words concluded, the atmosphere in the room sank. Ottomor clenched his teeth and thought, "That is correct, yes, but this matter is unrelated." The steward looked at the duke and wondered, "Duke Ottomor, what exactly do you mean?" The duke fell silent, contemplating the two princes, lost in thought. We, the faction supporting the royal family, have always stood by the crown prince, yet the fifth prince is the queen's biological son. It appears the king intends to appoint the fifth prince as successor. Following this, an image formed in his mind of King Clivio maneuvering the marquises and viscounts like chess pieces. The royal faction has been abandoned by the king. The foundations of the factions are beginning to collapse. Suddenly, someone pushed open the door from outside and called, "Your Majesty." A radiant figure entered. It was the crown prince himself. He spoke directly to his father, King Clivio. "There is something I must report to you." Clivio replied, "I do not recall summoning you." He continued, his tone low and commanding, "Leave at once, Gale." The prince lowered his head but shot a determined glance at him. "That will not happen unless you hear what I have to say first." Clivio remained icy, responding coldly, "Are you challenging my authority?" The crown prince said calmly. "I do not intend to oppose you, Your Majesty." Hearing this, the king barked, "So now you refuse to obey my order to leave. I will not permit you to intervene in the prince's marriage." Gale responded evenly, "You misunderstand me. I have no intention of interfering with the marriage, not even slightly." He then closed his eyes and continued, "I have received critical information concerning an entirely different matter." The nobles listening intently leaned forward, curious about his words. Gale addressed them, "I believe Your Majesty and the Council of Nobles here need to be informed. I apologize if this causes any inconvenience." Speaking, he gradually opened his eyes, awaiting Clivio's response. The king frowned and asked, "What exactly do you mean?" Gale held up a rolled parchment and said, "The representative managing the Shikan County, a letter from Baron Russell Nigel." At this, Marquis Sovinia took notice. Clivio, suspicious, asked, "Shikan, why would you bring up an issue that should have already been resolved?" Duke Ottomor interjected, "Even so, Your Majesty, many questions remain regarding Shikan County. Regardless of how far the territory lies from the capital, no envoy has yet responded to the royal summons you issued, which is highly concerning. Furthermore, Marquis Antonio, the very man appointed to lead the investigation, was also the liege lord of Baron Selvion." Across the chamber, two nobles seated opposite him lifted their heads at the same moment. Antonio's mind flashed back to Shikan, imagining the young man from earlier screaming his accusations. Who was it again that sealed Calix Shikan's energy fissure? Fury surged up his spine. Marquis Antonio shot to his feet and shouted in protest, "So now you no longer believe my words." Beside him, Viscount Selvion sat stiff and silent, glaring. Duke Ottomor, who had been observing everything, immediately countered, "In such circumstances, it is unacceptable to appoint someone with a direct conflict of interest as an arbitrator. That would be completely unjust." Antonio snapped back, "Then how can we trust Baron Russell? What if he has already conspired with young Master Calix, the man suspected of being a criminal?" Duke Ottomor heard this and, deep inside, celebrated. "Perfect. Exactly what I needed." Seconds later, the Duke raised his voice, "Your Majesty, we are speaking of Nigel. He once served as the commander of the Blue Lions. He is an honorable swordsman, known for a knightly spirit that never compromises with injustice. He was even awarded a Royal Medal of Honor. I cannot imagine that a report submitted by such a national hero could be anything less than trustworthy." Hearing those words, the Crown Prince lowered his head with a faint smile. After all, this country is known as the Nation of Knights. Marquis Antonio gritted his teeth in helpless frustration. He had no rebuttal left, and inwardly cursed, "I have walked straight into their trap." Duke Ottomor seized the momentum and continued with an exaggerated look of disappointment, "Does this mean, then, that you do not trust the entire governing system of the kingdom?" Before Antonio could retort, King Clivio finally cut in. "Do not twist the matter too far. Marquis Antonio certainly does not intend to imply such a thing." Antonio answered through clenched teeth, "It is not that I distrust Russell Nigel, I simply but midway through." He lowered his head, his face tightening with regret. "I should never have brought up Russell," he thought bitterly. The Crown Prince interjected calmly, "In that case, perhaps we should examine the contents of the letter first, should not we?" He tightened his grip on the parchment and added, "There is still time for objections afterward." Clivio exhaled, resting his chin on his hand. "Very well." Crown Prince read the letter aloud. Gale unfurled the parchment carefully. Yes, your majesty. Holding the letter with ceremonial solemnity, he began to read. It is true that an attempted assassination occurred at the count's estate. Young Master Grunbein, in order to avoid execution, sealed his own energy. All punishments were carried out under my authority. I, Russell Nigel, acting as representative of the county, with the agreement of the other knights. At that moment, a noble stood up quietly behind the prince and addressed Gale. Hearing him, Gale turned. The noble asked, "May I verify the signature?" "It is Marquis Sovinia," someone whispered. Sovinia continued, "I once served alongside Russell Nigel in the Royal Guard. I am very familiar with his handwriting." "Here you are," Gale said, offering the parchment. Marquis Sovinia took the letter and read. As the kingdom's preeminent military representative, Sovinia, known by the moniker the Sword of the Kingdom, was fiercely proud of his knighthood. Russell Nigel was one of the few knights he considered to be the real thing. A man who fought only for righteous causes, never for politics. The Marquis's expression hardened with righteous fury. To dare question Russell. Finally, he looked up and declared, "There is no doubt. This letter is unmistakably written by Russell Nigel." Sovinia's thoughts deepened. "Antonio. You have done something unforgivable. Even I have now been dragged into this mess. The balance has completely shifted." Marquis Antonio, overwhelmed, thought in despair, "Dear God. This is not even the main issue. The true purpose of this scheme was to fracture the royalist faction, which suddenly lost its leader. But then the crown prince arrived at the perfect moment. He has become the new center of gravity. The entire landscape of power between the crown prince and the fifth prince had been overturned. A new succession battle had begun." Antonio looked around, evaluating the shifting currents. "Either way, we need to resolve that damned Shikan territory immediately." Clenching his fists, he muttered, "To doubt a knight like Russell Nigel. I had no such intention. I only wanted." He lifted his head and spoke loudly, concluding that young Master Grunbein was implicated in the assassination plot based solely on the testimony of a lowly, untrustworthy assassin. "So, you do not think it is necessary to conduct further investigation to uncover more concrete, material evidence?" Ottomore sneered inwardly. Not worth commenting on, he thought. Out loud, he added, however, allowing the title of Baron to remain vacant indefinitely is simply unacceptable. Orsul Tigrim, standing nearby, turned to him with a mixture of apprehension and concern in his eyes. Marquis Antonio's thoughts drifted to young Master Calix, who was barely 15. "I have heard he is not even capable of becoming a knight yet, in a nation proud of its knights. At the very least, he should be a sword mage." Hearing this, Ottomore let out a derisive laugh. "Ah, a sword mage at 15, you say?" He crossed his arms, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Marquis Antonio, if I recall correctly, you yourself only reached that rank well past such an age. Am I mistaken?" Antonio bristled but responded measuredly, "It is unreasonable to impose such requirements on a young master. Yet, to inherit a high-ranking noble title, he must at least reach the level of a capable practitioner." Ottomore's mind conjured an image of Calix manipulating magic with precise control, and he mused aloud, "I suppose he must demonstrate potential for the future, then." Calix had just turned 15, and reaching 4th level as a user would take at least 3 to 4 years. Duke Ottomore frowned, thinking, that sounds like a long time. And right now, they have no intention of starting a war. With preparations for the wedding underway, they will likely delay it even further. Is not that perfect? King Clivio spoke with stern authority. "Very well, this is our conclusion. The Noble Council will assemble a special investigative unit to continue looking into the attempted assassination. If legitimate evidence is found, a new disciplinary ruling will be issued at tomorrow's morning session. However, this arrangement will only remain in effect until Count Calix becomes an official user. Should Calix Shikan reach 4th level, the investigative unit will immediately disband and the succession process will proceed." The king swept his gaze across the chamber. "Does anyone object?" Marquis Antonio lowered his head, closing his eyes with a faint, satisfied smile. "A wise decision." Then he thought smugly, "Duke Ottomore, you know nothing about Calix. To you, he is merely the son of a renowned swordsman who died young. But I know the truth, this boy called Calix is a fool. There is no way he will ever reach 4th level. His Highness's decision may sound fair, but in reality it benefits us tremendously. You will be stomping your feet once you realize you have been tricked, Duke Ottomor. As for the Shikan bloodline, they have always been a thorn in my side. I must find a way to punish him. Scene shift later that night. A voice called out in the dim corridor, "Is anyone there?" A servant answered immediately, "Yes, I am here." Hearing a response, Marquis Antonio gave an order without hesitation. "Selvion no, summon Lanciano instead." "Yes, my lord," the servant replied clearly. After giving the command, the Marquis stood by the window, gazing out at the night sky. It is better to leave this matter to the Variegata Intelligence Bureau. A moment later, a stranger appeared in the room. Upon hearing the Marquis's voice, he turned. It was Lanciano. He offered a courteous smile, placing one hand over his chest. "You called for me, my lord." Marquis Antonio narrowed his eyes at him. "I have a task for you and you must carry it out without Baron Selvion discovering anything." Lanciano's expression turned sly. "Ah, he is exceptionally perceptive. Hiding it from him won't be easy." He stroked his chin with a smug grin. "However, he probably would not notice if you slipped it into a bundle of documents." The Marquis pulled out a chair and sat, speaking as he did. "I will leave it to you. As long as it causes him trouble, that is enough." Lanciano let out a low, mocking chuckle. "It seems my lord is in quite a foul mood. Then why not use a dark night like last time? I rather like the one you employed before." Marquis Antonio was clearly pleased by the suggestion. It would indeed be ideal if we could handle troublesome matters without dirtying our hands. Lanciano bowed deeply. "I will make the arrangements. And I will assign the mission to you," the Marquis added. Scene shift later that night, at Prince Gale's castle. In a dim chamber, a mysterious figure folded his arms respectfully. "Everything has gone according to your will, my prince." Gerald Murthas knelt in front of him, answering with careful humility, "Your words honor me greatly." In the darkened room, the first Prince Gale let out a sinister laugh. "Not at all. This is the perfect moment when the king abandons the royal loyalists. I will step in and unify them. No one else could devise such an unconventional plan." Gerald smiled outwardly, but in his heart he thought, "Even I can hardly believe this. Normally it would take more than a week before we would even hear of such things. Why does young Master Calix know about this?" The thought crossed his mind as he lowered his head. Scheming with a sharp, cunning edge. "No matter what, I must ensure the prince doesn't care about Calix. I need to prove my own worth immediately." Without hesitation, he spoke aloud. "I anticipated this because I know their methods." First Prince Gale heard him and smiled with quiet amusement. "I see. Selvion has always been an advisor to Marquis Antonio, and apparently, he once served as an advisor to the Baron as well." Gale propped his chin on his hand, a triumphant smile curling his lips. "They must be tearing their hair out right now." But Gerald Murthas frowned, a note of warning in his voice. "Do not underestimate them, Your Highness. We struck hard, yet they still achieved their objective. The betrothal of the fifth prince has not been disrupted." Gale's eyes narrowed. "Is there no way to stop them?" Gerald's brow was slick with sweat as he glanced anxiously to the side. "Royal marriage is the king's decree. There is little we can do." Bowing his head in apology, he continued, "I regret that all I can offer are words of caution." Gale laughed, dark and calculating, his gaze fixed on Gerald. "Ah, words are sufficient, do not worry." Then Gerald spoke again. "Next, they may target you, Your Highness. From this point onward, things will not be as simple as they were today." Gale's expression shifted, eyes narrowing with cold precision. "Indeed." Gerald's lips curved in a self-satisfied grin. "But there is nothing to fear. Your Highness, you have stepped out of the shadows and become the sun. From now on, you must consolidate alliances with royalist nobles. You must earn their trust so that they follow you." Gale gritted his teeth, a strange, almost unsettling smile creeping across his face. "The sun," he muttered. "Sounds magnificent." He leaned forward slightly. "By the way, I want to bring Shikin's territory into our fold. What do you think?" Gerald lifted his head to meet Gale's gaze. "I do not think it is a bad idea. Lord Russell Nigel is a symbol in himself. And you personally delivered his letter to the royalist nobles. But we must not hand them too many favors. There's no need to feed the fish when they're already caught in the net. Gale considered this and nodded slightly, recognizing the sense in Gerald's words. You delivered Baron Russell Nigel's letter. I suppose you have a closer relationship with him than I realized. Gerald shook his head. That is a misunderstanding. I merely helped deliver the letter in exchange for having my debts cleared. Nothing more than a transaction. No more, no less. Gale's eyes suddenly hardened. Gerald felt the weight of that gaze. A presence so oppressive that he looked at Gale with fear. Is that so? Very well. He whispered internally. Those eyes, they're just like young Master Calix's. First Prince Gale rose, his gaze fixed on Gerald Murtha's, who trembled as though Gale could see straight through his soul. Gerald, walking past him, muttered, I think I should go to Shikin's territory now. I'll need you to prepare a declaration of support for me. His face was drawn with concern. You'll go in person? Yes, Your Highness. Gerald turned, smiling with a hint of triumph, giving a thumbs up as if to confirm. I told you so. I do not mind if they refuse me. Simply by arriving, I can make the supporters imagine all kinds of possibilities. Seeing that things were not going according to his own plans, Gerald thought, I intended to increase my influence so that the prince would rely on me. He cares so much about Shikin's territory, but I have no reason to stop him. Outwardly, he feigned compliance. As you wish, Your Highness. Feeling satisfied, he left the room. A few days later, a voice echoed from within the castle. Have you heard the news? Young Master Calix, leaning on his hand as he wrote on paper, glanced up. Heard what? Russell Nigel stood stiffly before him and announced. The information says you need to reach 4th rank user, as soon as possible. On the surface, Calix looked calm, almost indifferent. Don't worry, I have an idea, he replied casually, but inwardly he was thinking. I just need to locate a suitable hell dungeon or ruin on the minimap. Russell Nigel did not take that well. His eyes flashed dangerously. You don't need to overthink how to get stronger. Just take it one step at a time. That's the fastest path. I guarantee I'll make you a 4th rank user as quickly as possible. Calix blinked in confusion, staring timidly at Russell Nigel, right before the man scooped him up under his arm like a sack of potatoes. Wait, no, hold on. Calix flailed helplessly in midair while Russell Nigel calmly reassured him. Come now, let's go, young master. No, absolutely not. Calix kicked and twisted, refusing to cooperate. Meanwhile, on Kraut's side of the training yard, panic filled the air. You're too slow. Move your feet faster. Everyone's faces were pale. Calix was no different. His eyes bulged at the training staff descending toward his skull. Above you, sir, someone shouted. Another voice barked. Deep breath. And from now on, no talking. Calix collapsed flat on the ground. Limp and miserable, he lay there sobbing silently, face smeared with dirt, thinking, at this rate, I'm going to die. There's no way I die like this in this world. No, give me one good reason, just one. Early the next morning, beneath a peaceful blue sky above the castle, birds chirped merrily in the trees. Suddenly, a scream ripped through the calm, shaking the entire fortress. The flock scattered in terror. Russell Nigel stormed in, ripping Calix's blanket away. It's time to wake up. Get up, now. Calix shot upright, trembling, his left cheek grotesquely swollen. Wait, I don't have the talent. I'm serious. I'll die if this keeps up. Russell's intimidating presence seemed to thicken the air itself. His voice was firm, uncompromising. What do you mean you don't have talent? You don't need talent to master a sword. He continued bluntly, speaking from long, hard experience. Anyone can reach 5th rank with consistent training. I'm living proof. Trust me. Calix sat on the bed with a tortured expression. You don't think overtraining will damage my body? Still panicking, he yanked his shirt up, revealing bruises, purple blotches, and swollen welts across his torso. Look at me. My body can't take this insane training. Russell remained perfectly calm. Injuries like that can be healed with the lowest grade recovery potion. Calix protested weakly. I need to save money. The territory is prospering because of you, young master. Russell reminded him matter-of-factly. Calix could only sputter in outrage, unable to form a proper rebuttal. Then Russell's expression hardened again. The atmosphere turned oppressive, making Calyx break into cold sweat. "You've rested long enough," Russell declared, his hand extended toward the boy like death summons. "Time for training." "I hate this," Calyx whispered in terror. But he had no power to resist. He soon found himself standing in a defensive stance, gripping the wooden sword with both hands. Russell swung at him. Calyx reacted on instinct. "It's coming." The wooden blade cut through the air like a gust of wind. But in Calyx's eyes, it looked different, slower, clearer. "I can see it? That's impossible." His eyes widened. "Look at that." Then the wooden sword smashed straight into his head and sent him tumbling unconscious. Hours later, Calyx slowly opened his eyes. He was sprawled across the training ground, body battered and bruised, a massive lump throbbing on his skull. Yet he muttered faintly, "The sky looks beautiful today." Then reality hit him. "No, this is not the time for that. I need to escape this situation immediately." He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing his mind to focus. There has to be something. Think. And then, a girl's face appeared vividly in his mind. Celestina Urin. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Calyx's eyes flew open in realization. Right, her. She's the one, the strongest ally of the Crown Prince. In the game, no one managed money better than she did. But she and the Crown Prince haven't met yet, which means I might be able to claim her first. Right? Before the idea could develop any further, Russell Nigel appeared out of nowhere, slicing straight into his train of thought. "Are you being lazy again, young master?" He hauled Calyx to his feet. "Now then, again." "Wait a moment," Calyx resisted, which immediately triggered suspicion. Russell narrowed his eyes. Calyx straightened up, determined. "I have something important to say." "If this is another excuse to slack off," Russell warned, his tone severe, "your training time will increase by 10 minutes. Calyx immediately launched into his explanation. "Russell Nigel, you know we have 100,000 gold worth of silver ingots, yet I haven't been using any of it." "That silver is practically stolen goods," Russell replied, "and there's so much of it that I don't even know what to do with it." He continued, "We can't melt it down without drawing attention. Which," Calyx said, "is why we need a partner who can launder money for us." Russell's face tightened with skepticism. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully but warily. "It seems you've found yet another reason to avoid training." Still, he couldn't deny the truth. Those silver ingots did need to be handled. "Do we really need to deal with this right now?" he asked. "If we lend out the silver," Calyx argued, "the interest will bring back 200,000 gold. Every day we delay is a waste. Have you never heard of the miracle of compound interest?" Russell stood still, supporting his chin with one hand, appearing to ponder deeply. "Is there a spell called Fukuri? This is the first time I've heard of it." Calyx stared at him, horrified. "Be serious. We need to stabilize the territory's finances, don't we?" Russell nodded solemnly. "I understand. How long will this take?" Calyx hesitated, nervous about the reaction. "Not long, but not short either. I need to travel to the capital for 3 months." Inside, he was screaming. It absolutely has to be 3 months. Not a day less. Meanwhile, Russell continued thinking aloud. "I feel like I'm being dragged all over the place." But eventually, he accepted it. "I'll inform Kraut that you'll have new daily assignments." Calyx panicked. "Wait, no, Russell Nigel, you really don't have to go that far." "I must," Russell declared with fiery conviction. "No," Calyx whimpered. The next morning, someone called out urgently. Calyx turned his head. "Huh?" Kraut announced. "It seems the Crown Prince is heading here." Calyx froze. "Why is he suddenly coming?" Kraut answered honestly. "I heard during the meeting this afternoon that the succession war between the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince has officially begun. It appears he's coming to take over our territory." Calyx's face drained of color. His jaw tightened, panic surging through him. He rushed to shove clothes into his suitcase. Kraut watched, baffled. What are you doing?" While packing frantically, Calyx replied, "Kraut, we didn't receive any news about the Crown Prince coming here." He snapped his suitcase shut and barked orders while preparing a horse, not a carriage. We're leaving in 2 hours. Kraut gasped. But you don't even know how to ride a horse. Calyx didn't stop packing. I'll learn if I keep riding. So quit complaining and get ready. Dragging his luggage behind him with exaggerated dignity, he declared, I'll take the lead. Follow me. Kraut blinked. You don't want to meet the crown prince? You've never even seen him in person. Calyx said nothing. He gritted his teeth and marched forward, thoughts swirling. Of course I've never met him in real life. But anyone who's ever played Heroic Fate knows the name Gale Roche Leclevio Krakow. He's one of the few hero-ranked characters in the entire game. A character information panel appeared. Character name: Gale Roche Leclevio Krakow. Age: 29. Royalty: Affiliation: Krakow Royal Family. Position: Crown Prince. Personality: Adaptive Conqueror. Combat Strength: Level 6. Fame: High. Support: 39%. Administrative Skill: E. Finance, C. Military, SSS. Diplomacy: A. Development, A. Calyx sank into thought, staring at the details of this crown prince. The crown prince is known for recruiting talented individuals. He will force me to serve under him. There are only 2 choices: comply or die in an accident. I'll be assassinated or worked to death otherwise. I am not going to die. Panicked, Calyx shouted, quickly, Kraut, pack up, I'll leave you behind if you're late. With that, he bolted. Kraut froze in shock at those words. Left behind. He flinched as Russell Nigel appeared, his eyes blazing with fury. What the hell do you think you're doing letting the young master go alone? Kraut clutched his head in fear. Master, S sir, his face drained of color. This is bad. Young master, please wait for me. The scene shifted to a clear, blue sky. Kraut's shouts of, young master, echoed relentlessly. 2 hours later, in front of the castle gates, Calyx had paced countless circles, his anger simmering. I told him to hurry. And yet he's still so slow. Calyx muttered to himself, impatient. When he turned, his eyes widened in surprise. HMPH, he called out loudly to Lila. What are you doing here? She startled slightly. Thanks to your efforts, young master. It seems those pursuing me no longer have the time to bother. The dark forces have collapsed, and many deserters, like me, are scattered. Calyx's voice hardened. Where are you planning to go? Lila replied softly. I haven't decided yet. I once dreamed of this freedom. But now that I have it, I feel empty. I'll just go wherever I please for a while. Calyx remained silent, his expression unreadable. After a pause, he finally spoke, causing her to look at him with curiosity. Lila? Calyx said quietly, if I ever get the chance, I will go to the Holy Empire of Granada. Lila stood before him in silence, listening as he spoke about something that clearly carried weight. Her brows knit slightly in confusion. Does that place really have ancient relics and techniques for molding internal energy specifically for women? Calyx lowered his gaze, thoughtful. If you do not believe it, that is fine. Boil it, fry it, do whatever you want with the information. I do not need you to accept it. Lila's expression softened into a grateful smile. Either way. Thank you. And if the chance ever comes, she hesitated, her voice thinning with emotion, let us meet again. Her eyes narrowed, carrying a faint trace of sadness as she looked at him. A gentle breeze brushed past Calyx, and he returned a quiet smile. All right. But deep down, he felt a pang of regret. It is a shame. But there is nothing more I can do. And no reason to keep her here. Lila mounted a horse facing the opposite direction. Calyx watched her, evaluating her one last time. Lila was not the most gifted person, nor was she exceptionally talented. She adjusted the hood of her cloak, then turned to give him a bright, radiant smile. Goodbye. Calyx kept that calm smile on his face, his eyes warm as he looked at her. Okay. He watched as she rode farther and farther into the distance. Turning away, Calyx thought, well. Like she said, we will meet again if fate allows. He walked forward, his footsteps echoing softly. Passing through a thick patch of trees, he approached the line of tombstones. Calyx stopped at the one bearing the name Alb. The young man had died more gloriously than anyone else. He stared at the grave, quietly asking himself, Alb. Was I too detached? Memories resurfaced: Alb standing behind him, shielding him from a blade, Calix whipping around in shock, and Lila riding away on horseback. That young soldier sacrificed his life for me. And yet I let Lila go simply because her status window showed a low-level cap. Calix looked down, his eyes shadowed with somber reflection. Maybe I am still seeing them as game characters, not people. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Young master." Calix turned toward the sound and began walking. In that moment, he made a promise to himself: next time I meet her, I will act like a real human being. Behind him, at Alb's grave, a small flower had been placed in front of the tombstone. Calix headed toward the gate where the soldiers were waiting for him. He greeted them with a hopeful smile. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Then his expression hardened with authority. "Let us move." Time passed. On a bright morning 3 days later, at the border of the Shikan territory, Russell Nigel stood sternly with a serious expression as an announcement rang out. The Crown Prince Gale and his delegation have been sighted. He looked down toward the carriages and attendants approaching from afar. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon. That night, inside a lavish dining hall, the table overflowed with food as servants hurried to arrange the dishes. Crown Prince Gale laughed lightly. "This is delightful." Russell Nigel, seated beside him, explained, "The food may taste rather plain to your highness. We are in a remote region, after all, and it may not suit your palate. Thank you for your gracious understanding." Crown Prince Gale lowered his head slightly, smiling with his eyes closed as he lifted a glass of wine. "Is food what matters? I am drinking fine wine in a wonderful place, surrounded by wonderful people." Russell Nigel bowed his head, his voice solemn and full of gratitude. "Thank you very much, your highness." Gale opened his eyes and looked at Russell Nigel with a probing gaze. "It seems the new successor is not present in his own territory, is he?" Russell Nigel closed his eyes briefly, answering with calm respect. "My apologies, your highness." The prince's envoy arrived several days after the young master had already departed, so there was nothing we could do. Failing to receive the answer he wanted, Gale's expression darkened as he thought, "I tried circling around the reason Calix left his territory, and this is all I get." He studied Russell Nigel, who quietly sipped his wine. "If I pry any further, it will look like I am trying too hard. That man seems like the type who does not understand subtlety." Gale frowned, his tone tinged with genuine regret. "What a shame. I truly hoped to meet him." Then he lifted a hand toward Russell Nigel, speaking casually, as if nothing were wrong. "Ah, excuse me, do not misunderstand. I really was looking forward to meeting you as well, Lord Russell Nigel." Russell Nigel set down his wine with humble restraint. "It is an honor for me, your highness." He glanced at Gale, raised his chin slightly, and gave a faint, polite smile. "Your highness." Gale caught the subtle shift in tone. His eyebrows knit, and he lowered his head slightly without responding. The sky outside gradually dimmed as silence settled over the hall. Later, in a quiet room lit only by the flicker of a single candle, Gale's voice broke the stillness. "Let me speak plainly." He raised a hand, his tone firm. "Can you support me?" Both men sat facing the crackling fireplace. Russell Nigel rested both hands on his knees and looked at the Crown Prince with steady seriousness. "Either way, your highness cannot reconcile with Viscount Callan, correct? They surely believe we are your allies already." Gale smirked with confidence and pressed a fist to his chest. "Because I personally sent a letter to His Majesty the King." Russell Nigel's broad figure looked almost small as he sat on the narrow sofa, his posture respectful to the point of appearing deferential. Bowing his head, he said, "We are deeply grateful for your highness' invaluable support." Gale exhaled slowly, leaning back, then asked, "By the way, how did you meet Jareth?" Russell Nigel's face tightened in confusion. "He did not tell you." Gale's brows drew together. He lifted a hand and coughed lightly, pretending nonchalance. "I want to hear it from you." He thought, what a dull viscount. How dare he treat me like someone who has not gotten a report from his own subordinate? Annoyance twisted in his chest as he clenched the sofa's armrest, glaring at Russell Nigel. What infuriates me even more is that I can't read his true intentions. Russell Nigel met his gaze without faltering, his expression calm as still water. Our young master fell ill upon receiving the royal summons. I sent a reply explaining that we needed to delay, but it was not handled properly afterward. A shadow passed over Gale's face. Is not that strange? His voice chilled. Are you implying that something happened to the royal messenger on the main road? Russell Nigel closed his eyes, utterly unafraid. I discovered that the messenger had indeed departed on horseback, but then he claimed his horse tripped on a rock, and he broke his ankle. He recalled the vivid image of the fallen horse and the envoy sprawled on the ground. Gale closed his eyes, frustrated, his hands clasping together atop his lap. Continue. Russell Nigel spoke steadily. I was troubled, unsure how to explain the situation. At that moment, Jareth came to me with an offer. The scene shifted back to the moment Jareth Murthas knelt before Russell Nigel, voice trembling with desperation. Please. Help me flee Selvion. His face was full of terror, eyes wide and pleading. If you do, I will wipe out all of House Shikin's debt. And I will take care of the undelivered message to the royal capital. Russell Nigel had stared down at the man kneeling before him in heavy silence. Returning to the present, he closed his eyes and said quietly, at that time, Jareth asked me for a letter. I never imagined it would lead to something like this. Hearing this, Gale's gaze darkened and he let out a long sigh. Russell Nigel said nothing more, simply shutting his eyes as the silence in the room deepened. Neither man spoke. Up to this point. Nothing suspicious at all, Gale thought bitterly. How disappointing. Gale studied Russell Nigel, his eyes narrowing with quiet appraisal. I know Russell Nigel is a respected knight, he thought, but that is all there is to him. He does not possess any particularly remarkable talents. His mind drifted to the terrified expression on Gerald Murtha's face. If Jareth had chosen to flee and Russell Nigel happened to be nearby, then Gale's thoughts shifted to Calix. His brows drew together as he clicked his tongue inwardly. From what I have heard about this Calix, he is frail, sickly, and hardly someone worth worrying about. Gale smirked to himself. In the end, I just need to get what I want. His lips curved into a sudden grin. Then, lowering his head, Gale spoke again, his tone composed. Please, give me your answer, Viscount Russell Nigel. Russell Nigel stared back at him in contemplative silence. Are you willing to support me? Gale asked. The weight of the question settled into the room. The air around Russell Nigel seemed to grow heavy. He hesitated, then said, I, Russell Nigel of House Shikin. Gale's stern, dangerous gaze pressed into him. Russell Nigel placed a hand over his chest, voice firm and ceremonious. Hereby formally declare my support for your highness. Gale Roche le Clevio Krakow. Gale lifted his head, smiling with narrowed eyes. That is the spirit. But then Russell Nigel spoke again, drawing his attention. However, if we may be a bit bold, our family has a request for your highness. A request, Gale echoed, lowering his head slightly. Russell Nigel's mind drifted back to 3 days earlier. 3 days ago, Calix had called out to him. Lord Russell Nigel. Yes, young master, he answered. Calix walked past him with his hands in his pockets. Prince Gale will likely seek our support. That seems plausible, Russell Nigel had replied thoughtfully. Calix turned back toward him. We cannot support the prince. The fifth prince, you understand, Russell Nigel clarified. Marquis Antonio is both his stepfather and his legal guardian. Exactly. Calix moved toward his desk. Even if we support the crown prince, we gain little. We do not really have a choice. Russell Nigel had fallen deep into thought. Calix sat on the edge of the desk and continued, still, when we declare our support, make sure we maintain a firm stance. Russell Nigel, cautious, asked, do you have any specific requests? Calix's brows furrowed as he spoke with sharp clarity. I want you to request transit tax exemption for all royal merchant guilds operating in the region. Russell Nigel blinked. But do not we currently have no royal merchant guilds in our territory? Calix looked away, eyes half closed. Of course I know they dissolved due to financial difficulties, but we can't let that situation continue forever, can we? He continued, with the kingdom divided between two factions, even the crown prince cannot exert influence over the fifth prince's camp, right? A faint grin curved Calix's lips as he stood, clasping his hands behind his back. As long as the exemption only applies within his sphere of influence, it is enough. And as for the quantity, if you limit it to one magical artifact per year, he might act prideful, but he will agree without hesitation. Russell Nigel frowned thoughtfully. Is not that too little? Then he added, puzzled, even without transit tax, each territory still charges its own customs duties. I am not sure how effective this will be. Calix lowered his head, chuckling softly. Just do as I say. With that, Russell Nigel had fallen silent. Understood, young master. Inwardly, he thought, this eccentric boy must have some strange scheme in mind. Returning to the present, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Lord Russell Nigel. Gale smiled at him. Speak freely. If it is within my ability, I will do it. A calculating gleam passed through Russell Nigel's eyes. Everything is unfolding exactly as the young master anticipated. Elsewhere, in the early morning light of the next day, Calix looked like death warmed over, his entire body sagging with exhaustion. He groaned, "Ah! I am dying." Kraut rode beside him with a bright, encouraging smile. Please endure just a little longer, young master. We will reach Pozniu in about an hour. Calix slumped forward in the saddle, drenched in sweat. My butt, I can't feel anything anymore. Is it still there? Kraut pouted in disapproval. That is because you never practice horseback riding. Calix grimaced, his whole body tense with discomfort as he clenched his teeth and shivered. Do not you dare blame me for this, he snapped. Kraut blinked in confusion and asked, then who am I supposed to blame? Calix shot him a look full of outrage and annoyance. Shut up. Anyone as long as it is not me. Kraut forced a sympathetic smile and closed his eyes, thinking to himself, the young master is only 15. That is a sensitive age. Meanwhile, Calix was silently cursing with pure resentment. If I ever meet the original owner of this body, I will punch him right in the face. Kraut, even more puzzled, finally asked, but why are we going to Pozniu in the first place? Were not we supposed to head straight to the capital? Calix answered, because we might run into the crown prince on the way. The question that followed made Calix freeze. Kraut innocently asked, why are you so scared of him? Calix whipped his head around, a vein pulsing at his temple, and barked, scared? Do you avoid stepping in shit because you are scared of it? Huh, Kraut stammered, sweating. I mean, not really, but comparing the prince to feces. Is not that a bit so you are not running away? Calix shut his eyes and pinched his brows together. We were supposed to stop at Pozniu on our way back from the capital. The orders simply change. A stiff, simmering smile stretched across his face as he added, running away, obviously not. He can deny whatever he wants. Watching this, Kraut sighed to himself, he reacts so strongly. Adorable. His face softened into a warm smile, his thoughts drifting further, so small. And so cute, too. But on the other side of that tender gaze, Calix's expression darkened. His eyes narrowed with frustration as he remembered Russell Nigel's training. If this keeps up, everyone will keep treating me like a child. Even people younger than me. I have to reach level 4 sooner. But with Russell Nigel's training pace, it will take a lifetime. Calix's gaze sharpened, his determination hardening. That is why. A system window sprang open before him. As he looked at it, he thought, this is the real reason we are going to Pozniu. A map unfolded across the interface, and Calix mentally calculated, if we can clear the dungeon near Pozniu, I can obtain an S-rank skill. He evaluated the situation carefully, good dungeons with worthwhile rewards are rare. And even if we find one, this weak body would need a full expedition team to conquer it. The soreness radiating from his backside made him wince. His thoughts drifted toward the nobles of any territory he stepped into. If we raid a dungeon within a noble's domain, they will immediately complain, are you trying to steal from us? But Pozniu is different. A sly smile tugged at Calix's lips. Pozniu is a free city, no nobles to interfere, and hiring mercenaries is easy. It is the perfect place to assemble an expedition team. Ahead of them, Kraut pointed forward. Young master there. He gestured toward the horizon. Pozniu is in sight. Following the direction of Kraut's hand, the river-wrapped, flourishing free city of Pozniu came into view. At the city gate, the guards called out, please form a single file line. One guard handed Calix a sheet of paper. Please fill out the guest registry before entering. Exhausted and practically lifeless, Calyx staggered forward with a trembling voice. Yes. Inside, he exhaled with relief. Finally. We made it. As the sky dimmed into shades of rosé, they arrived at a large NPNW inn. The horses had already been led to the stables to eat and recover their strength. Calyx turned to the group and said, "Everyone, you have all worked hard these past few days on the road." The soldiers gathered in a room at the Pozniu Inn, standing at attention as he continued, "Before we move on, I want all of us to shake off the exhaustion from the journey." A faint grin curved on Calyx's lips. "Anyone know a good place around here?" The men immediately perked up, their faces brightening. "A good place," one of them echoed, eyes widening with interest. Another asked, "What do you mean by that, young master?" Calyx let out a mischievous little laugh, and Kraut instantly felt a bad premonition. "Wait, young master, do not tell me you." But before he could finish, the other soldiers surged forward with excited cheers, pushing the two of them along. "Let us go, young master." Even Kraut, clearly exhausted, gave in. "Come on, let us just go," he sighed. Calyx raised his hand happily. "All right, let us get moving then." "Yes, young master," the soldiers responded in unison, spirits high. Night had fallen, draping the sky in darkness as they arrived at a lively festival. People were eating, laughing, raising their glasses, and chatting with strangers over drinks. The soldiers and Calyx looked around with wide eyes, marveling at everything. One soldier exclaimed, "If only our territory had a place like this." Suddenly, a voice called out, drawing everyone's attention. "Good evening, everyone." Calyx's eyes widened the moment he saw the person approaching. Urine smiled sweetly, hands folded behind her back as she greeted them. "Welcome. Come on in." She suddenly grabbed Kraut by the arm, making him freeze in shock, unsure how to respond. Celestina Urine Agra added cheerfully, "If you are looking for good drinks, this is the best place you will find." Kraut cleared his throat, flustered. I feel a little embarrassed." Seeing him like that, Calyx smirked, walked past them, and said, "It is fine. Let us go." The others blinked in surprise at his forwardness, while Urine looked downright delighted. Inside, the tavern was bustling. Customers filled the tables, laughing loudly and calling for more food and drinks. "Bring us some liquor," Calyx said. "Yes, sir," the server replied. Thomas, already flushed bright red, threw an arm around Kraut's shoulders. "Sir Kraut, are not you drinking?" Another soldier chimed in with a grin. "The young master said it is fine. Just drink just this once." Kraut politely declined, remaining firm. "If anything happens to the young master, it won't be good." "I will refrain." The man beside him reddened and murmured, "You are way too serious." Calyx, meanwhile, sat quietly, watching Urine with unreadable eyes. Then, out of nowhere, he called out, "Hey, you." A pink-haired young man who had been walking by froze at the sound of Calyx's voice. He turned, stiff and wary, as Calyx slowly approached him. Urine gave a strained smile. "Yes." Calyx gave a faint, knowing smile and motioned for Urine to come closer. She stepped toward him, confusion written all over her face. "What is it?" she asked. Leaning in, Calyx whispered mysteriously, "Is not there somewhere quieter? Another tavern would be fine." Urine blinked, baffled, folding her arms with an awkward expression. "Well, there is, actually. But if I take you somewhere else, I will get in trouble." Calyx cast a glance over his shoulder at the soldiers, who were laughing, drinking, and chatting without restraint. Then he said, "They are having fun here, are not they? Taking just one more person out should not cause any problems." He pulled out a gold coin, and Urine's eyes immediately locked onto it. "If you take me to a quiet salon," Calyx said casually, tossing the coin into the air, "I will give you this." Urine's jaw dropped as the gleaming gold spun above them. She caught it with both hands, a bright smile breaking across her face. Still clutching the coin, she looked up at him with a delighted giggle. "Deal. But in exchange, let the others drink here, all right?" Calyx nodded. "Of course." He called out, "Kraut." The knight immediately stood up and walked over. "Yes, young master." "Then let us go," Urine said cheerfully as she led the way out of the tavern. The three of them stepped outside, following her pace as she guided them down a dimly lit street with no one else in sight. This way. Calix walked up beside her and struck up a conversation. Have you lived in Pozniu long? Urine's voice swelled with pride. I have been here for over 10 years. Calix stared at her, stunned. You do not even look 10 years old. She whipped around, furious. What did you just say? I will have you know I am 14. Walking on the right side, Kraut listened to the exchange with a quiet, satisfied smile, amused by the two of them. Calix sighed apologetically. All right, I get it. Sorry. That is right, she muttered. Suddenly, Calix flashed a sly grin. By the way, who is the strongest person in Pozniu? Urine stopped for a moment, surprised by the question. Her expression dimmed slightly. People say the strongest warrior is Lord Omar, the leader of the Steel Shield mercenaries. She forced a smile, brushing away whatever was bothering her. But honestly, he has never fought the leaders of the other 3 big mercenary groups, so it is probably just a rumor. Calix nodded thoughtfully. Lord Omar, huh, so what are the 3 big mercenary groups? Urine stared at him in disbelief. Seriously, you do not even know that? She then explained, listing them one by one. The Red Wolf group marked by the Red Wolf emblem, the Black Wing group bearing the Black Feather insignia, and the Steel Shield group symbolized by a steel shield. Those 3 together are called the Big 3 Mercenary Corps. Calix absorbed the information, then asked, what about the monster attacks this fall? Urine answered with pride. Well, no matter how busy the tavern gets, things have not gotten too bad. Kraut walked between them, smiling contentedly as if he were listening to 2 children bicker. But the adults are always terrified the supermoon will come early, Urine added with a sigh. Calix chuckled. Adults always worry too much. They continued walking, talking freely. Urine glanced at him. You do not look that old yourself. Kraut chimed in, and you are quite mature for your age too, like me. My foster mother used to say the same. Urine laughed softly. I see. Urine suddenly came to a stop, glancing sharply to her left before letting out a small gasp. Standing before them was a large building, simple in decoration yet exuding a quiet sense of luxury. We are here, she said. A woman stepped outside just then, murmuring, oh dear. She had long black hair, tired golden eyes, and a voice that carried exhaustion. It does not look like you made a reservation, she said. At the sight of the black-haired woman, Urine immediately hid behind Kraut's broad back. The woman continued, do you have business here? Kraut raised a hand awkwardly, revealing Urine's startled, fearful face behind him. Calix tilted his head slightly to the right and said, this kid brought me here. Lisa's tone hardened at once. Urine, you have caused trouble again, have not you? Urine could only give a strained smile, too afraid to answer. Then Lisa bowed politely, subtly trying to usher them out. My lord, the salon is closed today. I am sorry, but please leave. When she lifted her head, her eyes met Calix's, and something in his gaze made her pause in confusion. Calix smiled faintly, glancing meaningfully at her. Lisa followed his line of sight downward, puzzled. What is he looking at, she wondered. She finally looked at her own hand, the one wearing the ring, and a warning rang loudly in her mind, impossible. Calix noticed this and immediately shifted his eyes toward Urine, smiling in a way that made the girl stare wide-eyed in shock. Hey, kid. It looks like you led me to the wrong place, did not you? Calix said lightly. Guess you will have to return the tip. Urine clasped her hands behind her back, frowning with clear refusal. No way. I brought you exactly where you asked. She hid both hands behind her and huffed. You are not here to look for women, you are looking for information, right? I can't return it. Before she could say more, Lisa's stern voice cut through the air like a blade. Urine. The tone alone made Urine freeze, her face draining of color as her eyes widened in fear. Lisa's expression darkened completely, the atmosphere around her becoming sharp and oppressive as she glared at the trembling girl without saying another word. Urine shook, tears threatening to spill, yet still tried to form an explanation. But Calix only watched her with an unreadable, almost amused glint in his eyes. Just then, a translucent system window materialized in front of Urine, displaying her information, Celestina Urine Agradotna, age 14, a displaced member of the royal bloodline, Affiliation, Arizona Children's Organization. Position, Senior Member. Personality, Cunning Money Hunter. Combat Condition, Normal. Combat Rank, Level 16/81. Reputation, 5 stars. Trust Level, 7%. Administration, A. Finance, SS. Military, D. Diplomacy, S. Development, A. Seeing the panel, Calix narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Found her, he thought. He looked at Urine, comparing the trembling girl before him to the woman she would become in the future, the shadowy mastermind, the dark witch behind the curtain, Celestina Urine. His hands tightened at his sides, overwhelmed with joy. The entire reason I traveled to the capital was to find this future top-tier merchant. I even planned to invest the stolen secret fund with her. And now I have stumbled right into her. Calix lowered his head slightly and smiled. So this is the place to get information, huh? Then my objective is already accomplished. You do not have to return the money. Urine lit up, beaming. Really? Lisa's voice, however, grew sharper. EU. Before she could finish, several women appeared behind her, armed with bows drawn and aimed straight at Calix and Kraut. Lisa issued a cold order, come here. Urine immediately hurried to her side. Seeing the sudden hostility, Kraut stepped forward, posture shifting into battle-ready stance, fury radiating from him like murderous heat. Do you have any idea who you are pointing those arrows at? He demanded. Lisa did not flinch. Her expression remained stern as she said, in a high-class salon like this, it is rare but not impossible to encounter uninvited guests who stubbornly refuse to leave. Some of them possess combat abilities far beyond even trained knights. She glanced at her subordinates but kept her focus sharp. If you leave quietly now, we won't take any action, she added. Calix let out a soft, almost amused smile, his expression unchanging and calm. Are not you being a little too rigid? If you drive everyone away without even trying to talk properly, how do you expect to ever make allies? Behind her, Urine whispered urgently, see, I told you this is going too far. Lisa, however. Lisa did not even bother responding to Urine's whispered protest. She simply issued another sharp warning, Urine. Calix's eyes narrowed slightly, a faintly mocking smile curling on his lips. You may possess a beauty that defies age, he said, but you certainly do not seem any wiser than the young heir standing before you. Lisa did not answer. She only frowned, but inwardly she thought, I know his capabilities better than anyone. She glanced back at tiny, trembling Urine behind her, her eyes darkening with worry. But if our true identities are exposed? Her expression hardened, brows furrowed, gaze sharpening. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Fine. Calix lightly tugged on Kraut's sleeve as he looked at the woman shielding Urine, and she warned them coldly, if you do not want an arrow through your skull, answer my question. Who are you, and at least give me your name? Calix let out a weary sigh. You have known the answer for a while now. Why do not you take off that ring and pass it to the girl standing behind you? Hearing that, Urine's expression fell. She quietly eyed the ring on Lisa's hand, saying nothing. Lisa stared at Calix in shock. Do you even understand the meaning of this ring? She asked, her voice unsteady. Calix remained completely composed. With the royal crest of Agridatna carved so clearly into it, what else am I supposed to think? He winked, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Is not recognition exactly what you want? The women holding bows tightened their grips, eyes sharpening with caution. Lisa warned him again. You are putting yourself in even greater danger. Her face tightened in anger and she suddenly shouted, Young Master Calix. Kraut immediately shifted into a ready stance, but Calix answered her in an indifferent tone. What, if you knew my name, you should have said so sooner. He smirked. Do you only know the name? How do you think I tracked this place down? Lisa's eyes narrowed, wary and calculating. Calix continued. What information do I want right now and what do you think I am capable of offering in exchange? The woman stiffened, her hands curled into fists as she thought frantically, I can't answer that. I assumed only members of the royal family or assassins targeting us could recognize us from a crest alone. But a foreign count's heir identifying it immediately. Calix closed his eyes briefly. She must be completely shaken. Then he asked aloud, no answer. His gaze shifted behind her. Yurine, what do you think? Yurine jumped slightly as her name was called but recovered quickly. Without hesitation, she replied, people say the more complicated a problem is, the simpler the answer tends to be. She stepped out from behind Lisa and added with a bright, confident tone, the young master has an excellent memory. He never forgets anything he sees. Then she explained, the royal crest appears in plenty of history books. He must have seen it somewhere before. Calix raised a brow at her answer, amused. Yurine went on, besides, it is just the emblem of a fallen royal line. Nothing special. The woman beside her scolded softly, Lady Yurine. She turned away in frustration, and Calix burst into laughter at the sight. You are quite clever, he said. Yurine shot back proudly, and young master is not ordinary either. Lisa pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Lady Yurine. She finally ordered the archers, enough. Both of you, stop. She turned toward the building and said, this place is too exposed. Then she walked to the door, glanced over her shoulder, and motioned to them. Come inside. We will talk there. Calix's expression grew serious as he looked at her. The group followed her into a luxuriously decorated room. Lisa gestured toward a sofa. Please, sit. Calix scanned the space discreetly, assessing every detail. So this place is designed for dining, entertainment, and sleeping afterward. A place like this, huh? He moved toward Lisa, intending to sit, but paused. Is not it a little tense, he said lightly, for a man and a woman to be alone together in a salon? Lisa frowned, closing her eyes briefly as she warned him, I still have not decided whether I will let you walk out of here safely. Calix looked thoroughly unimpressed, as though Lisa's warning barely registered in his mind. She pressed on, is the young master not planning to persuade me? Her sharp gaze cut toward him, as if she were trying to dissect his intentions on the spot. Calix exhaled in deep irritation. Your hospitality is a bit lacking, he said lazily. Normally, you would at least offer tea. Kraut, it is fine. Sit down. Yes, sir, Kraut replied immediately, dropping into a seat. Lisa remained silent for a moment, eyes closed, then clapped her hands once. Women dressed in revealing outfits entered at her signal, carrying trays of tea. They moved with practiced, elegant motions as they served. Calix's thoughts drifted back to the game's storyline. Celestina Yurine. A core member of the Children of Aridona, an underground organization. She later becomes the strongest financial backer of the Dark Prince Gale. No one can surpass her when it comes to making money. A blonde woman set down the tray and poured tea for them. Calix continued calculating. My plan is to invest every coin from that stolen fund into her. She understands better than anyone that trust is a merchant's greatest asset. He remembered how, in the game, Yurine disguised herself as a boy. Seeing her now still a child felt almost surreal. He lifted the teacup, examining its clarity. I should wait until she is older. He sipped thoughtfully. Or perhaps I should train her myself. Lisa watched his expression carefully before asking, are not you afraid the tea might be poisoned? Calix let out a soft hum, completely unfazed. His face did not shift at all as he replied casually, do not worry. I would know immediately if it were. Lisa said nothing. She rubbed her fingers together, her expression turning serious. Let us return to the main issue. We cannot continue negotiations unless we have absolute certainty that you will keep our secret. And then Calix suddenly said, 100,000 gold. Lisa's eyes flew open. She stared at him in disbelief. What? What did you just say? Calix raised both hands with an innocent smile. I will invest 100,000 gold. As if struck speechless, Lisa's face darkened. What, are you? I am simply responding to your terms, Calix said calmly. Then, with a sharper tone, he went straight to the point. Can you guarantee you won't take my money and disappear? Lisa hesitated, unable to answer. Before she could form a response, Yurine's voice came from behind her. That amount is far too large to turn down. Lisa jolted at the sound, whipping around to scold her. My lady, you are not permitted to come out here. But Yurine, now dressed in a formal deep red dress, paid the warning no mind. She stepped forward with surprisingly regal poise and spoke clearly, allow me to introduce myself properly. Once a member of the Agridatna royal family under the Japura alliance, I am Celestina Urine. She lifted her chin slightly, offering a soft, composed smile. Of course, I am merely a fugitive now, so you may call me Urine. Calix and Kraut stared at her, stunned by how rapidly she had changed demeanor. One of the women beside Lisa whispered anxiously, Princess Urine. Just moments ago she was acting like a child. Calix watched her walk over and sit across from them. And now she looks like an entirely different person. Urine sat with a dignified calm, her delicate features carrying the solemnity of royalty. Calix found himself smiling inwardly. Come to think of it, she is only a year older than this body of mine. He studied her carefully. It seems I do not need to hold back. Kraut remained frozen, eyes wide. I thought she was just a cute little boy. Calix chuckled. Being a princess does not mean you know how to make money. If you want my investment, you will need to explain it clearly. Urine pointed forward with steady determination. First, we have a network of exiles. That means we can gather information rapidly. The most basic principle of business is simple: buy low, sell high. Calix crossed one leg over the other, brow furrowing. You are attempting to profit through the kingdom's distribution sector. But is not the competition brutal? He glanced downward before adding, and nothing guarantees your competitors the Royal Merchant Guild will play fair. Calix laid out the flaws in Urine's proposal, his tone calm but unmistakably sharp. They have powerful backers. They can make things difficult for you at the border, create problems with customs procedures. He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, then added, or seize your goods under some fabricated pretext. Urine puffed out her cheeks in irritation, clearly offended. Any business has risks, she shot back, her voice prickling with defiance. And do not underestimate our organization. She curled her lips into a sly smile and pointed at him. We can handle smuggling too. Calix shook his head repeatedly, rejecting the idea before she even finished. No. Absolutely not. It has to be legal, otherwise none of this has any meaning. The money I have. His voice dipped for a moment as guilt pricked at him. He quickly added, it is difficult to prove the source. The entire point of this investment is to bring it into the light. Urine studied him carefully, her eyes narrowing in quiet calculation. Then she suddenly spoke, her voice slicing through the room and making both Calix and Kraut jolt upright. So the goods are stolen. Calix forced a calm facade, though his eyes flickered in panic. Not stolen. It is compensation confiscated as reparation for emotional damages, he declared, trying to sound dignified. Next to him, Kraut lowered his head, shaking with nervousness. Urine did not buy it. She delivered her verdict without hesitation. Which means they are stolen goods. Her blunt words made Calix spring to his feet, anger flaring across his face. More importantly, how can you guarantee you won't run off with my money once you have it? Kraut broke into a cold sweat, watching the two with terrified eyes. Lisa and Urine exchanged bewildered glances. Neither spoke, but both were thinking the same thing. He hit the exact weak point, did not he? Then, out of nowhere, Urine responded in an almost casual tone. That is simple. She smiled lightly, as if offering the most reasonable solution in the world. I will be the hostage. Lisa screamed in terror. Urine-sama, a hostage? Urine lowered her voice, her tone calm yet tinged with gravity. Aunt, it has been 10 years. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ever since our people began wandering in foreign lands, if this continues, the organization will either collapse or degenerate into nothing more than a criminal gang. You understand that, do not you? Lisa hung her head, sadness etching her face as she whispered, but... Urine pressed on, her words deliberate and persuasive. We are talking about 100,000 gold coins, a colossal sum. I am not concerned with reclaiming status. What I care about is ensuring our people no longer suffer. Hearing this, Lisa's eyes reddened, and she addressed the princess in a trembling voice. Before she could continue, a cold, commanding voice cut through the room. Stop the theatrics. Lisa flared with rage. Foolish, insolent girl. Calix ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. Listen, I do not care about your past. If you want to be treated like a princess, you should return to the kingdom of Jaipur Linyan immediately. Lisa trembled with anger, almost unable to stand. Exactly, Yurine confirmed firmly, drawing a dagger with resolute grace. From this moment, I will discard the name Agridatna and sever my hair with it. She repeated for emphasis, I will discard it. Lisa broke into a cold sweat. Princess Yurine. She gripped the hilt of her sword, realizing that the young princess already had a clear vision of the path she intended to pursue. Yurine's gaze fixed on Calyx, her determination unwavering. Is that right? She asked. He nodded without hesitation. Yes, that is correct, Calyx said, sharing his plan. Initially, I intended to entrust everything to you, but you are still too young for me to trust completely. Until that trust is established, I will have to guide you personally. Yurine clenched her teeth at his words, her voice rising in challenge. And you, how old are you anyway? You do not seem much older than me. Calyx allowed himself a private thought. She is more mature than I expected, but I have no intention of treating her as an adult. Compared to my own age back on Earth, she is still just a child. With that in mind, he said aloud, I only provide the capital. You will run this business with someone else's money. Age difference is not that important. Yurine sank into the long chair behind her, her expression steady as she replied, I understand. For now, tell me your plan. Calyx remained calm. First, we need to clarify our primary objective. Information comes first. She nodded immediately. Understood. Then let us proceed. Yurine commanded, provide the Lord with all the information we have. Especially regarding the three factions controlling Pozniu and the current situation there. Lisa quickly stood and bowed deeply. Yes, Princess. Calyx was momentarily taken aback. Moments ago, Yurine had treated Lisa like a real mother, yet now she was issuing commands with the poise of a seasoned leader. Unexpected, he mused silently. She is remarkably skilled at separating business from personal matters. Lisa moved ahead, calling back, this way, please. The door creaked open, accompanied by an introduction. Everything you need is here. Take your time and review it carefully. Calyx surveyed the cluttered room and sighed deeply before stating firmly, very well, let us begin. Night descended over the castle, draping it in silence, and soon an entire night passed. Calyx reclined on the chair with his legs crossed, yawning repeatedly. Already morning, he murmured, complaining. It is not persuading Yurine to increase the budget that worries me. The real challenge is conquering that dungeon. Calyx contemplated silently. There are two options, enter the dungeon with the elite members I have brought along, or hire additional mercenaries. He sat up abruptly. Hiring too many mercenaries increases the risk of exposing secrets, so ideally, I should rely on the elite team. But if that is the case, I will need to recruit a mage. Having a mage in a team composed entirely of knights is not just adding another strategy. A mage can completely change the team's combat dynamics, multiplying their strength many times over. That is why a mage is so valuable. I can't believe there is a 6th level mage living in Pozniu. The person Calyx had in mind was Edenlin Beltua, the Hermit of Life. He muttered to himself, I need more information about him. After a moment of thought, he hurried to the door and called for Yurine. Lisa pressed her hands together at her waist and spoke politely. I am sorry, but the young lady is currently in a lesson. Without another word, she entered the room and firmly closed the door. A maid approached and gestured politely. Please follow me to the garden. I will prepare tea and some refreshments for you. Calyx turned to respond. Very well, thank you. As she poured the tea, the maid added, once her lesson is finished, I will bring her to meet you. He replied courteously, understood, thank you. Gazing at his reflection in the tea, Calyx drifted into thought. Edenlin Beltua, a 6th level mage, much like Russell of the Shikan domain. Back in the previous world, Russell was merely a minor baron until my father, Corin, reached level 7 at a very young age. But shortly after becoming baron, he passed away, before he could establish a firm foundation for the domain. Calyx nibbled on a cookie, reminding himself that he was not even the official heir of the Shikan family yet. He wondered aloud, would a 6th level mage truly side with me? Stretching his shoulders, he concluded, I suppose there is only one way to find out. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, making him startle. Exactly find out what? It was Yurine. Calix's surprise was evident. "Ah, there you are." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why the sudden rush? When are we supposed to start this thing?" she asked. Calix, dripping with sweat, tried to calm her. "Relax, relax. To initiate this plan, we need thorough preparation first. It will take at least 6 months, maybe up to a year." Yurine's eyes narrowed, skeptical. "Impossible." He reminded her, now, do not jump to conclusions. "Here, this is a certificate of balance from the Mage Tower. It shows 30,000 gold coins." Yurine picked it up and examined it. "Seems legit. But 30,000 gold?" Calix raised an eyebrow. "You are not planning to demand the full 100,000 gold right here, are you?" Yurine shook her head. "Considering the value of the Shikan domain, this is enough for now." "Right." Hearing her call him right, Calix's cheeks flushed. "Well, of course, the one willing to invest the most is naturally me." Yurine raised an eyebrow. "Any comments?" He laughed. "Teasing, sounds like you think I am a fool who is easy to take advantage of." She asked in return, "Anyway, why did you summon me here?" Calix nodded. "All right. Do you know someone named Edenlin Beltua?" At the mention of the name, Yurine flinched. From afar, someone approached and spoke. "Edenlin Beltua is currently—" It was Lisa, who had been suspected of being a dark mage. Yurine quickly corrected her, "But he is not a dark mage." Lisa continued, "But if we inform you in advance, we can avoid unnecessary suspicion in this world. Even if you intervene to help someone in need, instead of gratitude, you might face unreasonable demands in return." Calix thought to himself, "I already know quite a bit about Edenlin. He is difficult to deal with, but he is not a bad person." He spoke aloud, "If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Can you tell me where he is?" Lisa's expression suddenly turned serious. "I won't forget those words," she said. Calix paused for a few seconds, sensing the weight in her tone. She continued, "If you lead through the north gate of Pozniu, you will see a communal cemetery opposite the village mountains. Next to it is a small hut. The person who also handles the burials there is Edenlin Beltua." Calix raised an eyebrow. "Do you know him personally?" Lisa explained, "Everything I know is already in the report. He drifted here a few years ago, and since then he has been completely absorbed in his experiments, very stubborn. He hardly ever goes outside." Curious, Calix asked, "Do you have any recent information about his experiments?" She frowned. "Mages hate having their research leaked more than anything." Yurine spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. "Are you really planning to go see that old man?" Seeing her genuine worry, Calix asked, "Why, he has not done anything to you, has he? You seem hesitant to speak ill of him. So you do not actually dislike him, right?" Yurine bit her fingernail nervously. "But just being near that old man makes me feel like I will come away empty-handed. Please, be careful. No matter how tempting the offer, do not get swept up in it." Her expression darkened. "Understand." Calix hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I understand." She crossed her arms and issued a stern warning. "And do not touch the money you intend to invest for me." "Mine, huh? Maybe I should not even tell him," Calix mused silently. He sensed that something else was going on behind the scenes. A huge question mark formed in his mind, something going on. Suddenly, a voice cut through their conversation. "Princess, break time is over. Return to your room now." With that, Lisa grabbed Yurine by both hands and hurriedly pulled her away. Calix's heart filled with anxiety. "How am I going to convince Edenlin? I will have to meet him first." At the cemetery outside Pozniu's north gate, a small house appeared amidst the wild mountains. Kraut stopped his horse. "This must be the place." Calix's eyes widened in awe. "Looks like a witch's house from a fairy tale." Kraut approached and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" Silence answered them. Suddenly, a voice called from inside, "No matter who you are, the door's open. Come in." Kraut looked at Calix for guidance. Calix thought, not many people could remain calm outside the city gates, showing no fear of monsters or bandits. Whoever this is must be extremely confident. The door opened, revealing a figure stirring a pot of food, exuding the aura of a dark mage. Calix silently marveled, "I knew of him, but seeing him in person leaves an entirely different impression." "Edenlin Beltua." Instinctively, Calyx raised his hand to his mouth, cleared his throat, and introduced himself clearly. It is an honor to meet you, sir. I am Calyx. Edenlin replied coldly, I am not one to concern myself with worldly affairs. So even if I hear your name, I have no idea how significant you might be. Calyx smirked. That is fine. I am not from a prestigious family, nor do I carry any special title. Even if I did, I could never compare to someone who has reached the level of an archmage. Edenlin's lips curved into a faint smile. You certainly know how to talk. He continued sitting with his back turned to them. But I am very busy. I do not have time to play around with you. If you do not get straight to the point, I will toss you out. Calyx spoke up, I have a request. I plan to conquer a nearby dungeon. Could I borrow your strength for it? Edenlin turned, surprise flickering in his eyes. The dungeons around here. You mean the Impalin mountain range dungeon? Calyx grinned with excitement. Exactly, sir. Suddenly, the pot of food slipped from Edenlin's hands to the floor. He faced Calyx, and the boy felt a strange unease. The mage muttered in admiration, it has been a long time since I have seen a brat this crazy. Kraut's body trembled violently. He was so furious he could feel his blood boil, yet he reminded himself, stay calm. Stay calm. Kraut Salim, a level 15 archmage, equal in rank to his master, knew that a reckless attack by a level 6 could endanger the young master. Silently urging him, Kraut thought, young master, you need to act fast. Calyx lowered his voice. I will spare no expense to compensate you. Edenlin chuckled, clearly amused. And what exactly could you offer me? Money, Calyx suggested. The mage raised his claw toward him and warned, it only matters if you are still alive. Do not babble nonsense. If you value your life, turn back obediently. Calyx broke out in cold sweat, panicking. Then, if you need anything for your recent research, just say the word. I will find it for you. Edenlin's eyes narrowed, questioning sharply. Are you from the Mage Tower, sent here to spy on my research? The sheer weight of his words made Kraut and Calyx shiver. The atmosphere inside the hut became suddenly suffocating. Edenlin bluntly threw them out. Out. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, painting the sky in breathtaking shades of red and purple, Calyx lay face down on the table, bored and exhausted. Urine approached, frowning. You did not get tricked out of your investment money, did you? Calyx replied in a drained tone, what are you talking about? But it seems he does not care much about money anyway. Urine's voice softened. I thought he would use that as an excuse to meddle in everything. Calyx lifted his head. Did something happen? Flustered, Urine shook her head. Nothing serious. Then she recounted the story. Not long after Edenlin settled here, I invested a small amount of money. Calyx's eyes widened. And then, tears brimming, Urine shouted, that old man swindled my money, unbelievable. Kraut recoiled. What, that is shocking, even if he is short on research funds, he would steal a child's allowance. Calyx quickly asked, you have a contract, right? Urine nodded firmly. Of course. I am not careless like that. I knew you would ask, so here it is. Calyx eagerly unfolded the paper. His eyes widened at the number written, 30 gold coins. What, only 30 gold? Kraut broke into cold sweat. Good heavens. That is my entire salary for June. They were both stunned. How can she stay so calm after being cheated out of such a huge sum? Urine trembled with fury, her lips grinding out the words 30 gold. She burst out, absolutely livid, how am I supposed to accept that? My stomach hurts just thinking about it, that was my money mine to spend however I want, that nosy, penniless old geezer. Her words were like arrows straight into Kraut's heart. Penniless. Calyx gently patted Urine's head as if to calm a fuming cat. I can take over that contract for you. But Urine shot back immediately. No way. There will come a day when I make that old man Edenlin pay back every single coin I loaned him. Every last one. Calyx teased, you might pull that off with some ordinary commoner, sure. But do you really think you can do that to a level 6 mage? Urine puffed up her cheeks. So what you are saying is that there is no way I can get my money back from a mage? Calyx replied coldly, Urine, you did not loan him money. You invested it in exchange for a share of the profits. And you accepted the risk of losing it. If you were strong enough to collect the debt yourself, that'd be one thing, but you are not, are you? Yurine shot back defensively. Then what, you think you are stronger than that old man Edenlin? I have seen you train. There is nothing impressive about it. Calyx snapped. I am a noble with my own territory. I do not lack money. She clicked her tongue. Big deal. You are only 1 year older than me and acting like some grand adult. Calyx grumbled, for your information, I am 13. He suddenly froze. What am I doing, losing my temper at a kid, genius or not, she is still just a child. The fact that she thinks a simple contract can control a level 6 mage shows just how little she understands about the world. Having calmed down, he lowered his voice. Either way, a real merchant must learn to accept losses when an investment fails, and seize every opportunity to recover what they can. But Yurine looked nowhere near pacified. Calyx continued analyzing the problem. If you went through the trouble of writing a contract, you should have at least recorded the field of his research and where every coin of your funding was spent. Forget it, this is beyond you. Let me handle it. I will pay 50 gold. A 67% return after a few years is not bad, right? Yurine slammed the table and shot to her feet. Fine, but in return, let me monitor everything closely. Calyx agreed with a lazy tone. Sure, whatever you want. Once Yurine left, Calyx immediately turned to Kraut, showing off with a smug grin. Not long after, Calyx froze as he stared at the massive pile of books on the table. This is everything. There is this much related material. Lisa, who had been walking by, flinched as light spilled out from the room ahead. Curious, she approached and peeked inside. She called out, Princess, what are you doing? But the moment she stepped in, all three inside jolted upright in sheer panic, staring at her like startled animals. Yurine stammered, Well, as you can see. Lisa looked around the room, confusion sweeping over her face, then in the next second, her expression twisted in fury. Princess, how many times have I told you not to make deals behind my back? Calyx and Kraut stood petrified, stiff as statues. Yurine protested loudly, you always make excuses to refuse. Lisa did not care. She grabbed Yurine like someone hauling a sack of rice. We are leaving. Looks like today's tutoring session is going to be longer than usual. Calyx and Kraut's eyes glazed over with fear. Calyx clicked his tongue and turned to Kraut. Let us get started. And with that, both of them dove enthusiastically into the mountain of books. But only a few minutes later, they were completely drained. Calyx sighed to himself, convincing Edenlin won't be easy. Maybe I will have to enter the dungeon first and ask him again afterward. Meanwhile, Kraut had already fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. Calyx nudged Kraut awake and urged him, Get up, Kraut. We are heading out. Kraut jerked upright, blinking. Heading where? Calyx scowled. To hire mercenaries. In the quiet street, their footsteps echoed in steady, hollow thuds. Calyx swept across the two onlookers' field of vision in a quick stride, and the pair turned their eyes to follow him. Before long, Calyx and Kraut were standing in front of a mercenary brokerage office. Inside, the atmosphere was loud and bustling, voices overlapping with bursts of laughter. Calyx pressed his lips together, scanning the room as though searching for something specific. The young man behind the reception counter glanced up and flinched. A high-ranking noble, what is someone like him doing in a place like this? Calyx beamed politely. I am here to hire mercenaries. The young receptionist turned at once and stepped into the back. Outwardly he remained composed. Please wait a moment. But inside, he was panicking. I can't handle this on my own. Calyx frowned. What is with that guy? Kraut guessed. Looks like he went to get the person in charge. A moment later, the manager emerged from the back, greeting them warmly. Welcome. Thank you for visiting. Calyx was startled enough to retreat slightly behind Kraut. Whoa. This man is no ordinary staff member. With polite courtesy, the manager said, Please, let me escort you inside. Calyx followed him, though every step was filled with vigilance. He began, I have heard mercenaries ranked level or higher are quite rare. The manager laughed heartily. Once a warrior reaches mastery, if they can secure land in a rural territory, they can live like knights. Kraut wondered to himself, is he saying that to me? The man continued, but many still choose the freedom of life as a mercenary. More importantly, I am surprised you came in person, my lord. You could have simply sent a representative. Calyx replied, if my appearance startled you, I apologize. I just feel that relying on a representative makes it harder to secure a contract that meets my expectations. The manager silently judged him, looks as young as my grandson, yet speaks like a seasoned fox. Once they were seated, the manager spoke first. Now then, could you explain your request in more detail? Calyx got straight to the point. The mission danger level is A. Compensation will be 2.5 times the average weekly wage. Based on precedent, the standard contract duration is 1 month, with optional extensions of 2 weeks each, up to a maximum of 3 months. 50% of payment will be provided up front. If an S-rank mercenary is hired as the commander, they will have full authority over the expedition's formation. Maximum combat personnel is 120, and maximum support personnel is 80. The manager grimaced internally. I knew it. Just because he is young does not mean I can underestimate him. Sweat formed on his brow. They are withholding all mission details, yet presenting the terms with absolute clarity, and these conditions are balanced flawlessly. If I agree too easily, I seem careless. But rejecting him outright would be a waste. After a long pause, the manager finally asked, it will take considerable effort to find a mercenary group willing to accept these terms. Could you reveal a bit more about the mission? Calyx nodded and immediately countered, I can, but only if you accept a reduced payment. He thought to himself, it does not matter how much he thinks this through. All the negotiation experience he has gathered is nothing compared to the hundreds, no, thousands of times I have done this in the game. To me, he is basically an amateur. The manager exhaled a long, defeated breath. Understood. I will accept the terms as they are. He raised a hand toward Calyx and spoke softly. I have never met a noble quite like you. As Calyx extended his hand in return, the manager lowered his voice even further. Please. Do everything you can to bring as many of the mercenaries back alive as possible. Calyx nodded. I will do my very best. The manager offered, if you tell me which inn you are staying at, the mercenary captain assigned to the mission can come find you. As they were escorted to the door, the manager added, after that, you can discuss the details with him directly. Calyx nodded politely. Understood. Thank you. The three of them bowed simultaneously. Calyx let out a sudden sigh. Kraut noticed immediately and asked, what is wrong? Calyx kept rubbing his chest. Nothing. Honestly, I expected them to refuse, so this feels like a huge relief. Kraut tilted his head, curious. That was an extremely skillful negotiation. Where did you learn that? Calyx furrowed his brow, thinking, I can't exactly tell him I copied the head of business at my old company. He chuckled, then changed the topic. How about we go grab a drink? Kraut hesitated. You are not old enough yet. If you want something to drink, stick to juice. Calyx pouted in frustration. Seriously. A short distance away, a figure in a black coat appeared. He stood in front of the mercenary office, muttering to himself. A mercenary brokerage, in Pozniu, that is not unusual. But a noble showing up personally with bodyguards. He spun on his heel, moving in the opposite direction from Calyx and Kraut. Do I need to investigate this? Pozniu was the only free city in the Roke Kingdom, independent of noble rule. This city has a reputation as a mercenary haven. Once someone joins the Pozniu Mercenary Corps, all records of their past disappear. Does not matter if they were criminals, runaway slaves, or nobles from another country. In return, any mercenary affiliated with Pozniu is obligated to fight the waves of monsters spilling out of the Impalan Mountains. Every year, in autumn, the monsters swarm in. Mercenaries either slaughter them or leave them gorging on corpses before retreating deep into the mountains. Initially, the burden did not fall solely on the mercenaries. The first line of defense was a battalion of prisoners, all criminals, because their deaths required no compensation to families. Pozniu's current system was built on that foundation. Over time, it evolved into the Black Wing Mercenary Corps. Gradually, they gained control over both the city's entertainment district and the criminal underworld of Pozniu. At that moment, inside the Black Wing Mercenary Corps headquarters, sunlight filtered through a window, highlighting the sharply chiseled, pensive face of Walter. He was the godfather of Pozniu's underworld. His voice trembled with a mix of caution and anger. "You have got some nerve." Walter addressed someone sharply. "Corvus. You dare show your face here?" The man smirked. "Do not joke with me. Given our history, I should be the one taking your head. But as a dark knight, I have left the past behind. Why do not you try keeping a cool head for once?" Walter's expression darkened. How dare he insult me like that? Yet this bastard had the audacity to take on a high-level mission as a dark knight. His eyes narrowed, brimming with wariness and disbelief. How the hell did a trash like him even reach level 6? After a moment of thought, Walter finally spoke. "What do you want from me?" Corvus asked. "A group of nobles arrived in this city a few days ago. Do you know anything about that?" Walter replied, irritation dripping from his voice. "How the hell would I know?" Corvus gave his command. "I heard they just submitted a request. Investigate everything why they came here and what that request contains." He emphasized, "Dig into them thoroughly." Walter pressed further. "And the payment?" Corvus answered, "I will pay you the initial intelligence fee up front. Anything beyond that depends on what you manage to uncover." He pulled up his hood and warned, "You would better move quickly. Miss this chance and you will lose a very profitable opportunity." As soon as Corvus left, Walter cursed inwardly. Damn it. He barked an order, "Bring me everything we have on this matter." His subordinates responded immediately, "Yes. Right away, sir," and hurried to gather the materials. When the documents were delivered, the young errand boy said respectfully, "The files are ready, sir." Walter rose to his feet. "Let us go." He grabbed the documents, clenched the pages in his fist, and snarled, "What the hell is this?" Then he roared, furious, "Is he planning to start a war?" Corvus calmly analyzed the information. Danger level, A. Maximum duration, 3 months. A force of roughly 200 people. This does not point to war. They have not declared any territorial dispute, and they are not bordering any hostile nation. Walter's eyes widened. And yet it is classified as an A-rank mission. Dungeons are for small, elite teams, not for overwhelming with numbers. Do not tell me this is just monster hunting. Corvus questioned that too. If that is all, they will definitely take a loss. Do you think anyone is stupid enough for that? Walter agreed. I thought the same. The corner of his mouth curled upward into a wicked grin. Well then. With a gesture filled with malicious delight, Walter proposed, "Why do not we just wipe them out? They practically handed us the excuse." Walter frowned. "Then why do not you just kill him yourself?" Corvus's eyes turned razor sharp as he explained, "He always has someone with him." The person he was referring to was none other than Kraut, an elite S-rank knight. Walter snapped, "So what, you are a 6th ranker?" Corvus answered with caution, "If I try to eliminate him, I will definitely leave traces. And if he manages to use a recall scroll in the middle of it, we will have a huge problem on our hands." Walter scoffed. "Do you even know how much a recall scroll costs? There is no way he has one." "You are overthinking this." Corvus nodded. "I am just waiting for the perfect moment." He laid out his plan. For now, assume his objective is the dungeon and move accordingly. We can't waste time. Once he enters the dungeon, he won't be able to use any recall scroll at all. That is when I strike. Walter grinned triumphantly. So all I need to do is take care of the mercenaries he hired, right? Corvus pulled out a pouch of money. If this gets leaked, we will be in trouble. Walter demanded, I expect special compensation for this. They hired at least 100 combat mercenaries. Even if they are just freelancers, that number can't be taken lightly, especially in a dungeon, where there is no escape route. Corvus replied, I will pay whatever it takes. His smile widened with satisfaction. The one who hired me for this has more money than he knows what to do with. In Pozniu, 3 major mercenary groups known collectively as the Triumvirate dominated the city. These were the Black Wing Mercenary Corps, the Steel Shield Mercenary Corps, and the Red Wolf Mercenary Corps. Out of the hundreds of mercenary bands scattered across the region, these 3 possessed overwhelming power. Their strength came not from shared ideals, but from their roots. The Black Wing Mercenaries were originally prisoners thrown into monster waves as living bait. Meanwhile, the Steel Shield Mercenaries had been their jailers, those who crushed their uprisings with ruthless force. Naturally, these two factions shared the worst possible relationship. And yet, they had managed to avoid open conflict for years. The reason was simple: both feared being ambushed by the Red Wolf mercenary corps. With the three factions evenly matched, Pozniuk clung to a fragile equilibrium, keeping the city relatively peaceful on the surface. But with each group constantly watching the others, even the slightest hint of preparation for a sudden strike would send shockwaves across the city. At the Steel Shield headquarters, someone shouted, "Looks like they are finally ready to settle things once and for all." A nervous man asked, "What happened?" "The Black Wing Mercenary Corps has begun quietly recalling their scattered forces back to their base," the other replied. The man froze, stunned. "That is impossible." The messenger ordered cautiously, "We need to prepare as well." Meanwhile, inside a lavish castle, someone shouted in refusal, "No. Absolutely not." Urine stood with her hands on her hips. "Why not? I am a hostage, or not I, so should not you take me wherever you go?" Calix crossed his arms. "I have not even had time to invest in you yet. Stop saying nonsense and stay put." Urine huffed sharply. "You really won't take me? Do not blame me later when you regret it." Calix outwardly looked confused. What the hell are you talking about? Yet inside, he felt himself waver. Why is she saying it with such confidence, as if she knows I will cave? After a moment of internal debate, he relented. "Fine. If you insist on going, then I will allow you to come with us to the dungeon entrance. You wait there." Urine agreed instantly. "Deal." Calix found her easy agreement suspicious. She gave in that quickly, he wondered. Is she really satisfied with just being allowed to come as far as the dungeon entrance? Or does she already know she is going to end up going inside with us no matter what? Lisa suddenly appeared at the doorway and challenged him sharply. Is that true? She was visibly furious. No matter how you look at it, bringing a young girl into a dangerous dungeon hostage or not is reckless. Calix denied it right away. No, she is not even a hostage. She is the one who insisted on following us from the very beginning. Lisa scolded him. Princess or not, she is still just a child. That does not mean you indulge every whim she has. A responsible adult needs to know how to draw boundaries. Calix muttered helplessly, I am not even old enough to be considered an adult yet. But Lisa was adamant. Regardless, I absolutely refuse to allow this. With that, she grabbed Urine by the wrist and led her away, ignoring the girl's clear reluctance. Come along, princess. Calix could only think, hey. Do not take your frustration out on me. She is panicking for real. Then he wondered, maybe her first impression of me was just too terrible. She has been wary of me ever since. Is there no one around here she might get along with? Urine's looks are not exactly a problem either. If she could just find something or someone to rely on, maybe she would calm down a bit. Sunlight streamed through the window. Outside, a suspicious figure crouched in a thicket, quietly watching Calix. Inside a tavern, a doubtful man asked again, Are you sure? Another man confirmed firmly, Yeah. No doubt about it. The first man continued, So that means Lady Lisa is going too. The one across from him replied, Most likely. She cares about the young lady a lot. The man slammed his beer mug on the table and shouted, I knew it. Last time they came here, I should have thrown that arrogant noble brat out on the spot. He remembered the moment he received the money and the instructions, Good job. Keep watching them. The man had answered at the time, Understood. Thank you. Now he cursed bitterly. That bastard definitely seduced the young lady, probably tempted her with some sweet talk about making a fortune. I hated him from the very moment I saw him. Damn it. Then he asked, frustrated and confused, So what are your orders? The hooded man snapped, Orders, what do you think? If we are not careful, she might really get dragged into that dungeon. What the hell is he thinking? Dungeons do not magically get easier just because you bring more people. The other man remarked, Honestly. This might not be such a bad situation. He continued analyzing, Things have been tense lately, unnaturally tense. It is only a matter of time before Steel Shield and Black Wing clash. The hooded man nodded slowly. Right. We should take on some mission as an excuse to distance ourselves and observe. Then we can come back pretending we knew nothing. Whether we end up eliminating the victor or negotiating with them, that'll be the smartest move. Meanwhile, back with Calix, He and Kraut both turned toward the door as knocking echoed through the room. Calix called out, "Come in." A man stepped inside and immediately apologized. "Forgive the intrusion. I was sent by the broker's office." He introduced himself, "My name is Trias. Please direct any matters related to your mercenary group through me." He handed over a document. "Also, this is an S-rank credit guarantee issued by the broker's office. Would you like me to handle the selection of combat personnel and servants as well?" Calix did not respond, he just stared at Trias intensely, making the man break into a cold sweat. "Perfect," Calix thought, his eyes gleaming. "I can't believe the exact person I needed showed up this quickly." Trias's voice trembled. "Young master. Is something wrong?" Calix snapped back to attention. "No. Do as you see fit. But if we need 10 people, bring me tea." The man interrupted, startled, "You want to personally evaluate them before choosing, please understand. The contract fees paid to those who are not selected will not be refunded. Do you accept that?" Calix did not hesitate. "Of course." Trias bowed politely. "Understood. I will arrange everything." Calix suddenly handed him a scroll. "Also, please prepare the items listed here." Trias took it and asked, "And this is?" Calix explained, "I made a list of essential supplies for dungeon exploration. Each person is only responsible for preparing one item. Only you will know the full list." Trias nodded. "I understand. It is a reasonable precaution for security." Calix asked, "Any questions?" Trias hesitated. "Just one." He leaned in slightly, curiosity getting the better of him. "If I may ask, how did you manage to find this place?" The question froze Calix for a full 2 seconds. Trias stammered, "Do not tell me." Calix raised an eyebrow, waiting. Gathering his courage, Trias asked, "Do you already have a preferred hostess here?" The question stunned Calix, it was so far from anything he expected that he nearly laughed. It was clear he had never even considered such a possibility. A sly grin crept across his face. "Well now, looks like I won't need to introduce Lisa after all. So that is how it is. I get it. So you have taken a liking to her already, huh?" Aloud, Calix explained smoothly, "I was only asking whether there was a place where I would not be watched too closely. I happened to run into a girl who recommended this place. I hesitated at first, after all, it is still a salon, but it turned out to be quieter and more comfortable than I expected, so I have been renting it for a while." Then he asked casually, "Why do you ask?" On the surface, Trias answered, "Oh, it is nothing." By the way, but inwardly he was sighing with relief. Good. So he does not have any designs on Lady Lisa after all. Calix paused when Trias followed up with another question, "Do you intend to hire more mercenaries?" He went on, "In my experience, missions classified as a rank dangerous usually fall into 2 categories: sending troops to act as disposable shields in an unwinnable battle, or dungeon exploration." Calix sat still, expression unreadable. He should at least know I am not preparing for war, Calix thought. But at the same time, he has no idea what kind of dungeon I am planning to explore. He knows nothing about its scale or difficulty, yet he is telling me to hire more people. Trias continued, "In other words, the real threat is not the monsters, it is the scavengers waiting to swoop in and steal the loot." He warned, "They should never be underestimated. Even if it costs extra, hiring more men is worth it. If our numbers are overwhelming, those rats won't dare make a move." Calix cut him off before he could finish. "No." He added politely, "I am sorry, but I have no intention of doing that. It is not like our enemy is one of the 3 major powers." Trias was taken aback. So he is not going to listen at all. Maybe he thinks ordinary mercenaries would not dare harm a noble. If I push the issue too hard, he might even cancel the contract. And if things get dangerous, I will have no choice but to get Urine and made out of here. After some deliberation, he spoke clearly. Then let us go over the specifics of the contract. The revised terms state that we must mobilize 1.3 times the original manpower and prepare every item listed. Also, to maintain secrecy, each person will be assigned only a single task. Are these conditions acceptable? Calix nodded. "Do it that way." "All right," he thought. "Let us see how things play out." 3 days later, in a clearing on the outskirts of Pozniu, Trias gave his report while leading Calix across the field. As requested, we have assembled a total of 260 people. Silently, he marveled. For someone who's stressed about so many things, he sure handles the work well enough. Suddenly, Calyx said, "All right then." He pointed at a mercenary. "You are dismissed." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Calyx fired the second shot. "You as well. And you there. And you are dismissed too." The mercenaries were stunned and demanded explanations. One of them respectfully called out, "My lord." Trias leaned in to whisper, "They are more resistant than I expected. If this continues." Calyx cut him off sharply. "Trias." Then, in a low, firm voice, he warned, "You need to keep an eye on those who still insist on resisting. Not all of them, but most are probably double-contracted spies." Trias frowned. "How can you be so sure?" Calyx explained calmly, "If they were real mercenaries, being cut from a dangerous mission like this would make them relieved, not defiant. They already pocketed 50% of the reward as advance payment. If they would take in money from another employer and failed to join that employer's group, they would have to return the payment, so they resist to the bitter end." Trias was left speechless. "That actually makes perfect sense." Calyx corrected him. "Not just makes sense, it is the truth. Maybe I have not weeded out every spy," he thought, "but at least the risk of leaks has gone down significantly. Now I just need everything else to unfold smoothly." He swung onto his horse and shouted, "All right then, let us move out." With Calyx at the lead, the mounted unit surged forward. They had not gone far when both he and Trias turned their heads toward the same direction. It was Urine. She smiled sweetly. "Do you like the gift I gave you?" Calyx was secretly overjoyed. If it were not for Urine, I never would have realized that one of the three major factions had marked me for death. He nodded. "It is incredibly useful." Urine beamed, eyes curving like crescents. "We are in the same line of work, remember, I can't just let you die needlessly in some dungeon, right?" He chuckled. "Thanks." As he watched her, an idea struck him and he felt even more grateful. "And now I even have another giant shield named Trias. So, he has fallen for Lisa." Urine's expression shifted to worry. "But more importantly, are you sure you are okay?" Calyx blinked. "Okay about what?" She swallowed nervously. "The monsters in the Impalan Mountains. They are just as vicious as the ones on the Goblin Highlands." At that, the corner of Calyx's mouth curled into a razor-sharp grin. He declared smugly, "To me, that place is basically my backyard." Urine stared at him. "Your backyard? Did not you grow up on your estate?" Calyx boasted, "I wandered all over that region in my dreams. The Impalan Mountains. Now that brings back memories," he thought privately. Trias's voice from behind pulled him back. "My lord, are you still not going to tell us the final destination? This whole region is a tangled network of monster territories. We can't just march blindly forward. Things are not that simple." Calyx sighed. "I know." Trias pressed, "Then at least allow us to send scouts ahead." When Calyx refused again, Trias quickly turned to Kraut. "Sir Kraut, please say something to him." Kraut replied, "I trust my master. I am sure he has his reasons. You would do well to follow his orders." But inside, Kraut grit his teeth. How many mercenaries have died because of the stubborn stupidity of nobles? If casualties get too high, we won't have any choice but to retreat. I need to at least keep the core members of the unit alive. Calyx suddenly pointed upward. "Kraut, climb a tree and scout the surroundings." "Yes, sir." Kraut jumped off his horse, then shot upward like a launched spear. Perched high, he scanned the area with intense focus. He called down, "There is a goblin village about 500 meters from here." "What are your orders?" Calyx shouted back, "Is not it obvious? Exterminate them." Calyx had barely landed when Kraut, still shaken, voiced his concern. "The smell of blood might attract something bigger," he warned. Calyx jabbed a finger at his own temple and snapped, his tone sharp and merciless. "If killing a few goblins already leaves you reeking like this, then forget about becoming a knight. Just die and save everyone the trouble." Kraut trembled. "I will do my best." The scene alone was enough to leave Trias pale with fright. He spotted goblins from 500 meters away just by scouting. That has to be a coincidence. "Right," Trias muttered to himself, unsettled. But Calix showed no sign of slowing down. Kraut, what about the other side? Kraut hurried to comply. About 400 meters northwest, there is an orc settlement around 10 huts. Calix stroked his chin, thinking aloud. Not too many. Wipe them out. Do not leave a single one alive. Sweat rolled down Trias's back. That has to be just another coincidence. But Calix still was not finished. Kraut. What about the north? 650 meters toward the north-northwest, Kraut reported, there is a goblin camp, maybe the same number of huts. The order to crush them all hit Trias like a bolt of lightning. He stood there slack-jawed, mind reeling. How is he even capable of doing this?